feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome to day number 2 of the European Grand Prix. I am Shogun. I am joined by, well, I'm going to start from the far end for once this time. Stumpy Goblin, Cool Cole 93, and joining us for the first time is Gregan. Gregan, we're going to start off nice and simple here. The easiest questions you're going to get today. Give me your favorite and least favorite thing about Stumpy Goblin.
Well, I mean, easy place to start there. I think Stumpy is one of the funniest guys I know, makes me laugh all the time. That brings me on to his biggest flaw, which is his laughable opinions. He's always coming out with the worst opinions around Rocket League, and I'm glad I can be here and start to add my opinion to the group.
Yeah, you don't look too happy about that one, Stumpy.
I don't know that. I don't know why that's why is
that too far?
Where we've started.
Oh.
I feel like I don't like being the target, and I'm excited for Cole to be the target inevitably later on when we all forget what's ever happened.
Don't try and shift it onto me. I'm not.
I think I already have.
All right, well, let's shift into next gear, shall we, as we take a look at what everyone's been playing for. Yesterday, if you didn't get a chance to join us, we went through the Swiss stage, but this is what everybody is after. We're going to get into, all of the important stuff for the major, but right now, let's go to teams that are looking towards that first place prize of $30,000 and thinking, you know what, I'll have some of that before I head over to Stockholm. At minimum, today, you are getting 4,000. For every win you get, you are doubling, going beyond. It's absolutely ridiculous. But really, what we're here for, guys, is Sweden. And right now, it's so important for you to get a hold of those top 5 spots. The top 3 that you see, Cole, have already locked in. Your team, Endpoint, have managed to make it. But from 4th over to 7th, those are the teams that we're going to keep an eye on today regarding whether or not they can be the representatives of Europe.
It is incredibly tight. Who is going to take those last 2 spots? You can see the point jump between Semper Esports down there in 4th with 450, and then an extra 111 away from Endpoint CEX, who, as you mentioned, Shogun, managed to book their tickets to Stockholm yesterday. Basically, everybody, all we're going to be talking about today is who makes it into that top 5 overall. It is undeniably the most important thing of the European Grand Prix.
Shogun, you also did forget to mention that Team Queso can still make it. Thank you very much.
They're well out there, aren't they?
It was 4 to 7. Semper Vitality, EG, and Carmine Corp. Sure, they're all bunched up together like boring people. Team Queso are coming in from left field, trying to swing their way through. They're the lowest seeded team coming in. Maybe they can make it, maybe they can't, but they are still very much in the running.
Well, one of the big questions is who's going to be going to Sweden. The other usual question that we get coming into the European Swiss stage is which team is going to disappoint us and go 0-3. And that team for us yesterday, there was actually a couple of them, but Misfits and Heroic, they both were looking very good, especially Misfits. They came in at 4th position and just bombed out of the tournament, Greg. And this was not what these guys were after.
Yeah, 2 teams that we definitely were looking to see in the running for the full major today, especially Misfits, who've looked fantastic up to now. But I guess when the pressure's really on, the Swiss stage really tests these teams. And once you start badly in the Swiss, it's very hard to get back on it. And those teams really struggled to find their form again and did go 0-3. And we'll definitely be talking about them later on as to what they should be thinking about next.
I mean, each of the weeks so far in EU in particular, we've had one massive team go 0-3. In the first of these regionals, it was Vitality. In the second one, Kine Corp, who did really well yesterday. And then finally, as you mentioned, Greg, in both Misfits and Heroic, hugely disappointing yesterday to go 0-3.
Well, teams that will not be disappointed are the ones that have made our top 8. Yesterday, you had a chance to lose twice, and then you could still make it today. No more mistakes can be allowed. A lot of these teams battling it out, trying to find those final 2 spots. We've got EG against Semper. That's going to be later on today. Vitality BDS, Dignitas, Team Queso. I'll be kicking off today's action with Endpoint against Kine Corp. That is going to be an absolute banger. Got so many of these teams looking to not only cement their spot, but also you've got teams like Dignitas, teams like Endpoint, teams like BDS that, despite the fact that they have already qualified, they want to be heading over to Stockholm with the most momentum possible. I cannot wait. Yesterday was one of the absolutely craziest days. I had so much difficulty keeping up with who was doing what, who was actually achieving what. But I tell you what, Greg, and as we take a look at our top 3 plays, some of our players came up with some absolutely clutch moments to send their teams onwards.
Yeah, it's always beautiful with the Swiss. You have these moments that just define whether you're going to make it comfortably through the Swiss, and this was definitely one of them. As BDS versus Semper, a massive 0-second goal moment, and you can see they kept it up so close to the goal line the whole way. And in particular, this catch from Extra there to keep the ball up, send it to his teammate, clear out, and come back in as support. In the end, wasn't needed as Mark by 8 sent it home. But you can see Semper on the goal line really panicky. A fantastic save to start with by Archie, but at the end here, he just pushes a bit too close, opening up that window for Mark to play around him.
Yeah, I mean, we were screaming at Extra for that touch on the day 1 show, but we were proven that his decision was better than anything we would have done right there as BDS won it. But that takes us to number 2, and it's Joria's. And what I love about this goal is its uniqueness. Often in 3v3, goals fall into the same sort of category. Team plays or solo plays, and solo plays can start to look a little bit similar when you watch enough Rocket League. But this here, the flip cancel, to ensure his car can maneuver its way around the ball after the ball has cannoned off the ceiling, and he already has a perfect read of its angle, speed, and trajectory. And then not only that, Rise is in a great position coming in from the back post. He should have the defense, but Joria's, who better than him to score the 1v1, which he's unlocked.
It straight up looks like at the end it's sped up, but no, that was in real time. But I like one flip reset, but double is always better. The first one from Joria's goes to the right-hand side. He catches it again and then sends it with the tip of his card to then go left round Rye in the net. An insanely placed shot, and contextually, this came just after Cux's minions, the opposition, just scored a 0-second goal to take them into that overtime. A few seconds in, and Joria's scores that absolute beauty. That's the top play, and so well deserved.
That was gorgeous.
Guess what? Jorius is coming into his own. We saw it last season as he got brought into the free scene. They're seeing it even more now this time, especially now that the pressure has been off Dignitas. They will be formidable as they look to try and get back-to-back championships. But we're going to talk later on about the teams that are kind of still in this. For now, we kind of need to look to the teams that have been eliminated, because it's been a frantic split of Rocket League. And we now want to see, you know, what teams have you guys sort of been looking at that are just going, all right, they need to make changes, or which teams you think, okay, don't shift anything. You just need to get this one right. Cole, I think you were talking an awful lot earlier on. So who do you want to talk about?
I'd like to talk about Misfits, because they are one of my favorite teams. I don't know, one of Jorby's favorite teams as well. He's been following those guys for the day 1 streams. I love their team dynamic. They're so solo play focused, which in EU in particular is quite rare. It really is quite refreshing when you see them coming up against maybe a more passing based team. But yesterday, nothing worked for them. And I have been wondering since the start of this season, how will Misfits deal with it when the solo plays aren't working, when the mechanics are just that little bit off, when Cash, my favorite player, isn't utterly dominating everybody in his path. On this occasion, it didn't happen, but I think that for Misfits, they have to stick together and go into this winter split so much stronger, because this is a massive learning curve for a team that could very easily break back into that top echelon when it comes to future majors and indeed worlds as well.
I mean, I think not only the fact that they need to be, making sure that they stick together, they need to have each other's backs as well. Yes. I saw a few very, very sad tweets ultimately on the timeline yesterday from certain players from Misfits. And those players are under so much pressure, and they've got such a big org behind them, and they need to make sure that there is that support for them. Teams are going to fail, you're going to lose, but you need to pick yourself up from those situations. I want those boys to have each other's backs. I want them to be able to take a step back and come back even stronger in winter, because I believe all of us think on the desk they definitely can do so. We love Misfits.
Yeah.
I hope that they can bring it back.
What I'd add as well, just really quickly to the end of that, is that Arju in particular, his tweet was completely beating himself up. And the first response is Cash, his teammate, saying, don't worry, we've got this. So it seems that they are going that way, Stumpy.
I think that's quite important as well, because we have seen Cash, he's finally starting to settle down a little bit. Last season, it kind of became a little bit of a joke regarding, all right, where's he Cash off to now? But now that he's starting to settle into his spot, he has been looking a lot better for the whole thing. But there was another team that did disappoint us a little bit yesterday. Isn't that right, Gregan?
Yeah, another 0-3 team, Heroic. The final signing to make our top 16 in Europe all signed. And they came in under the Heroic name and didn't quite make it. And I think they're a team that we're going to see get better and better as they get used to each other. They have what I'd say is quite an unreliable play style, which is tough when you're under pressure, especially in the high emotion stakes of making the major, because they're very fast. It's very speedy gameplay, lots of boost use. And when it's not quite working, that's a lot of resources dedicated towards touches that aren't quite hitting, similar to what you said about Misfits in the mechanics there. And so I think they found it quite difficult, again, with the Swiss format. Once you start going wrong, it's very hard to bounce back, and they got hit hard by that. I'm sure they'll bounce back fantastically, and they definitely need to stick together. That all Dutch team, they seem to be getting on really well. Just joined an org, fresh start. We'll see them in the winter, but come back a lot stronger, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the experience as well, particularly in Violent Panda. But also, Tho as well has been in the RLCS level for a couple of seasons now. He's had some bruises and bumps, and he's also bounced back from those. And with Verge as well, one of the geniuses of Rocket League coaching. I'm sure, Gregan, you're a coach yourself, but you won't mind me saying that Verge is utterly brilliant. They've definitely
and on LAN as well. That's where they really want to bring him out, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Exactly.
Him and his notebook on LAN, just having so many game plans ready to go. It's a very exciting prospect. Hopefully they'll get there.
Yeah, for me, when I'm looking at a team like that, you mentioned Verge, and we've also got Tho on that team. I think they're two very contrasting opinions on the way Rocket League is played, and I think it's going to take a bit of time for them to find a middle ground, because Tho, he likes ball chaser. That's basically, if you want to boil down what Tho brings to a team, he puts that pressure on the entire time, but there's a way of starting to mold that into the very heavy passing style that Verge has typically enjoyed putting out there. All right. Did we enjoy having each other's backs?
Yeah, it was
helping each
lovely.
other?
I really enjoyed that.
It felt uncharacteristically nice, and I'm ready to feel
Let's never do
sad.
it again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the part of the pre-show where my entire analyst desk starts to tear chunks out of each other as they try and prove that they're more right than everybody else. We're going to start off with something that we're going to be calling Major Debate. I'm going to give each of these analysts, they haven't been told who yet, one of the teams that is still in contention to get over to Stockholm. And they're going to fight the cause for that team. They're going to explain to you at home why that team is going to make it. And then you at home are going to vote on a scale of 1 to 10 how right you feel that they are. Stumpy, we can't possibly have Gregan go first here. So Stumpy, you're going first on this one. And the team that you're going to argue for...
I genuinely don't know.
He legitimately doesn't know.
I'm telling you, genuinely don't know.
Evil Geniuses.
Okay. Evil Geniuses.
All right, go.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses, they have looked incredibly strong. They're firstly a fan favorite. So everybody in the chat, you're all fans of Rocket League, therefore they're your favorite. That deserves a 10 out the gate immediately. They have been picked up recently by EG, another huge organization who evidently have a lot of faith in them. Right now, they are sitting in 6th, only 30 points behind Vitality, and their scenarios look incredibly good. For EG, they just need to make sure that they get through to one further level, and then Vitality don't do quite as well.
What is that? Oh, sorry, 9.5 for
there
a
you go.
second.
And then you don't, and then as soon as Vitality don't do very well, their main competitor, which ultimately is very likely versus BDS, they are going to be in an incredibly good position to make the major. If BDS beat Vitality, say hello to Sweden, Evil Geniuses.
Is it all going to try to help us chop this number down a little bit?
I'm not going to stop talking. I'm rocking an 8.
Yeah, carry that, take that and run. Believe me.
Well, Greg, I wanted to make this easy for you by not having you go first, but instead I'm going to make you follow that.
Okay, that's gonna be tough. That was very convincing. I genuinely think EG are making the full major now. Yes, that's terrible.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give Gregan the team that EG are up against. Semper Esports. Why are they making it to the LAN?
Well, we know Semper have been owed a LAN in a long time. Archie came to the scene at the beginning of RLCS X. He's been one of the best players in RLCS for the last year or so. He steps up when the pressure's on. He's going to come out and do fantastic. And now he's got an experienced player like Chazette with the experience of Cassio. That whole team is experienced in performing under pressure. And I think it's safe to say they really want to go back to LAN. So they're going to have that emotional response of wanting to make LAN again. And that's what you've seen with a lot of these veteran players is the idea of coming back to LAN is amazing. Chat, come on.
Come on, guys. He's new into it. He's brand new.
Zero.
No. Look, when we see Chazette LAN, they're going to be great, but we've got to see him get there, and that's why Chazette's going to pop off today to make sure he gets there.
He's going to pop off. You're such a coach.
Okay, Cole, you are up, and I'm giving you Team Vitality. Why is Vitality going to Stockholm?
That is the exact team I wanted to do this
Fantastic,
with. If
mate.
any team is going to be able to step up when it matters, who else but Team Vitality? They've been doing it since Season 5. They need a victory. They need a win. Somehow, over the last few games, K-Dop's been written off, but who's likely to step up and be the best mechanical player in the world for some reason on the day he needs to do it? I think back to the RLCSX, the championships against Team BDS. I think they hadn't beaten Team BDS in about 7 years at that point. Come championship, come the finals, suddenly K-Dop is getting quad flip resets. Even he didn't know that he could do that. Fairy Peak is still a wizard. And then you actually have Alpha, actual French genius Alpha, who has been one of the best players in years. He is so passionate.
Cole keeps like looking down and just go,
Team Vitality.
Don't acknowledge it.
They threw in the first regional, reached the final in the second one. They do it again today. They make the major, and they win.
The major! Oh, I'm going
There we
so
go.
well.
That's it. It's done. It's done.
League the media.
Oh.
Right. Well, we've argued our causes. I believe that is a solid victory for Stumpy Goblin.
I feel like, just quickly, all people are going to remember is that I said major.
What I'm remembering here, Cole, is that you started for like a 9 and then everyone saw it was a 9 and started tanking the rating.
No. We can't do that. No.
Vitality.
Right. Well, I've heard your biased opinions when I give it to you, but I want to hear your actual opinions. We're going to do a yay or nay. You at home as well can keep going through this one. And we're going to rapid fire through this because I want to see who you think is actually going to make it. It's just going to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down on these teams. You at home, hashtag yay or hashtag nay.
And there are only 2 spots as well. So
there are only 2 spots. If I see, you at home, Twitch chat, we should only see 2 teams that are above 50%. Realistically, if you don't do it that way, you've pretty much got it entirely wrong. So Carmine Corp are going to be our first team that we talk about for this one. Are Carmine Corp going to the major? Yay or nay? 3, 2, 1. Let's take a look. Oh, 50-50 split. I don't have to justify myself. So, Gregan, why?
I feel like it's really tough route for them to get there. And I feel like the other teams, they're so reliant on their results. They really left a terrible regional 3 for them by doing so badly in the second one. I think if they do make it, fair play to them. They deserve it because they have to really win today. Other teams have to underperform. So yeah, I think K-Corp have got the hardest route of any. Queso have got the hardest route of any teams. Carmine Corp have got a very tough route today, and I think they've not looked as consistent as I would hope of a team that needs to win a regional.
Okay, we're going to move now on to Team Vitality. We're going to see how much of you actually think Vitality can make it and how much of you just really didn't want to agree with Cole. So he's going to take this personal either way.
And this is
Hashtag
if we think they're making it.
If they are actually going to make it,
Okay,
yes.
Yeah. So they're versus
Right,
BDS,
3.
bear in mind, chat.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Oh, again, another 50-50. Again, Stumpy, I don't have to justify myself. I get the joy being the host.
So I really want them to. I want to get out there straight away and wearing my B shirt to give them good luck and everything.
Oh, it is personal, apparently, Cole.
I
I
think that they do not take down BDS here. BDS have made it. They've got less pressure on them, which may well help out Vitality, may well not. But Vitality still then need to go through the winner of EG versus Semper. They've got such a hard side. All hard sides of this are very hard, but
yeah,
I just don't see them going through BDS, and that is going to just knock them out of the contention.
All right, on to the next one. Semper. Are Semper going to be representing Europe? They're up against Evil Geniuses in the quarterfinals. We'll be seeing them tomorrow to continue their fight for the spot. Hashtag yay, hashtag nay. 3, 2, 1. This is I mean, I think we really just don't agree on any of this one.
Okay.
Okay. This is probably the most we've ever disagreed with one that run any of this. Twitch chat does not think Vitality. They think we are not going to get K'd up at LAN. I mean, sorry.
Wait, we've moved on. We've moved on.
No, I read the
Blame
graphic,
Twitch chat.
Unfortunately,
Look, Twitch
this
chat.
is for Semper.
One thing we've learned today, Twitch chat, all idiots. So, you know, they've probably got that wrong, man. Don't blame production and don't blame yourself.
This is why they don't like you, Cole. This is why.
You lash out. You lash out on the first time.
Regan.
Okay. So what about their opponents? Let's maybe go to the opponents in this one. This is going to be another split. This is absolutely going to be another split. Evil Geniuses. Are Evil Geniuses going to go to the LAN? I just realized I've put myself into a corner here because I said no to K-Cop and Vitality, but I'm going to apparently say yes to EG and Semper, who are playing each other. So don't pay attention to me.
Okay, so Shogun's just wrong.
I'm sending only one team through, apparently. Hashtag yay, hashtag nay.
Well, you can vote Queso.
2, 1. I got to commit to this now, haven't I?
You've got to go Queso.
Oh, it's only me.
It's only you, Stumpy. Why is it always only you, Stumpy?
EG finished 3-0 in the group. They looked phenomenal in that group as well. And they managed to go 3-0, 3-0, 3-1 after going through Semper and BDS as well. I see EG beating Semper here, and then they beat BDS yesterday. And I see that happening in that semi-finals again. I think EG have got such a good route through to that major.
All right,
He
so
says
we now know the
BDS
two.
in the semis, right?
Yeah, BDS.
Who are the two that
Who they
going
beat
through? They're going
yesterday,
EG
Gregan?
and
I have EG and K-Corp for my two.
okay, but Twitch chat went EG and K-Corp, didn't they as well? I believe, if I remember. All right, so the last
Vitality
team that
EG,
we've
right?
got.
Just really
all the
quickly,
way-
sorry. Apparently,
Yo.
Semper and EG can both qualify. It is technically possible, according
Yeah,
to Diva.
no, I'm a genius. That's what we all knew. So the last one, Queso. Let's have a look. What are Queso going to do? They are all the way out. They pretty much have to win this entire weekend in order to even have a shot at any of this. There's a lot of things that have got to go their way. Hashtag yay, hashtag nay. 3, 2, 1. I've got to commit. So.
You do. Go on, Shogun. Shogun, tell us why.
Yeah, go on, show.
tell us why,
Why
Shogun.
Because
Come
I'm
on.
not very good at reading. Yeah, we'll keep it at that, actually. I don't need to follow that.
I'm not very good
reading.
at reading. No, keep the in there.
The all right, yeah. We'll stick with the well, there is no umming and ahhing from Twitch chat. They have no faith
Well, it's-
whatsoever.
You say that about the Semper EG thing. That's quite a likely outcome, right? Because if EG beat Semper and BDS beat Vitality, and then the two teams that have already qualified win down below, then that's a good way for EG and Semper to both make it. So you would have been really smart if you'd gone with your gut, and then you swung back at it over Queso.
Let's
This is
never
why I
put
bring on
tension
Gregor.
onto me.
He's
That's
smart.
all right.
Yeah. This is the reason why I'm in this role, and I don't have to try and prove that I'm smart ever. And instead, we're going to move on to trying to prove why you guys are smart with the Prediction Wizards contest. I'm going to give some quick backstory on this one. I've got a wizard hat. I was supposed to find it today. I got a wizard hat that I got for best predictions in season 5. Not bragging at all. But what we're going to do is I'm going to give it away. I want to pass on my gift of predictions to somebody else. So what we're going to do is through today and tomorrow, these 3 are going to be giving me their predictions. It can be as wild or as tame as possible. We're going to hear from all 3 of them, and I'm going to give them all points. And if their prediction comes true, they get that many points. If it does not, no points whatsoever for any of them. So we're going to do 3 rounds. All 3 of you are going to give me your predictions away. And I also don't really want too much justification unless I ask for it. So we're going to go Cole, Greg, and Stumpy on this one. Cole, give me your first prediction.
BDS get 2 games max versus Vitality.
Regan.
The higher ranking team will win all the quarterfinals today.
That's pretty weird.
Stumpy. I can't remember all these now.
Carmine Corp win 4-0.
Are you coming out with them now, Stumpy?
Yeah.
Oh, you do annoy me! Just come out with it before!
Just write it down.
Obviously, write down your 3 predictions before
Why
we
would I
start.
write it down? 'Cause
Oh,
I'm still
you
going to win
sicking
it,
me.
Cole. I'm still going to win it, Cole. That's the
Chat,
thing.
stop
Yeah.
following this man. This
They're on my side
charlatan.
every time. What a charlatan.
All right.
not the
I'm going to
1800.
give... Cole, you can have 20 points if yours
Okay,
comes
I'll write
true.
that. Yeah.
I'm gonna write-
Regan, yours was all of the top seeds, didn't you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can
In the
have 25 points for that one. And Stumpy, I forgot what yours was.
KC 4-0 endpoint.
Ooh. Oh, that's really going against. You know what? For the pure respect of the betrayal of Endpoint, I'm going to give you 30 points in this one. Round 2, I'm going to give you your points after you announce them. That'll make life a lot easier. So I hope you guys get kept in your mind roughly how many points you're going to be getting. Regan, you're up first.
I've just realised as well we had to go for Stumpy for making up on the spot, and then Shogun is literally choosing a number out of thin air for each of you.
So just guessing anyway.
Absolutely.
Okay. Right, so I'm trying to get a 50er. I really want to get a 50er out of you. So Joria's will hit a triple flip reset in game 2 at 3 minutes 13.
Give him like a 1,000 pointer.
You know what? I'll give you the difference between second and first place. They 51 points for that one, Gregan.
Nice.
Thank you.
Stumpy.
We see Team BDS do a 6-point passing play into a goal.
49 points.
Nice. Thank you.
State
Cole.
is undeniable MVP of the day.
Ooh.
It can't be denied. It can't even be debated.
It's only requiring today, though.
Of the cause,
I'll give you 20 points for that.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you're a steak
last one,
fanboy.
Stumpy.
Okay. Oh, I don't like going first. I've not thought of one. Archie, on Twitter, after they beat EG, does a video like Scrub did and goes, Sue!
That was so loud that your mic just went for us, but I get what you meant.
Sue.
You can influence this one. What do I give? I'll give you 15 points. There you go. You have 15.
Okay. Archie, Sue.
And it's between 1 and 50, is it, Shogi, the points?
It's between 1 and 50. Well, apparently 51. Apparently I changed the rules up on us.
Dignitas scored quite a good goal.
1.
That'll do. That was one bet.
That's
one
locked
bet.
in.
You've got the final one here.
Is that just in case every prediction doesn't come true? And then you guarantee getting one?
You've got a 2-pointer here, Gregan.
So I'll try and go for a 2-pointer. Okay.
Spoken like a true basketball.
I love you, Gregan.
There'll be 4 teams that win today.
How's that a 2-pointer?
That's a 1. I don't mind a 1. I'll take a 1.
That's a
Hey, look, I need to get some points on the board, so I'm getting a 1.
That's a 1.
Can I have 2 for mine,
I'm
then?
saying this. I'm pulling for you to win this.
Your 1 is
Shogun,
less likely than my 1, Cole.
No, you can't. No, I'm done with you lot. We're moving on, all right? I'm done with you. We can now start looking to what we are doing today. You're all terrible at this. We'll do it again tomorrow. Fantastic. Here's your bracket, everybody, as we take a look at who is playing against who today. EG taking on Semper. That'll be our last match on today's broadcast. Vitality BDS, Dignitas, Team Queso, and Endpoint looking to try and put a halt to the dream of Kine Corp going to the land. It's going to be done in exactly this order as well. So if you want to know when your favorite team is playing, there you go. There is your options. All of these are going to be best of 7, and everybody has got access to 1 timeout if they want to use it. But for now, all we are worried about is our first match of today. It's Endpoint, a team that apparently about to get 4-0'd according to our analysts, versus Kine Corp, who look to keep their trek towards Sweden going. Guys, this is an absolutely massive one. This is the reason why we want to have so much fun on today's pre-show, because from here on out, it is ultra serious and it is game time for everybody on the field. Gregan, I'm going to immediately refer to you on this one. What do we need to see from Kine for them to keep their hopes alive?
I think the biggest area Kine Corp needs to focus on is the challenge game, because the way Endpoint play, I think, counters Kine Corp's style when they're playing normally. Kine Corp are very intense. They put a lot of pressure on. They move quite fast and they pull out crazy mechanics. And the reason why Endpoint can counter that so well is because they can take a lot of the resources away from Kine Corp with a simple 50-50. And I think what we need to see more from Kine Corp is accepting that can happen and look to counter those challenges themselves, take a bit of time up for their teammates to recover so they don't overcommit as often. Because I think we'll see a lot of overcommit goals if Kine Corp played the way they normally do.
Yeah, I mean, but the question for me is, will Kine Corp play the way they normally do? Because on this occasion, all of the pressure is on them. As of yesterday, Endpoint have already qualified for the major. They can go into this one, they can be going for stylish goals, pre-jumping, literally messing about to an extent if it keeps them calm. If a couple of 50-50s go against Kine Corp while Endpoint are clearly playing about pressure, that could really frustrate them. And when Kine are frustrated, not a very good team.
This is going to be a very interesting one, because we've got one team that are celebrating, kind of just looking to see what more they can achieve versus a team that's got a lot of pressure on them in the form of Carmine. So I'm looking forward to seeing not only how they're going to play, but how we expect this one to play out, as you've got a chance at home to predict who is moving on. It's hashtag END if you think Endpoint are going to move, or hashtag KC for Carmine Corp. Guys, here we go, Greg, and this is your first big test here, buddy. You got to start off perfect, and we're going to start off with you on our predictions. Endpoint or Carmine, who's moving on?
Yeah, having never got a prediction incorrect on broadcast before,
True.
This is a really important call. So I've got to make sure I put a legitimate reason behind it. I think it's going to be Endpoint because I feel like they've not got the pressure on them. So they play well when they're relaxed. We saw them when they won the first regional. They looked relaxed. They were overachieving. And because of that, they were able to play freely. And I think that's what they're going to do today. And we'll see them go far.
For me, for me, a lot of teams on the other side of the bracket will be hoping that Carmine Corp lose that, because as soon as they lose, they're out of there. They're not a danger anymore for Stockholm. I think all the pressure that Carmine Corp have just piled onto themselves, their disappointment in the last regional, will come back to bite them. Endpoint, as you say, Greg, and playing freely will just have too much for them on the day.
I want my 30 points from you, Shogun, and I think that's therefore going to be a 4-0 for Carmine Corp. And genuinely, they have to play and get into the grand finals to even have a chance of getting through to that major. They've got a lot of pressure, but they can perform under it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're in a very, very tough spot where they are a solid 50 points behind Vitality. That's a whole round, 50 points per round that you get past today. But I'm also a fan of Chaos, and I believe that we can keep this going to tomorrow. So I'm going to join Stumpy over in the Carmine. Maybe not a 4-0, but it's definitely going to be an absolute banger of a series. But you've all heard what we think. We've also now get the chance to say what you think. You believe that Endpoint have moved up a tier, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not you are correct. But ladies and gentlemen, the European Grand Prix is about to kick off for our quarterfinals. Will Endpoint continue their march towards being a European top team, or will Carmine keep their foot on the gas as they look to go to Stockholm?
Endpoint gets to play gatekeeper here, as Carmine Corp has a huge mountain to climb, battling with the likes of Vitality and Semper and Evil Geniuses, trying to get to Sweden.
And I can understand everyone being a little bit hesitant here, Stacks, about wanting to pick K-Corp. But at the same time, I don't think this is necessarily going to be the easiest match for Endpoint. They will still have to contend with a lot of speed on defense coming out of Astral, and they're going to have to work hard if they want to score goals.
This is a Carmine Corp team that has had success at times against Endpoint. But right now, it is Endpoint on the attack. Astral out of the corner, trying to get around Seiko. He does. Now Itachi couldn't pop past the relating wave. And now the counter back the other way. Only Astral to beat, and Seiko taken out from behind by Stake. Huge demo cuts off all the options for Endpoint as they try to get that opening goal, but this goes out to the corner, and Astral may have just given it back right to them. Demos left and right, kind of uncharacteristic to how they played during the Swiss.
And Gregan as well, definitely lining up nicely there with the prediction, saying the challenge game going to be important for Endgame. Currently playing out in spades for him. Stake just able to get there and keep Metza from scoring the first goal of the series. And we'll see if this kind of pressure can keep up for Endpoint. As Stake also having to dodge demos. Metza back towards the middle. Itachi kicked out. Seiko one more time towards the wall. There's Astral taking it away, securing his own boost. And oh my gosh, this is insane to handle right now for K-Corp.
Shot, save, over and over and over again. 4 shots already coming out of Endpoint. Seiko harassing Astral down the field. Now Stake cuts off at the midfield line, needs to get around Metsunoris and does. Itachi will take over. Looking for someone to pass to. That someone was Astral, but the pass deflected away. Itachi, look, it's the pregame testing, sure, whatever. He was on it in the pregame here, and I wonder if we might see something special out of Itachi, especially with the lights so bright now with so much on the line here in the quarters.
They're going to need something, and currently K-Corp in a decent position here, getting a couple boost deals, but Itachi just cuts forward thinking his teammate was going to challenge. So Itachi, unfortunately, big defensive mishap. I went to his camera. He can see Relating Wave going up there, too. It's just a weird misread of the speed there from Stake and Relating Wave, and that's just a straight blunder for Itachi.
2 minutes gone by, and it's Endpoint out in front. Relating Wave with his 15th goal of the regional. Now Stake down to Astral. K-Corp in business. Astral couldn't quite get to that ball, and this skips back out to Itachi, who has to send this back onto the blue half of the field, but not towards any teammates. Nobody was downfield. Here comes Endpoint again. Astral demolished behind the play, and he's back in to take over from here. Vengeance on his mind. He's got Stake in front. He's up for the pass.
Nice.
And that is to the ceiling, set away by Metza just barely. And now Astral will play that to the corner. The ideas are there at Chiefs. Execution, not so much for K-Corp. The few chances they've gotten downfield, unable to convert now with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, but they are pressing for the past couple of minutes. Definitely a lot less Endpoint offense, so we'll see if there's any more opportunity there. Stake did have a good setup, like you said, in the Astral. That's also real nice, but Itachi playing a little too tight there. So 2 minutes left, more than enough time to score 1 goal for a team like K-Corp for sure.
Metza for Relating Wave. A demolition comes through again, and Endpoint double the lead.
Well, not going to be able to just rely on one now. That's a great demo on the goal line and a lot of net to cover for Itachi coming across, I believe it was. And unfortunately, you can't cover it all. Shot to the back post gets it done. Endpoint putting the pressure.
Oh, clean kickoff win. Astral got the whole net shoot at. Off the pass to Stake, and he sailed it well wide. Gonna want that one back. Shot at Redemption. That's sent away as well. Not a lot of pace on the shot from Astral.
You'd like to see a bit more control from K-Corp pushing onto the offense. They kind of lose it there on the offense with Stake just trying to force it through, and that's a great dish out pass to Seiko. Itachi, tough ask. Got a piece of it, actually. Unfortunately, the wrong one. Yellowtail straight down to the other team. Endpoint up 3-0. Game 1, gonna say probably out of reach here with 1:23.
Well, a kickoff goal would at least get them back in business, but still nothing doing. Unable to get downfield quick enough. Seiko with a savior medal to go alongside Relating Wave's hat trick in game 1. Could not ask for a worse start if you're K-Corp. Down a game if this scoreline holds, and they have not had much on the offensive end to inspire confidence. Good drop down pass to Astral. Seiko with the save. And now we get into this final minute, and Endpoint will try to just burn it all the way. That's post and in. We've seen so many shots go off target on the other half of the field. This catches the post, and of all things, that is Seiko's first goal.
So it's funny because Itachi rotating into net there, he missed the boost at the midfield line. And so he's thinking, well, it's okay. Stake still has it. Gets over Stake's head, and Itachi had to take a little detour, grab the corner boost. So he kind of hesitated on the goal line there. Couldn't keep that one out either. Unfortunate start here, as you said, for K-Corp. Definitely a lot more disastrous than they would have liked, that's for sure, especially considering how well they played against Endpoint in the Swiss yesterday, coming out with a win 3-1. But have to see what adjustments they can figure out. I think they did a good job to stop the bleeding, you know, as this one kept going. Like we said, at least breaking a lot of that initial pressure. Astral's going to get one back here. So something to hold on to at least.
He is the leading scorer on the field, only because of that goal. That ties him with Relating Wave for the tournament. Now that Wave has the opening game hat trick. 16 seconds remain here in game 1. Little more than a formality as Endpoint puts the finishing touches on an opening game dub. And the task for Carmine Corp now to try and make their way into the major gets a little bit tougher. The window closes just a little bit. 1 down, 3 lives left.
Well, tough start, but a lot of good things. It's just a matter of, okay, we were definitely able to get out of our own half after that initial, minute and a half or so. And beyond that, it just became, okay, do we have enough people in position to actually find opportunities over on the offensive side? Because getting that ball jammed in that corner never really did too much for K-Corp when it came to getting on offense and generating scoreable chances. Endpoint overall, though, I mean, great job picking spots in the net to shoot, definitely putting defenders in tough positions and having them make really, really tough choices on where they wanted to defend, and overall, it picked them apart when it came to shooting. So, Endpoint, you obviously don't have to change much. It's just a matter of K-Corp can really get settled on offense and have those people in position to try and set up more plays. And it's tough. You can't really rely on the Astral solo play because they're putting a lot of pressure on him too. I mean, he's getting bumped a lot of the time he's going for the ball. They're not letting him grab control and try and beat multiple defenders.
Onward now to Forbidden Temple for game 2. A big stop early on from Stake as Endpoint try to pour on the pressure in game 2 the same way they did game 1. Seiko for Relating Wave, and Astral makes the save, and more importantly stays with this ball, so there's no rebound opportunity. And Itachi with a big block on Relating Wave as well. Huge defensive stand here in the first 30 seconds, but K-Corp has to get out of their zone. They finally do, and see if they can do any damage with it. It's Itachi leaving it back for Stake. His shot is high. Oh, Stake has had a tough time finding the range here early on. This time he scores from point blank.
Look at the recovery, though. I mean, you'll see Astral here. Great touch towards the net and continue the play towards the goal line. Put the pressure on Stako. Come up with a big block. Let Stake have a second chance at the net. Turn it back in. Great opening for K-Corp here.
Boy, if Stake had missed that one, they'd never pass to him the rest of the series. That's one that can get the confidence going a little bit, but that's a good drop down, and it goes right through Itachi and Metza. Here's Seiko. Still has Metza in front, and he can keep this ball central, and Relating Wave comes in and scores off the defensive whiff.
Tough call here for Stake. He's rotating back into net. He's only got 12. He sees that floater, and I think just that initial instinct to jump and try and save a shot, because you're expecting if that pass comes out that they're going to be right there ready for it. So Stake is thinking, I need to just get up and try and block a shot, not necessarily to make contact with the ball on my first look. So awkward ball to handle for Stake. Couldn't come up with a touch, and Endpoint get it right back.
Seiko with a full tank of boost. He's waiting for Relating Wave's pass, and Stake sniff that out.
Oh, great hop.
Now Itachi, can he get to this? He sure can. Tight angle, and he scores.
I shouldn't have said free. This is definitely a lot harder than Itachi made
For him
it
is.
But you felt good when he got through the whole defensive line there with that one nice challenge of the midfield line. And you said it, tight angle, and importantly, bottom of the net. They had a guy coming back. Maybe if it's a little higher, he might just be able to kick that off the post and have it ricochet out.
Oh, another one thrown in front. Seiko scores. This is looking like a preview of Dig and Queso. Goals left and right.
Trying to figure out how this one gets through Astral and Itachi, you know? Oh, Astral backflipped as well. I think he didn't want to bump Itachi there just in case Itachi actually had the save. And so Astral hitting the backflip kind of kills his momentum forward, and he never makes contact with the ball as Itachi overshoots it. That's insane.
Here goes Astral again. Him and Metza. Almost looks like they just kind of bounced off each other from a certain angle. This goes skipping back onto the Carmine Corp half of the field, and Itachi has to deal with Relating Wave chasing him down. Good ball out to Stake, and you can see now moving downfield more as a team. The passes certainly on point more now than they were in the opener, and maybe just in time to give themselves a shot at the fall major. Astral around the corner. He's got Stake and Itachi waiting, and it's Itachi that has to kind of play safety valve, getting this back to the corner safely.
Nice play from Itachi there. Got caught overcommitting on offense, able to make a tough rotation defensively, pick up the boost and steal the ball away and get K-Corp out of an awkward position. And here, not quite a chance to score. Didn't have the space to the ball to really get all the way around it. And Astral again on defense, who's been working overtime a lot. Coming across, making nice saves. Relating Wave is going to punish Stake. Gotta wonder where he ran off to. Has no boost, is thinking Itachi has to touch forward, and Astral is going forward, so Stake's thinking, cool, let's go on offense, and that was not the case.
Endpoint in front, exactly halfway through game 2. Stake looking to pinch, and Metanoris blocks. Here's Relating Wave. Double on the way. No, he's going to let that go, and Stake has it out to Itachi.
Oh, Metza.
Oh, what a read by Metza. He was up yesterday for this ball, and Endpoint continued to pour it on.
It is not often you get to say you were faster to a ball in the air than Astro, that's for sure. Excellent defense from Metza in the midfield, and it's netted Endpoint of possession here with some extra looks around as they're putting the pressure on the goal line. Seiko right at stake, and he's able to dodge a demo and pull it off the line.
Sometimes you just throw a hard one at them and hope that they don't make the save. This goes right back the other way. Big demolition on Itachi. Stake, all he can do is play to Seiko. Here's Metza with Astral riding alongside the whole way. Down to 90 seconds or so. Stake couldn't get this central for Astral, so he's got to chase it down in the corner. And here comes Endpoint again. That passing that was so good early in this game, not so much as we've gotten to the latter stages. Astral doesn't have anybody to pass to here. Stake and Itachi are almost like they're riding side by side.
Yeah, that is kind of a interesting point to bring up because, yeah, the spacing for K-Corp definitely very tight, very aggressive, and sometimes is putting them in some weak positions to challenge the ball from. Astral having to dismount from the backboard to take that one away, and that really is the big difference for me. Endpoint, when they approach a ball that they're challenging for, it's from such a great position, a real solid line that gets a lot of the car behind the center of the ball to take the ball away from K-Corp. And that difference in positioning is working out so nicely for Endpoint in terms of, earning the ball and keeping it.
Carmine Corp in their own defensive zone look a little bit like they're navigating New York City traffic. It's a lot of stop and go. Having a tough time getting on the same page. They're on the same page now. Astral dropped down for Itachi off the backboard, and that's swept away by Seiko and Metza. Here's Stake now with 22 seconds, and Seiko cut that one out as well. So K-Corp has to go all the way back to their own line. They may only have one more trip down the field, and it may not matter. What a save by Itachi on the double by Wave, who has been awesome. Stake now with 5 seconds in front for Astral and cleared. Last call now, and Itachi can't catch up. Relating Wave, because of course, has yet another.
Man, what a perfect positioned play for Relating Wave in the net there. That challenge went right to him, and you can't really blame K-Corp for overcommitting in this particular instance. They need a goal. There's 2 seconds left. Hope Astral makes the challenge. See if Itachi can make the reaction and get something done, but ouch. That's tough for K-Corp because you feel like, all the goals that they lit in, preventable in some sense of the word. And while they had a couple of great looks on offense, just not quite able to keep it together. Relating Wave, a hat trick with 6 shots. Great put away game for him.
It is a dire situation now for K-Corp. We are not being told of any timeout after 2. So they're going to keep it in their hip pocket, perhaps until we see ball split point for K-Corp. If they are not able to turn things around here, 4-1 in the opener, 4-2 in game 2. So there's a little bit of progress there achieved, especially in the early stage of that game. But it all fell apart. Endpoint adjusting, almost like a chameleon throughout that game.
That's the hard part. They just don't have the ability to stop such great challenges. That's what you're going to have to fix if you're K-Corp. You need to have a better line to the ball if you want to take it away. Because as you saw, Metza's beating Astral to the ball over at the midfield line. Everybody on Endpoint, in fact, is beating K-Corp to challenges. And even if they're tied, it's just all the vector math, It's just all Endpoint right now. And I got to say, Reagan's looking like a mighty smart man right now with the challenge call.
Well, here's Relating Wave starting off now, who's got 6 out of the 8 goals that Endpoint has scored today. Now, Seiko, can he get up to this one in a hurry? He sure can. He can do just about anything, as we've seen so far in this fall split. It's been one of the great stories of the fall European season. And here's Seiko himself opening the scoring for Endpoint.
How does this get through? Sure, a touch off the ceiling. Oh, man. Just such an aggressive line for Astral. He's got 47 boost as he's nearing the ceiling there. I'm kind of wondering why he tried to rush to that ball and just take it away when he was so clearly beat.
Well, it's Astral here, having that drop to the corner. Metza. Oh, he had Relating Wave downfield, could not make the connection. And now Steak just throwing one at the net, hoping something good happens. Just couldn't get on target. And it is K-Corp fighting for their major lives at this point. Down a goal, down 2 games. Everything that can go wrong seemingly has. Gotta have this, right? Astral can't score. Itachi. Oh, it goes off of Astral. And again, Murphy's Law enforced in game 3.
You've got to be joking. I mean, Steak wins a big challenge. Itachi puts a gorgeous floater, top right, and Astral. I mean, I get it. He's trying to jump off the back wall, get back down onto the ground, play some defense in case it's necessary, and the shot's right at him. So he tries to backflip out of the way to let the ball go by, and he just saves it. But, I mean, that you got to be kidding me, right?
Well, they need something to go their way here in the next 3 minutes.
I can't believe that.
I'm flabbergasted. Again, players at this level, that does not happen. This is high, and Relating Wave couldn't quite follow it up. It's one of the rare touches that Relating Wave has had that has not been money for Endpoint. Astral can't get up in time, and that goes just wide. They are running out of lives, but maybe borrowing a few extra here. Are K-Corp. Wave again misses wide. Follow up now from Seiko. Nice. He'll collect. Metza behind him. What's the option? Seiko himself, and still can't convert. The defense of Carmine Corp being tested. So too is their mental as Itachi brings that to the corner.
You have to love the control that Endpoint demonstrated there. Seiko popping that ball into an air dribble right next to the goal and holding it for what felt like forever to just let everyone else get set back behind him. And even if they didn't score, putting K-Corp under that type of pressure, whew, more often than not, you're going to come out with a goal there. The approach is stunning right now for Endpoint.
Relating Wave right at Itachi, who brings it back in. Seiko to follow up Wave's touch this time, and Astral will set up Stake. Carmine Corp running out of time in game 3. Metza right out for Seiko. That goes a little wayward. This is the opportunity now for K-Corp. Astral's by Metza. Relating Wave will let Seiko take over. Itachi, he tried to play that out for a Stake, and instead it was deflected a little further than he would have liked. Final minute coming up here in game 3. Surely a timeout on the way if K-Corp can't bring this one back. Astral can't set up Itachi. And again, Endpoint's defense frustrates Carmine.
It's a tough one as well. They're trying to connect on these passes that require pinpoint precision. And that's a floater. Is it for Seiko? Indeed, he's going to just muscle it right through the last man. 2-0 Endpoint in game 3, 44 seconds. They just don't have it to stop Endpoint from winning every ball, it feels like.
It's Relating Wave. They don't have an answer for him. If he's not scoring, he's setting the table for Seiko. Metza hasn't scored in this series, hasn't needed to. He may get one here. Astral blocks it away. Metza makes the cut on the side wall with 30 left. Stake trying to get one down to Itachi. It will eventually get at least in that general direction. And that's the best that Carmine Corp could ask for. Down to 18 seconds. Stake looking for Itachi. Gotta score here. It's blocked wide.
That's a goal.
It sure is not.
Okay.
Astral will make the save, but it's of little consequence. It's as good as a goal. It ends any hope of a comeback for Carmine Corp in game 3. I'm gonna just call it now. Timeout Carmine Corp. They gotta talk for, about 90 seconds about how they're gonna stop their season, their fall split from ending.
guys got to get out of the way of each other, you know? You got to stop thinking that, we're the fastest team in Europe and we can make it to everything. Because obviously, after 15 minutes, no, you cannot. You are definitely looking outmatched here. You need to give a little more respect. You need to stop thinking, I'm Astral and I'm the most mechanical monster in all of Europe and I can do whatever I want. Because, no. No, you can't.
The very real human side of esports. Players there on your screen now, understanding the enormity of the situation. They're split and potentially season. Who knows? I mean, look, missing a major is not a death sentence for a team as far as world championship aspirations, but it is a heavy blow. And it is a wound that is tough to heal. And right now, they've got to find a way to win 4 in a row, a best of 7 reverse sweep to save their season.
Especially considering K-Corp, one of the teams coming in to this split, was, highly touted by a lot of us, especially after, a strong opener in the European Open, with the 3-0 through Swiss and a strong push, and then just never got anything going for them. And after that, it's been a lot of rocks in the way to kind of stumble and trip your way over to get to this point. So there's a lot of things to navigate. As Endpoint, they're all like, we're just winning, man.
Yeah. Note the body language here. On the K-Corp side, it's a lot of, all right, let's focus up, I guess. We got to find a way to stop the one guy that we just haven't had an answer for. And over on the Endpoint side, it's like, the one guy they haven't had an answer for is just chilling. Like, all right,
Astral, okay, watching that again, Astral definitely could have just kept driving there and get out of the way. I don't know why in the world he... Okay.
Production, quite cruel to include that there. Just
I'm glad I got to see that. I needed to see it one more time.
Part of the reason why you're here. Here we go, getting ready for Game 4. Could be the final game. Hey, you can all blame Stumpy for this one, Mr. Carmine Corp is going to 4-0 Endpoint.
Yeah.
They can still win 4 in a row against Endpoint. They will need to save their season on Utopia Coliseum. We'll start it off here. Fresh 5. Could it be the last 5? Let's find out.
Well, that's the good thing, though, is it's not an entirely impossible scenario to find yourself in. Like, I think it is actually a very simple adjustment. You just need to realize that Endpoint is going to win the ball a lot more often than you think. As here comes Steak, trying to fit one into the right side of the net. And a nice early push here for K-Corp, and we'll see if that lasts.
Itachi and Steak, 3 goals each in the second round of Swiss when Carmine Corp took down Endpoint in 4. Astral takes that away from Metza, but here's Seiko to follow up. Steak doing well not to just give this ball away. Got it back to the corner out of harm's way, but still finding difficulty clearing the zone. Here's Astral. Doesn't have much support with him at the moment. Here comes Steak following up the play and blown up by Seiko somehow on that play. I guess Seiko managed to get supersonic. Now here's Astral. Steak to follow in, and Itachi's just got to concede possession, take the midfield boost.
Oh, not a good touch, though, from Relating Wave. Definitely too far away. Steak comes up empty. Astral forced into just trapping this on a dribble and seeing what happens.
We'll see what Coach Arleobi has come up with for K-Corp. What adjustment as they fight for their tournament and split lives. Steak for Itachi downfield. Seiko couldn't get there in time. Itachi can't follow, and Steak and Astral had to stay way back because Relating Wave just exists.
Oh, there you go. Big clear, though, from Astral, completely resetting the positioning of every player on the pitch there. And this is probably the most neutral that this series has ever looked.
It looked like at the start of Game 2, Carmine Corp had solved the puzzle. They got out to a lead. Things were going swell, and then it all took a very awkward turn south. Relating Wave's back for this one. He'll farm a save. Now Astral can't get a shot on, and Relating Wave will start the counterattack yet again for Endpoint. He's been quiet-ish over the last 6 or 7 minutes of game time. And that could be cause for concern for Karmine Corp. You know he's due as he gets back to make his third save of game 4.
Much better control as well here in game 4 for K Corp. Excellent control of the ball. Ooh, that's a big win for Metso, though. That'll definitely put them on the back foot here as Endpoint. A chance to get some a foothold here in the midfield and see if they can bring that challenge game back to bear.
Oh, that's a huge win from Astral. Seiko gets back in time to delay, and as Astral was waiting for maybe a mistake, he gets demolished. Physical play and Endpoint. Name a better duo other than K-Dop and Fairy Peak. Here's Relating Wave. Has Seiko underneath. Seiko's shot is wide off the post. Another break for K-Corp, and they've had so many in this series. Can they stay alive now? Seiko with a save.
Great stop from Seiko after not being able to turn in a go-ahead goal and put the real pressure on K-Corp. Astro wants to score this one himself off the wall, and again, nice clear from Relating Wave. They're doing a great job coming back over the shoulders of K-Corp or out of the midfield and just getting a nice defensive touch off that backboard out to the safety of the corner somewhere. So Endpoint definitely having to work much harder on defense than they've had to throughout this series, but executing it nonetheless.
All right, Astral just burning every ounce of boost at all times, trying to will his team back into this. This is why he was put on this team, and there's Itachi getting his second goal with the less than a minute to go here in game 4.
Oh, great wave dash landing from Astral as he dismounted off that wall to hit Supersonic, to find that demo on the goal line. Have faith that Steak and Itachi could string together a couple of challenges. They put one on the board and maybe a win.
Maybe another goal will certainly help. Steak doing all he can to stay with that ball. What's the mantra now for Endpoint? Don't let them get one. They're trying to get this one right back. Metza with a full tank of boost. He'll have Seiko across the way.
Oh,
Seiko and Relating Wave both waiting. But just you cannot clear easily against Endpoint. You know you're getting their best shot now with 20 seconds left. Steak up high, can't drop it down. Itachi, that's high as well, and it will be cleared. Seiko with 12 to go. Karmine Corp got to hang on and hold the line. Relating Wave shot set away by Itachi, and he couldn't get a clean pass to Metza. Another break for K-Corp. Relating Wave. Nobody over there as Astral will get it downfield and down it. K-Corp stays alive in game 4.
Much better look here for Astral, Itachi, and Steak. A lot to go through, but you can see there in the shot column, they definitely held control up until really the last 30 or 40 seconds when you knew Endpoint was just going to try and shove as hard as they could. But that's what you want to see out of K-Corp. Strong challenge game. Take that away from Endpoint. That was their biggest contributing factor to all of their wins up to that point. And they don't have it. They really don't have much to go on past that because, I mean, it was locked tight here.
Somewhere, our good friend John, either over on the subreddit, over on Twitter, maybe in a Discord somewhere, is starting to post the stats. All right, there have only been this many best of 7 reverse sweeps, this many in the RLCS, this many in A or S tier events. It's a very real possibility, but Karmine Corp, look how hard they had to work for just that 1-0 victory. Onward now to Wasteland for game 5.
That's the hard part, though, here for K-Corp. Do you have the consistency to pull that off for 4 straight games? Do you have the discipline to continue to give a little extra space when it may be warranted? Because it's real easy when you start winning to revert back into just whatever you're thinking about. It takes conscious effort to make an adjustment to how you normally play.
Well, it's going to be on the man who just cleared this ball away downfield, Astral. Look, you go after a player like that for a reason. And his performance throughout RLCSX inspired a lot of confidence. Johnny Boy at one point said he might be the best player in Europe and the world by the end of the season. A lot to prove.
What?
And a lot to come back from. Metza Norris just sails one downfield as nobody could catch up to it.
Did Astral... Excuse me. I think Astral thought that Itachi was going to play third man, so Astral starts floating forward. Itachi's thinking the same thing, and he pushes forward and gets bumped. And that's just... I don't understand why that net was left completely open there.
Well, here's Metza, a little high and no follow-up, but everybody missed it coming out, so now Seiko just slams the backboard. Relating Wave with a missile. Saved Winnie, still almost followed it up and in. Oh, Seiko, no, blocked away. Cut out by Stake that time. K-Corp down in game 5. The only game they had not trailed at any point was that previous game. Of course, it only ended 1-0. That's how tough the Endpoint defense has been. Itachi's up the ladder. And now Astral's got to follow up the play, and that ends up with Itachi. He couldn't get it coming down from the wall. Here comes Metza. Here comes Endpoint.
Ooh, awkward here for K-Corp, and definitely starting to get worked back into that defensive half there, and I don't like the long touch game. It's not going to serve them well. They need to be the ones controlling pace of play, bring it down on a dribble. You can see Itachi kind of trying to do that there. I think he realized right as he was heading for that he needed to take a little extra time with it, and they're working hard to try and get the ball back.
Oh, bounced in front, and there's the confidence of Endpoint defensively. A lot of trust there on the defensive half. Metza plays further on, forcing Stake all the way to his backboard. Itachi's got a full tank of boost and still can't get this away from Seiko. Now Astral dances around Relating Wave, and there's Metza again. You can get by 1 level of defense. 2, nearly impossible the way Endpoint's rotating right now.
Ooh, here we go. This is a great chance. Astral with the right idea. That's a dribble. I don't really like the flick afterwards, but that's just him. Astral just likes to get the ball going as fast as he can to really put the pressure on. Relating Wave goes right at Stake. The difference being he's also right next to the net, and Stake almost no chance at keeping this one out. That's brutal.
At one point in this roster's lifetime, Relating Wave might have been considered the table setter, the supporting actor. Not now.
Oh, boy.
And not ever again. Relating Wave may have just put an end to K-Corp with his 8th goal of the series.
Great challenge from Seiko. Just making sure that it doesn't get pushed up the side or back onto the blue side. Just putting a lot of car behind the ball to make sure it doesn't get away. And it takes a very favorable roll right to Relating Wave. Stake is just hoping that one goes into the net because they need something here if they want to score 3 in a minute 40.
I go back to the early stages of game 1. The few opportunities that Carmine Corp had, all going wayward. And you wonder what might have been. That light is waning fast. Stake ran out of boost. Astral's there. He's going to go way upstairs. Drop down for Itachi. Easily set a wave. And Itachi redirect here. Oh, what a catch and score!
Wow. Such command from Itachi. This is a tough ask for any player. That is a beautiful catch. And hard cut back into the ball to score it. I mean, he made that look a lot easier than that is. That was wonderful.
Metza just waiting patiently at the back, but Itachi's all over him. Here we go. Got to be a renewed vigor here from Carmine Corp. Stake dropping this off to the corner. Astral can't get to it, so he's got to play from the back wall. Looking for Itachi, instead finding Metza. Stake's got to press up. No time for defense now with 45 to go. Seiko will bring this out to the corner. Itachi, again, diving in. You have to at this point. Astral got one across, but nobody could jump after that. Down to 34 seconds. K-Corp need 2. And Seiko just launched it at the net. That's the play. And this is just wide.
They have one more in the tank with time left. That's a great clear. That'll put Seiko in an awkward position as well, but great control up the net, or up the wall, excuse me. And talk about a time waster.
Oh, yeah. This is clinical at the end out of Endpoint. There was a glimmer of hope. It has subsided. Endpoint. They were already headed to the major. Their seeding only gets better as they continue on, eliminating Carmine Corp along the way.
Wow. That is a huge turnaround from Endpoint from yesterday to today. And the only game they slipped up on was a game that they had to work hard on, did a great job, and it was possible. That's the only time. It still looked possible where K-Corp outplayed them. And at every other turning point, I mean, what was it? Relating Wave scoring 8. I think he ended up with 9 total, as he had 2 in this one, correct? So
yeah, I think that his second here was his 8th in the series.
Okay, yeah. So a wonderful
incredible
show.
Yeah, he got him out of the starting blocks. 6 out of the first 8, and then 3 more coming down the stretch as Carmine Corp meets their Endpoint here in the quarterfinals of the European Grand Prix. 1 down and just a few more to eliminate as we try to find our 5 teams. One of those teams is Team Queso. They've got a huge road ahead of them as well. An offensive shootout on the way with Dignitas and Queso when we come back.
Replaying your words there in my head. When you're not here, I'm stuck in bed. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break. I'm starting to break down. Watch all of the bullets fall.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You are watching day 2 of the European Grand Prix. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, Gibbs, Cole, and Stumpy joining on the desk now to talk about that last match that may have gone a bit quicker than most of us would have thought it there. Now, I also heard some predictions going on earlier, and I want to go over to Cole right now and find out if he thinks one of his has come true. Did you get some points in that last one there?
Yeah, I think that I did. I had 20 points on the line for Steak being the undeniable MVP of the day. If anyone has any argument of why Steak is not the undeniable MVP of the day, I'd love to hear it. No, it's brilliant. Cool, so 20 points. Thank you very much. I'll take that.
You did have your eyes closed that entire series for the sounds of things, because KC did not do a good job at all in defending against what was one of the most magnificent Endpoint performances I think we have ever seen. Relating Wave, I saw multiple tweets, people saying he is a god. He is playing on LAN, they're back at boot camp, and they are world class. KC at no point knew how to deal with Endpoint's attack, and with Seiko at the helm as well, it was just unbelievable the firepower they now possess.
And this is so good going into this regional, because we talked about Endpoint where they kind of backed into Sweden. They win regional 1, then during Swiss, just like, oh, we've clinched because other teams are failing. But then they still make it here. They're running through a bracket that they look incredibly good in. Like, Endpoint is not here because of that regional 1. They're here because of the entire fall split. They're looking fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean, in the second regional, the only reason they didn't make it is that they were reverse swept in the Swiss. And I think this is the team that seems to be struggling more in the Swiss than they do when they get to these bracket stages. As soon as they make it into that top 8, it's like a huge sigh of relief comes out from all the players, and they can play this terrifying brand of themselves that we've seen in the first regional in particular. Now we're seeing it now as well.
Well, to find out what's going on with the team, we got Eclipse, coach from Endpoint, join us on the line. Welcome, Eclipse. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much, Steve.
I want to ask you about that specifically. Obviously, we saw a fantastic debut into the season, and then it fell off. There was no bracket run for you guys in the next regional, but now you guys are back here. Is there something you find different that works for the team in the bracket part of the format here as opposed to the Swiss?
I think I don't know, to be honest. I think the bracket, I think we all love the competition of it, because it is, everything's on the line, and we all kind of like to be like that. Like, we are very competitive people, so when there's extra to it, I think we just all a bit thrive more in that. So I think that's probably what it is, to be honest.
So I'm not clear about Regional 2. Were you guys at the team house for that, or were you guys just playing online?
No, we're all playing from our own houses. So we've been
so how
at
important
boot camp
is
for
it?
2 weeks. Oh, the boot camp.
So how important is it for this? Yeah.
Oh yeah, the boot camp, massive. You know, especially with Seiko, you know, his second regional ever, and he had to play from his house. I think that change and everything really made it difficult for him to adapt to it quickly, because he was only back for about a week before we actually got to the next regional. And then obviously Meta's ping was much higher, wave, and just all of it, not having each other next to each other to like chill each other out, calm down. It does have a massive effect, and I think a lot of people, you can see it in action with us doing so badly in Regional 2 in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, it's fortunate that the players are so used to playing together, because you have qualified for Stockholm. Congratulations. Metanoris, of the 3 of them, has the most experience on LAN. Is he going to be going into the major with that role, knowing that he has the experience and he might need to talk his younger teammates through things?
I mean, he goes into every tournament with that experience. That's like his de facto role for us. Like he is normally, when I can't talk in a match, he's normally the cooler head. He's the one that always tries to level it all out, and that's just the kind of role he's taken. So going into LAN, his experience is going to be undoubtedly helpful. So.
I mean, on the player cams as well, you guys can see that Metza and the other 2, like everybody in the background, Pete, is having a great time. You're there being inspirational with all of the guys, but it's mainly what we've noticed is the laughing, the smiling, that everybody just being like, look, you just scored an amazing goal. Let's properly celebrate that. That camaraderie and that happiness, is that something that you guys have deliberately focused on to keep the atmosphere light and as pressure-free as you possibly can in these situations?
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the main things for us. I saw, obviously yesterday I said on my interview on our interview on the Endpoint TV channel, I spoke about there but we have a psychologist called Callum. He's been doing amazing work with us in that sense of just managing, and he's been giving us great like helpful tips to do in between matches and things, and that all plays towards that happiness. And like something we've always tried to do is that we accept when people score good goals against you, they score good goals against you. A lot of teams get annoyed at that, but you've just got to be like, well, that was an amazing goal. Let's move on to the next one. and that's why even when we concede, you'll probably notice that a lot of the time we are still laughing and smiling because we're like, well, you can't stop those. Let's move. And that's pretty much just how we want to play and how we want to always keep it. Because as long as you're that mellow and everything, it just really helps out a lot.
Hey, well, you guys got through this first round. Congratulations again. Thank you for joining us. And I just got to say good luck as you go through the rest of this bracket in the Grand Prix.
Thank you very much.
There's a clips from Endpoint again.
Oh, man.
Yeah, sounds like they're having a good time and they're loving this bracket right now.
Yeah, I'm so happy that those guys are just making the most of the situation they found themselves in. They come up against what is one of the hottest teams in Europe in K-Corp, and they beat them 4-1. Very decisively in the games that they won as well. Just such a good performance from them. And now, suddenly, they have found themselves second in Europe until BDS play. So it's a great place to be.
Yeah, we'll see what happens later. But as we look at points, we'll talk about K-Corp really quick. A disappointing fall split. They came into this season like after a We Play tournament win. Probably power rank like top 3 in Europe, but they will miss the Sweden major sitting down at 390 points. They cannot get any more. That is a very good sign for a team like Vitality, who's sitting in 5th right now. But we're moving on to Queso, that team all the way down there at 330 points. They need to not only beat Dignitas, they have to win the entire tournament. Not only that, they need to play BDS in the finals and beat them to make it to Sweden. So Queso, easy. Just get it done.
yeah. I mean, it's straightforward. I wouldn't throw the easy tag on.
Yes, right? Like at least you're rooting for them, but yeah, I don't know.
Sure. Well, let's talk about their matchup that's coming their way right now because they have to face off against Dignitas and Team Queso on the other side of the field. Dignitas, one of the hottest looking teams in the region right now, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down at all. Gibbs, Queso's got a big matchup ahead of them here.
So we saw this yesterday, round 2. It was me and Leafcast at Dignitas, and we said Team Queso looked so incredibly good throughout the series.
Yep.
High scoring series, like most like 5-game series, you expect a total of like 15 to 20 goals. So between these two teams, 35 goals were scored, and it wasn't blowout wins. So these games were like 5-4. It was just a shootout on both sides, incredibly competitive. But Dignitas, we saw it earlier, top 3 plays with Jorius. Jorius looked unbelievable. Best player in the world, unbelievable. We'll see if they continue that through today. But Dignitas, when we talk about them, inconsistent at times through a Swiss where they go 3-2, 3-2. Now they did a 3-1. Now it's a 3-0 here. They're getting better and better, and that's on top of a Regional 2 win. So they're looking red hot.
Well, let's get the fan vote rolling right now and see what chat thinks about these teams. Again, Gibbs said it. Queso looking good against Dignitas yesterday, but ultimately it was a loss for them. Dig came out on top. Hashtag TQ or Dig in the chat to vote for the team you think is going to win. Let's throw predictions out there. Let's get them on the board. We're going to start down on the other end there with Stumpy and roll down the line. Stumpy, throw it up on the board. Make it official.
I straight up think that Dignitas, if they play how they have been, look like one of the best teams in the world. And I think they're playing at about 80% of what they could be as well. Jack said, I think yesterday, he doesn't feel like he played to the best of his ability. Isn't that just insane that he can even say that, considering how he played? I think Dig take this. I think Dig are looking to potentially win this event. Would not shock me at all. I am just so excited. It's a good time to be a Dignitas fanboy, and that's exactly what I've been for a while.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas are in such better form right now than pretty much anyone. Team Queso, they'll put up a fight, but I can see this one being a 4-1.
Yes, and there is a race for 3 seeds still. You don't want that 3rd seed in Europe. You want number 1. That's what Dig is fighting for. I'm going Dig.
How am I not going Dig? Have you seen them recently? There's even with their backs against the wall with Queso, Dignitas still managed to come out on top. And I'm thinking chat's going the same here. 89, one of the highest polls we have ever seen. Dignitas, definitely favorites coming into this matchup. And I think it's about ready. So we're going to head over to the Skybox where Corelli and Turtle are waiting to cast that. A rematch from day 1. Queso gave Dig their hardest match of the Swiss bracket. The problem for Queso is that they ultimately lost it. We'll find out now if they can find their revenge.
Dignitas has been the final boss many times here for Team Queso. You go back to Regional 1, Queso loses a heartbreaking Game 5 to miss out on top 8. This time around, they still lost to Dignitas, but they make it back to top 8. Now's an opportunity for Queso to get some revenge.
89%. That blows my mind, Corelli, because of how close this series was in the Swiss stage. This is a rematch. They talked about it on the desk. Queso looked great. Dignitas looked great. It was a shootout. Hopefully we get the same level of high-flying action in this series, and I think it might be a lot closer than what Chad thinks.
I think so, too. Though I don't blame him going for Dignitas with the way Dignitas have been playing. The #1 team in Europe right now. And they have lived up to the name once again here in this regional so far. At least into this top 8. Both these teams, though, leading the stat boards in this Grand Prix for goals per game. And how about one right off the box for Joyo? 1-0 Team Queso.
Joyo, I mean, what is he doing right here with that 50-50? Wins the challenge and then continues moving forward. The fact that he stopped his rotation, looked like he was on his way out, but then saw that he could get a touch on the ball, win that challenge, and then find a fantastic dunk to put Team Queso in the lead right out the gates.
And that's a great way to start if you're Queso. You got to come out hot. And maybe another one for Joyo as he's trying to go through. Vatira tries to get after it. Not able to put that one away. Here's a shot from Rise. It's going to get by the last man. And 2-0 quickly for Team Queso.
And it's been these quick shots from the midfield for Team Queso. It seems like Dignitas, they can't get back on defense in time. They're not expecting these quick little shots all the way from distance. And it just slips in the defense. Dignitas, where's it at? The first minute, it's not existent.
A dream start. Maybe another one here for Joyo. What? It's open off the post.
Oh my goodness.
Turtle, we can't even say anything before they scored.
Everybody's been slapped in the face who picked Dignitas. Everybody picked them on the desk, and then all of a sudden 3 goals from Team Queso. This is unbelievable. What a start for them.
Oh my. Team Queso not messing around here against Dignitas. And they come out hot. Joyo in particular, he's been all over. Another threatening. Just robbed and a miss there from Jorius. And now the
I hope this means we get a shootout, Corelli.
I think we're in for one.
Yeah,
I definitely think we're in for one. Both these teams, #1 and 2 in goals per game, as I was trying to mention earlier before Queso put back 3.
Another one.
Maybe a 4. That one's too high. And right now, Dignitas need to get some shape. The ball being played around them. They haven't even really had an opportunity to move downfield and get control. It's been all Team Queso at the moment, and we're only a minute and a half in.
I mean, just look at the speed. You can see Rise there winning the 50-50. That's a good demo there from Jorius, but ultimately they're going to be stuck on defense because of that quick rotation. The speed just in favor of Team Queso. Another pass in the midfield. No shot is answered on the other side of it, but we've still got high-flying pressure out of Team Queso. Dignitas, their backs are against the wall in Game 1. We're just now hitting the 2-minute mark in the first game.
And Dignitas not really playing as a team as they go downfield. Here's a light shot from Scrub, easily saved away from Joyo. But up until this moment, not a lot of intention behind Dignitas to move downfield. Here's some pressure now. If they can get a piece of this off the back wall. Jorius, tough one to deal with as it was hugging it. Scrub trying to buy time. Queso want to threaten more, want to pile on as we approach halftime. But Dignitas slowly gaining a foothold in this game, spending some more and more time on this Team Queso side.
I just keep getting impressed with these mechanics here, Corelli. Team Queso, they're rotating out. They're winning every single challenge. They're beating Dignitas in the speed department, which is nearly impossible given how Dignitas have been playing lately, and they're still hitting with high-flying mechanics. It has been a joy to watch. Dignitas are finally breaking out, though. Maybe they'll lead into something, but they need to utilize each other more. More passing, some chemistry on the field. It's just been solo plays, and maybe a couple of demos there from Jack.
And they're trying to set up that midfield line. Dignitas looking to lock in Team Queso, but it's not going to happen. Rise with a great touch to beat that midfield line. Now he's going for a bump, trying to open up some space. Vatira can't make the play, and Dignitas are going to get out. Here comes apparently Jack.
Here we go.
What can he put together? He's stopped in the midfield. Jorius trying to keep it going for Dignitas, but Team Queso to thwart the attack. And when you're down 3 goals and a minute and a half left in this game, you do start to feel the pressure of the time.
Oh, yeah.
You've got to get down the field. Jorius He has opportunities to drop it, but
Look at the
Vatira reads it
speed.
perfectly.
Look at that. That is ridiculous. That win on the defensive side to get it clear all the way into the half of Dignitas. You're relieving so much pressure, and Joyo's still going here off the backboard looking for a double tap. Mechanics are there. The speed is there. Still not letting up is the defense of Team
What a
Queso.
read. Oh my, Rise. Score that one,
That's
Vatira.
it. That's it.
What a read from Rise. He pre-jumped this one, read it off the ceiling before it even hits,
goodness.
and then plays it downfield. Dignitas had no idea. There was just no shot to read that play from Rise. What a read off the ceiling. Queso up by 4.
I mean, they just know every single play that Dignitas are trying to throw at them. It's like they see it before it gets even developed here in game 1, Corelli. It's ridiculous to watch, and Queso, they're putting on a clinic. They look fantastic. Dignitas have got a lot of work to do, but that could be the first step if it went in to getting themselves on the board and back in the series.
And that was the best play we've seen from Dignitas. They've played a little bit on this Team Queso side, but that was the most threatening chance. And it came under a minute left in this game. And at this point, you really just look towards game 2 for Dignitas, who have come out extremely slow. Maybe a 5th. Joyo, it's too high. But you do look towards Dignitas and figuring out their shape downfield. At the moment, it has just been abysmal from them. And you got to give a lot of credit to Queso. Like I said earlier, at the first and second goal, but now sitting here 4-0, a dream start for them to just get their offense going, set the pace of the game, and come out and punch Dignitas in the teeth.
Yeah, and I'm obviously impressed with this entire Team Queso roster in game 1, but Joyo in specific, the first game, he was so aggressive, he was winning challenges, and what I noticed is he cuts his rotation in early a lot of the time. It's like whenever he's rotating back, he's very aware on whether or not his teammates are all the way pushed back and whether or not he needs to have an immediate turn to keep the pressure moving forward, and that's allowed a lot of Team Queso to move forward with confidence, keep that ball in the half of Dignitas, and overall just play a dominant game because they are winning in every department. Literally, the challenges as we watch the replays, it's a lot of early shots from the midfield, but then as we even developed more into that individual game, it was lights out everywhere else here for Team Queso, Corelli.
Yeah, it looked extremely strong for Queso. Now it's about keeping the consistency that we saw in game 1. Obviously, not every game's going to be a 4-0 here for Team Queso. And of course, Dignitas are going to make changes. And the biggest one is just picking up the pace of the game. I mean, it was just too slow from Dignitas here. Queso made a couple of good plays. You got to hand it to him. The offense looked good. But Dignitas surely can do a better job of getting into the swing of things here, as it was at a completely flat start for Dig.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the first game here, Corelli. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Dignitas obviously could have just been warming up, getting things ready and revved up. So we'll see how they perform here in game number 2. Queso, they've got everything on the line. We heard it on the desk as that one almost pinched in from Dignitas' own scrub killer. But Team Queso, they got everything on the line, Corelli. They need to make it to the grand finals and win this event, but it has to be against BDS.
Well, with the way they are playing right now, they're making a good case for themselves. But it's only been a single game. They've got to go through a few more. Dignitas looking threatening here. Jorius, that shot a little too sharp. Not able to beat the post. Apparently Jack trying to play through the Team Queso defense, but they're all over it. Vatira to clear it downfield. Less offensive output here from Queso, but as soon as I say it, Rise with the second touch. Joyo. Not a lot of options here going into the Dig corner, and an easy clear here for Scrub.
Okay.
You can see Queso, they're coming off the ceiling, they're coming off the walls to challenge Dig right now. Creative, not only on offense, but defensively to keep Dignitas back.
It does feel, though, like things are shifting slightly in favor of Dig. We're seeing a little bit more pressure. Maybe Dignitas getting more comfortable. The striking has not been too great. I've seen a couple of opportunities for Jorius. Maybe if he gets warmed up more, maybe another opportunity there. And that one a little bit high and still stays from Joyo. Apparently Jack looking for maybe a sidewall pinch. Doesn't find it. But look at the speed. Dignitas, they're picking it up, Corelli. We're seeing more pressure from them and a lot more opportunities. This could be the change and the shift that they've been waiting for.
There's better challenges coming out from Dignitas as well. And you love to see those clears on the Queso side if you're Dignitas, just down the field to relieve pressure. Easy for players like Jorius to pick up and reset the Dig offense. Instead, though, Rise will just dunk him in his own corner. Here's Vatira looking for the back wall. He's going to get there.
Ooh,
Here comes
double tap.
Rise now on the shot. The defense did not expect him to hit that one so cleanly. Another great pass of Vatira.
Oh my goodness.
Burner towards the net.
What?
And Dignitas still are able
here
to
they
make the
come,
save.
here they
Now
come.
Darius, the lead blocker, but a second man comes through for Team Queso.
It looks so well planned from Team Queso with the demo. You got a midfield pass coming in immediately after the demo, and then even a follow-up from the initial shot. Things are still flowing for Team Queso while they've been put on their heels a bit more in this individual game and stuck on defense. They still keep coming with a very, very strong offense. Here's Joyo to lead it. Maybe looking for something off the backboard. Vatira with the challenge, and they're stuck in that Dignitas half, which is where they want to be, Corelli.
Both these teams averaging around 10 shots per game. The offensive output is insane from both these teams so far in this regional.
Unreal. And we were asking if it was going to be a shootout. And of course it is, because we just got informed that the series yesterday that they played in the Swiss stage, Corelli, set the EU record for most combined goals scored in a best of 5. So we've got a lot of firepower, especially on offense here from both sides.
And yet we sit here tied 0-0.
Oh, yeah.
As both teams
This is how it goes.
Yeah, they've definitely stalemated each other. Now Vatira, he's trying to push through. That's 2 now for Dignitas. Everyone's inside the net on the Dignitas side. Joyo's trying to take them all on, and he'll be shut down. Vatira trying to keep it alive here for Team Queso.
Go Rise.
Rise will toss it towards net. Maybe not the best clear there from Jorius, but Joyo does not get a good touch, and a big clear now from Scrub will help Dig get down the field. Ooh. Apparently Jack will still get dunked by Vatira, who again, they just hang around the ball. This Team Queso team, they do not let Dig out.
And it looks like Dig are very low on boost. A lot of times I'll see them sitting on their own corners waiting for that boost pad. Just getting starved out. Simply put, from Team Queso, the midfield presence isn't there because they're getting demoed. But hold on a second. Here's Jorius, the 1v1 player, almost makes something work. But again, it's turned around instantly from Team Queso. It's one opportunity denied from Dignitas, and Dig can't keep that ball in the half of Team Queso.
7 shots to 5 in favor of Team Queso, who have done a great job to put on the pressure. Dignitas, though, have looked better. They've kept their shape on defense. Now in the final 10 seconds, looking to hold off Team Queso maybe one more time.
No way.
That
Off
one
the
coming
backboard?
Off the back wall.
What?
Might
He
still
read
get
it.
The
How
shot
did he read
is
it?
off the post.
What?
It's still bouncing on the goal line, and no one's there to follow it up.
That was absurd. Rise jumped for that shot before it got deflected from Team Dignitas and recovered mid-air to find the shot, saved off the post. Dignitas, they escaped with murder, and somehow we find ourselves in OT.
I mean, Rise has had insane reads
That was
today.
unreal.
He's done it defensively, that time offensively, and I really can't blame anyone for not getting that read because no one expected a shot of that caliber coming out.
And
Dangerous
especially
here.
that fast. I mean, you get a deflection, Corelli, and you don't expect somebody to be up for the shot immediately, pre-jumping. It's ridiculous.
Insane work from Rise, but it's still not enough to break the Dignitas defense. They're going to need more than that. Vatira, well, he can't play it out of the corner. Dignitas trying to lock him down, and a good bump from Joyo. Now the demo from Scrub. It was just the last man of Vatira for the clear. That pass, no one's there from Dignitas, and I don't know if they're not on the same page or mistouch is coming out. That's a couple times now where Dignitas have wanted to pass, and no one there except for Team Queso to pick it up.
Oh, but that's a good demo from Abjack, but the pass was missed. It came through from Jorius, and the 1v1, hold on a second, from Rise. Almost turned into something pretty clean there. But again, that pass came out from Dignitas. Nobody in the midfield, or I believe Abjack was there, but didn't anticipate that bounce. A very big opportunity wasted from Dig, and we're still stuck in OT.
Oh, Vatira does get over the first man. He wants to take to the sky every single time. Rise on the shot. Will be turned away. Now it's Dig's turn. Can they put something together on offense?
It's a good pass.
Rise. That shot's going to go wide. Joyo waiting to see what Dignitas gives him, and they're not going to give it to him. Now apparently Jack with some space to work with. Options to his right. Jorius was there. Apparently Jack again picking it up. Dangerous ball coming off the backboard, but easily read by Rise. You thought for a second that offense was going to come out from Dignitas, but shut down by Queso again.
Well, it was great defensive play there from Vatira playing man coverage. And then hold on a second. Here he is again.
Joyo!
Off the backboard. Joyo with the follow-up. This was delightful. Everybody getting involved. Everybody finding a touch, Corelli.
Oh my.
And Dig, they can't hold on like they did just before we got into overtime.
And I think apparently Jack, he might have wanted to push that one past the post, and instead it centered towards Joyo. Great placement there. Queso up 2-0 here in this series. Unprecedented in a timeout called by Dignitas.
The immediate timeout from Dig. Let's see how they recover here, because they've got a lot of work to do. It looked better in game 2. Don't get me wrong here, Corelli. They were having a couple of chances, some opportunities on offense, putting it off the backboard. The midfield passes were connecting pretty rarely, I would say, though. I mean, apparently Jack was always in position, ready for a pass to come out. Couldn't find the touch. So the ideas are there, but they can't get the execution. It's a frustrating game and series for Dig.
Well, and I didn't want to say it after game 1 because it was only one game, but now with game 2, the way it's gone, sure, the scoreline has gotten closer, but you really didn't feel like Dignitas was that threatening. They mentioned it on the desk. Gibbs said it, I think, where people had questions about Dignitas even after their top 4 finish in the first regional, when they didn't really look all that consistent, even when they beat Semper and then they got crushed by BDS later on. It didn't really feel like Dignitas was that great. They were performing at a high level, but then in the second regional, they came around and looked really good. Now we're in the third one, and we see how they performed in the Swiss stage. They looked decent. They looked actually quite good, not decent. They looked very good. Offensive output was there.
Just the best stats, whatever.
Yeah, just the best stats. But they come into today, it doesn't really look as strong as it was yesterday. So what is happening to Dignitas? Why is Queso coming out so strong against them?
I mean, it could be the fact that they're just not expecting this level of high performance from Team Queso. While it was a close series yesterday, maybe Dignitas looking a bit overconfident. They seem a bit sluggish too, and slightly off with their positioning. There's a lot of different factors. They're close. Don't get me wrong, Corey. They're close to getting things flowing and to connecting here on the offensive side. And we have seen some good defensive stances here from Dignitas. Like that save right there to keep out the OT and to also react to that shot from Rise was truly something else. But we need more. We need to see that transition from offense. They got to make a great play on defense, which we did see from Dig. But then it's what do you do on offense? How do you recover and then move forward against a Team Queso that seems to be firing on all cylinders?
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier in that game as well, in the previous game. It just felt like they weren't on the same page. They played great defense. They were able to stop Team Queso a lot more. But when they went downfield, it felt like it was everyone for themselves. No one able to really combine with each other. They did it once or twice when they had the space, and that's credit to Queso. I mean, they've done a great job to play at a pace that's tough for Dignitas, I think, to replicate and put their offense against Queso.
Yeah. I have seen a couple of demos from apparently Jack, who got 15 demos in their previous series, which is absurd. So maybe the aggression has helped him and will continue to help him if he keeps looking for those demos. We'll see what happens here after the timeout. What have Dignitas done to recover? What are they trying to implement and what are they trying to change? We'll find out.
Well, here's Queso and Rise, who has just been insane with the reads, and Vatira with a dangerous shot. Dignitas couldn't get a touch on that one early enough. They're happy to see it go high. Joyo, well, he couldn't do anything with it. Dignitas now trying to set up in the midfield, but no one there again on the touch from Jorius. Scrub looking for apparently Jack, and he doesn't get the touch towards net. Vatira also missed. Jorius' shot goes wide. Team Queso still playing at the same level as they were before, looking for their first goal.
Yeah.
And it won't come here, as apparently Jack will pick it up.
They're taking a lot of boost Rise, getting and stealing boost on the way out. And it's interesting because the boost didn't seem to be that big of an issue for Dignitas, because they were still not stealing as much as Team Queso in yesterday's matchup. But here, they are struggling to find boost, struggling to get back into position. They're waiting on full boost pads in their own half, I found a lot of the time, and that's going to ruin and waste a lot of valuable seconds to get back in rotation and stay firing on offense. Almost an opportunity there missed from Dig.
A little panic coming out from Team Queso as well. They've been rock solid on defense. But that was a free clear for the last man. They do get it out in the end. Dignitas trying to set
good
something
demo.
up. Here comes Scrub. A demo. Scrub wants it towards net. Vatira will shut it down. Apparently Jack the shot on target. Joyo there to make sure it's seen away. And if the last game was any indication,
demo.
this one might be a close one. But hold on, Rise! He went over the last man, but just a little bit too high off the
Oh
crossbar.
my goodness.
The individual plays from Queso have been something special here against the Dignitas defense.
And it would have been a real big slap in the face to Dig after the aggression that Team Queso were forced to deal with. I mean, they got demoed, and then Rise also got bumped, and then the follow-up, and Joyo is there to clean it up. So many moving factors here for Team Queso, and it's all working brilliantly.
And look how many times Queso puts it over the net, just freezing the last two men on the line in the Dignitas goal, and sets up opportunities for their third man to come through and put it away in Joyo. That's a great play from Queso, just to keep Dignitas down. And Queso up now, maybe two.
Oh, another one.
Puts it home off the pass from Joyo. Double up for Queso.
And I just keep getting impressed with the team plays. It's 150-50 from Vatira, and then a pass into the midfield for Rise from Joyo. All three players had such an important role in making that goal possible, and they all hit their marks, finding the touch, finding the 50-50, and eventually getting the shot.
The kickoffs have been phenomenal from Team Queso, even with some of the goals not being technical kickoff goals. Off the kickoff, Queso have been high pressure from the start. Dignitas have been very slow to get set after a kickoff.
But it's so weird, though, Corelli, for me, because it feels like Dignitas have much better pressure in this game, and yet they're left scoreless. They've gotten several demos. The physical plays have been there. They put Queso in uncomfortable situations. We've even seen, like you mentioned earlier, some panicked moments out of Team Queso, but there's still nothing for Dignitas that has developed.
Maybe a chance here. Jorius tries to put it
There it
away.
is.
He will find it. Dignitas get on the board.
This could be exactly what they needed to get things flowing. A 50-50 off the backboard, sent out to Jorius with a clean shot. Jorius initially from that corner hasn't been hitting his marker, been too accurate, but finally he breaks that curse, and Dignitas there within one.
They cut the lead in half, but they're going to need more. And right now, Queso, they have played at an inspired level so far here in this series. Coming up on a minute
this has
left.
to be a must-win for Dignitas. I mean, nobody wants to look at a reverse sweep in a best-of-7. Such an important game individually for Dig.
Considering this is their first goal all series, certainly is one that has bared some fruit for them. It's apparently Jack. He wants this one towards net. Tried to get the bump on Joyo. Scrub was there. Apparently Jack played off his own sidewall. Gets some help from Jorius. Queso looking to hold strong for the next 40 seconds. Dignitas looking threatening, but another good clear from Joyo. And their eyes will read this pass out from Scrub. It's a weak touch again from Dignitas that Team Queso have jumped on every single time.
And that was such an important opportunity for Dig because they got a demo. They were ready to make an attack or at least put an opportunity on net. But then the pass got intercepted. Too predictable from Dig. They got to change it. 16 seconds left. Still looking for one goal. They need to make a change, and they need to make it fast.
This could be it. Less than 10 seconds. That one
no
gets
way.
by Vatira. Here
Follow
comes
up.
apparently
What?
Jack. It's wide open, and a huge blunder from Team Queso. Let's dig back in.
What on earth happened from Team Queso? It looked like Vatira went up for that ball, didn't find a touch, and from Joyo's perspective, he expected that touch to come out from his teammate, went on the backboard, and then was just left in no man's land, Corelli.
No boost there for Vatira.
Oh, that hurts.
And overtime looming here as it will drop down. Queso let this one slip away. See if they can hold on.
If we see a comeback from Dig, I mean, we're gonna think back to that exact moment, Corelli. That was huge.
Well, and it could change the tides here in this game, or in this series rather. Certainly in this game. For Dig, who I think have been kind of down on themselves here in this series, an overtime win like this, where they've come back into this game, where they finally found the back of the net, is exactly what they would need. Queso trying to prevent that, though. A big clear downfield. Joyous. Straight back into the hands of Queso. I've done well here in the corner to win a couple challenges. Still Dig looking to fish it out. Apparently Jack can't get the cut back across. Vatira has some space down the line with Joyo. Pass off the ceiling. No one there to follow it up. They all backed off. You can see the intention
Sidewall.
from Team Queso.
Oh,
right now.
no
Great
way.
Fake. A little dummy from Vatira, and it almost caught the defense out.
Oh, I love that play so much. You can see it was well executed. The communication, spotless for Team Queso. Vatira going up for the fake off the sidewall to let it flow into the midfield. We're getting creativity from Team Queso. Can't say too much from Dignitas, but they have been clutch.
Uh-oh. Ooh. Apparently Jack just barely dodged the demo. That one would have been open. Here's Vatira. That one a little bit wide. 12 shots now for Team Queso. 9 for Dignitas. A minute 45 into this overtime in a crucial, crucial game for Dig. Vatira, that's a great challenge and maybe an opportunity now for Queso. This one coming out towards the box. A big clear from Dignitas. Almost beats the last man back. And what an out here from Joyo to immediately turn it back around.
Yeah.
Dig will have to reset. Apparently Jack, well, he's throwing a couple twists in there and he made the defense think. In the end, it's Team Queso to throw it downfield.
It looks like Abjack's trying to give him a taste of their own medicine. Some creativity. Vatira is forced to get back on defense. Goes for the early challenge, and it was a very fortunate bounce for him. If that went out into the midfield, it might have been over here in this overtime. For Dignitas, who are looking, waiting, very patient in the midfield. Maybe a mistake will come out. There's a demo and a bump play from Joyo, but doesn't lead to anything, and they're still back on their own half.
Dangerous ball here on the Queso side. Rise does get the touch. Joyo to flick it on. That one's going to be wide, but it's a good out for Team Queso, who have been feeling a little bit more and more of the pressure here from Dignitas. Oh my. Unfortunate touch here for Dig. Vatira threatening. 3 minutes of overtime upon us. Tied up. Knotted at 2.
Scrub. Wait, Joris? Oh my goodness, I saw him jump early on. If that shot was anywhere near the target, could have been over. Anxious play there from Dignitas, but they stay alive, and they're looking to build something on offense.
That's a good demo from Joris, but Rise is going the other way with the ball, and he gets the dunk. Opportunity for Joyo. The net's open, and he put it wide.
Oh.
Joris there to clear it away. It was a tough angle for Joyo, but one he could certainly hit. And we keep going. Over 3.5 in overtime. Here comes Joyo again. Trying to make amends. Oh, he flips it by Abjack. Another touch from Scrub. We'll clear it for now.
And the demo.
Rise dove at it. He got the demo. Now Vatira. He's got Rise on the far side. Apparently Jack reads it nicely, and Joris to clear it downfield. Is this one in for Dig?
What?
It's going to drop. It's wide open, and 4 minutes on the dot. Dig are back in it.
And I think this might be one of the first times we've seen somebody on Dignitas outspeed and outpace that third man from Team Queso. A huge, monstrous clear from their own half. And that one floats in on a game that Dignitas stole from Team Queso.
Wow. And that one is going to change this series.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure of it.
That's huge.
With the way that Dignitas have gotten back into this, with the way that Queso has let this one get away, you feel like all that momentum that Queso has been riding has completely been eliminated.
Oh, man.
We'll see how they come out in the next game, but that one hurts if you're on the Queso side.
I mean, Dig, now they have a safety net still of that extra game. You think if Queso win this matchup, or win this individual game, excuse me, then Dignitas, they're forced, obviously, to go for the reverse sweep. They have no leg room. And with that win, with that comeback off of the 0-second goal, Dignitas, they've got an extra life, they've got confidence, and now they have momentum going into this series. Team Queso, I would be scared if I were you, because things are just now starting to heat up for Dig.
Yeah, I think it's still not a great game from Dignitas. I'm not going to lie to you. It's still not the best work from Dig, but they do come out with the win, and that's what's important at the end of the day. And now they've really stopped that momentum, as we've mentioned, from Queso. We'll see how they come out.
I mean, regardless of how solid of a game it's been, Corelli,
Oh, it's
Team
open.
Queso, they're not clutch in those dire moments. Meanwhile, Abjack, he's got a free shot.
And that's a great demo on the last man. Jorius taking out Rise. And it was something, it popped in my head. I didn't mention it last game, but we haven't seen too many physical plays come out. The bumping, the demo, it's been here and there. It happens. But that man pushing downfield and taking out the last man in that way, like Jorius did to Rise, is a great way to open up the net. And Dignitas have done that in previous series and in previous regionals. That's how they've opened up the net many, many times.
Well, for me, Corelli, it feels like we have seen a lot of physical plays from Dignitas, but they haven't been well timed. You know, like if we do see a rare demo here and there from Abjack, which you're correct, it has not been nearly as much as the previous series. But when we do see it, it's like the timing is a bit off. They go for that third man, they take him out, but by the time that demo lands, you've got Team Queso already down the other side of the field, ready to mount a counterattack. And Abjack, what a steal there, and a 50-50 win in the midfield dig. They've got some life and they've got some energy back into this game.
And Rise, what a read on his touch from apparently Jack, and you're rewarded with a wide open net. Dig now cooking here against Team Queso.
That one, man, that was such a bold challenge there from Abjack, who now has both goals. Feeling good, feeling confident. He's up for that one early, doesn't find it. The reads connecting for Dignitas. Just a minute into this game, 2-0 lead for Dig. Seems like they figured out what they were missing, and now they're ready to play.
Both teams, just going back to Demolition, both teams averaging around 5 per game. We certainly haven't gotten that.
Oh,
Tira.
absolutely not.
This shot will go and be turned away by Scrub. Another opportunity here for Queso, now in an unfamiliar position, at least in this series. That's a great pass down to Rise, and apparently Jack read it. Nobody came up with the ball.
Maybe something glorious.
Queso having to come back into this. And right now, they've only fielded one shot through about 2 minutes now. Dignitas getting a hold of the midfield and doing a better job of denying Queso when they want to move downfield. Maybe not here as Joyo does throw it into the Dignitas corner, but a good clear from Jorius will get him out.
Good movement there from Rise. The back pass to keep possession, move forward. Nice 50-50 in the midfield. Joyo, what's he got? Going for something maybe off the backboard. The read doesn't connect from Scrub Killer, but it doesn't matter because his teammates are in the right position to keep this ball out and defend off any attacks from Team Queso.
Dig looking for something on the Queso side. The first 2 games weren't great. Third one wasn't that great either, but they came out with the win. In this game, they looked a lot better, a lot more composed. Apparently, Jack wants to get by Vatira, and Vatira patiently waits on that back wall for him, and a big clear now for Rise. We see this more and more from Queso as well, just tossing it downfield.
Yeah.
Here's an opportunity. They are always the first man down the field, though, to pick it up. They somehow make it work with the boom ball. Here's Joris with the flip reset and the dunk. Dig up by 3.
Oh, this is just adding insult to injury at this point, Corelli. You beat one opponent in the midfield, get the flip reset, and then why not throw the dunk on top of that? Jorius, the 3rd goal, and it was a pretty one.
And I think what's beautiful about that play is he only had 10 boosts, but he fluttered it. He made that 10 boost go a lot longer than just 10 boosts. And a great way to stay behind that ball and use that flip reset over the last man. And a good dunk as well. 3-0 for Dignitas.
A demo from Scrub.
Trying to make it 4 off the crossbar. Apparently Jack, he's going to get a quadruple tap off the back wall.
Well, just look at that timing there, Corelli, of that demo from Scrub Killer. We were talking about the physical gameplay. I was discussing the timing of it, and that one was a prime example of the best timing you could ask for. Scrub Killer, he gets a demo when his team is moving forward, and then he turns on the ball to get an instant shot. Dignitas, they figured out the timing. They know exactly how to execute these demo plays. The mechanics are stepping up for every single player, I'd say, especially Abjack and Jorius here. And they look great, but maybe not too great. It's saved from the defensive line.
Pass.
And there's still passes coming through, and Joyo, the best first touch you could ask for, finally finds his mark.
And they knew Dignitas was in a bad spot here. All 3 of them on the line. Apparently Jackie has to dive. Joyo could just instantly rip that shot near post. So with the dive from apparently Jack, Joyo knew he could just cut it back.
Okay.
Queso.
Time.
Opportunity here. 1 minute and 10 seconds left, but they've got to work quickly. Here's a dangerous one. Joris doesn't have the read. Vatira's there. Apparently Jack will bail him out.
Curly, do you believe in the Team Queso? A minute left. Do you believe they have what it takes right here?
Oh, they certainly have what it takes. It just,
Here we go.
is it going to come out? That's the question. And I don't know. Joria is a huge dunk again. Oh, he can't put it away. And now Vatira,
Oh, wait, hold on.
he's got full boost. It's just apparently Jack. Vatira wants that dunk get through, and it will go through. Rise will push it home, and Queso within 1.
And this is the safest play you could go for. You're in a 1v1, Corelli. Instead of relying on mechanics or anything fancy or flashy, just hit him with the 50-50. Let that ball drop in front of you, squeeze it in, muscle it past the goal line, and get yourselves within 1. Team Queso, they could do it, but not unless they let Jorius do that. Okay, a big clear. Saves themselves a couple of seconds and definitely a goal there from Jorius.
30 seconds left. Queso inspired once again here in game 4. Apparently Jack trying to put this one away. It's not going to happen. Here comes Rise. He's had good reads today. Another good dunk off the ceiling. Joyo's there. And apparently Jack will just tap it away to his own corner. 10 seconds left. The last chance here for Queso if they want to make the comeback. And Dig not
Big
letting
win.
them out. Jorius, well, he won't get
Still
the
up,
touch.
still up.
Joyo, he's going to try and stay under, and he can't. And Dignitas able to tie up the series.
And this is ridiculous. Think about where we are and where we've come from in this series. We started out with a huge momentum win for Team Queso, 2-0. They were about to win the 3rd game in the series. That buzzer beater, that 0-second goal from Dignitas changed everything. And just like that, we've got a tied up series.
We've seen it so many times in Rocket League, Turtle, how a team can come out so hot like Team Queso has, and then something knocks them off the horse.
Right.
For this series, it was Dignitas coming back in that game where they were down by 2 goals, where they get into an overtime, where they win the overtime, and now Queso, who did fairly turn it around here in game 4, but just not enough time left on the clock for them to get it. They are not the same team as we saw in the first 2 games. I think that is indisputable at this point.
Well, they're not finding the reads in the midfield, and you have to give a lot of that credit to Dignitas for being much more unpredictable. They're moving the ball down the field with better mechanics. The passes aren't as easily readable, and because of that, it's thrown the Team Queso game plan way out of the window. And there's the Appjack, the first goal, 6 seconds in, and this man is already scoring.
Dignitas is rolling, and Scrub, oh my, great touch off the back wall, and Rise and Joyo just nowhere near it. Never were going to make a save on it.
Oh, man. You shouldn't have let it happen, Corelli. You shouldn't have let Dignitas get any momentum.
Don't blame this on me.
Corelli, this is your fault. I have to blame you. Sorry, man.
This is the fault of Dignitas, who have played so well to stay into this game. It wasn't pretty in the beginning, but now they're making it work. And that kind of has been the MO of Dignitas. It hasn't been pretty all season, but they've looked good at times, and it's been enough to win a regional. It's been enough here to get to a top 8, and so far it's enough to come back in this series.
Yeah. And to make it to the major as well. I believe Gregan was the one, as that one bounces off the side post and out. A painful miss from Team Queso. Because I was just going to mention, Gregan, I believe, discussed the fact that Dignitas, they're relaxed. They don't have too much to play for. Obviously, seeding is incredibly important going into the major, but they've already clinched. They can be relaxed and, you know, be a bit more fluid. Meanwhile, Team Queso, everything is on the line for them. With Sweden, they want to have the best chance possible moving forward. You've got to take this series win. So much pressure here to handle.
And of course, the series tied up, and for Queso, they have played well in just about every game. Even some of the games that they've lost, they've still played quite well. Dignitas have just played to a different level now, and that's a good bump. Oh, apparently Jack will punch him out of the way. Oh my.
I gotta watch this again. It looked like, I don't know if he used his flip or if Vatira was the one who flipped out. Vatira, he flipped out and then found Jack, who was in the exact spot he needed to be. He put himself in between the ball and the player. That path was found. And that is annoying, Corelli. You're raging after that play.
That was such a smart touch, or block or whatever from apparently Jack just to chase the last man up into the air. Brilliant stuff.
Oh,
And a 2-0 lead, a well-deserved 2-0 lead now for Dignitas, who have really sunk their teeth into this series now.
Oh, yeah. And for that play on that demo, I mean, Abjack, he had that ball pop up, and it was behind him. And yet he still knew the path that Vatira was going to take to get to the ball. Just such a smart and valuable play there for Dignitas as they get the second goal. Security for them as they look clean 2 minutes in.
What do Queso have for us? All eyes are on them now. Dignitas have figured out their side. They've looked better and better as the series has gone on. Queso have stagnated or look worse. Here's one off the backboard. Vatira waiting for it. And just a lob again off the backboard as Scrub will turn it away. Here's the pass out to Joyo. The shot's on target. Here comes Queso as they cut the lead in half.
And they've been doing this all series long, putting an onslaught of shots back into the midfield. You missed the first one, put it back in, and somebody's going to clean it up. There it is. It's Joyo to put it away within one for Team Queso. We're talking an awful lot about Dignitas, but here comes Queso to shut us up.
Half a game to play still. Queso, still work to be had here. As Scrub, he went up after Joyo there. Did not give him the time of day. Here's Rise. Just looking for space out on the Dignitas side. Now Vatira gets a good touch. Can he go towards net? Apparently Jack there to deny. Rise again on the pickup. Lobs it towards Dignitas. They mishandle it. Now Vatira will take the shot straight on. And he'll tie it up. A defensive blunder for Dignitas.
And this wasn't even that much of a high-pressure situation. Rise put that one off the backboard with no boost. It was a simple play there for Diggs. But the miscommunication, a huge gap, an error in the defensive side. And like you said, Corelli, a banger of a shot to punish him.
That wasn't the hardest shot in the world, but boy, did it have to be placed correctly.
Yeah.
And he just found a little gap between the defenders on that near post.
At this point, it looks like Team Queso can just wait for those mistakes because they're coming out from Dig. And there's another one.
They are. Yeah, Dignitas, they've been doing that. Little defensive miscues. Now the pass over to Vatira. He wants it off the ceiling. Oh, he almost got it. As Scrub denies his shot. Tied up. Queso have come back into this one. But here comes apparently Jack as Vatira gets up high to deny his second touch. Coming up on a minute left. Queso wants to threaten again. Here's Rise. Denied by apparently Jack. Now Vatira looking for that backboard. It's been weak for Dignitas, but this time Joris with a great clear downfield will deny.
This is getting scary now. Dig, they just keep going for big, huge boomer clears to the other side.
Oh, no one's there.
It wasn't working out at first, but I guess when nobody's in position, it doesn't matter what you got to do. You got a free shot.
Oh, and Vatira, I think, had full faith that his team was going to push that one downfield. He crept up a little bit too far, and when he turned around, it was too late. And it was wide open. A great challenge there from Dignitas.
Oh, man.
And the go-ahead goal.
The final minute for Queso, they struggle to not only find clutch plays. I mean, it seemed like they were coming back earlier in the previous game, but then couldn't find the connection to tie things up. You think back to the buzzer beater goal, then now here with that final minute, a big blunder on the defense and put into the midfield. Maybe the follow-up from Joyo. It's missed. Another opportunity from Queso gone.
And they're going to need one here in the final 30. Demo on Vatira. Apparently Jack still threatening. This one going to be cleared away by Team Queso. 20 seconds left now. Dignitas looking to hold on to this late go-ahead goal, this late lead. Rise throws it downfield, and Jorius will come out of the gauntlet there on the back wall, fighting the man downfield. Rise and Queso. That one pitches towards net, but not enough. That one still up. Can Vatira get back to it?
Here we go.
He wants Rise. Rise can't get to it, and that one will die. Dignitas will put Queso on match point.
And at this point, Corelli, it felt like Team Queso were just battling against themselves. They got a couple of fortunate mistakes and forced them out of Dignitas. Then Team Queso, they needed to stay solid on defense to clutch it up in the final minute, and they just couldn't hold on. And we do, in fact, get a timeout from Team Queso. We'll see what they have to change and implement And it's not too much that you need to change, Corley, because Team Queso, they have a lot of great moments. It's very up and down for them here as we move on into the next game.
Yeah. Well, I think it's been up and down for both teams, honestly.
Yeah,
It's been Dignitas, it was down, it's been up, and it's been fine for now. Queso is up, and now it's been down. I feel like for Queso, the offense is still there. We talked about a little bit. They're able to take advantage of some of the miscues from Dignitas. They get a little bunched up on the back wall or on their goal line, and Queso have really been able to use that backboard to their advantage.
Yeah.
But what's happening, I think, downfield, Dignitas have done a great job of the solo plays in threatening Queso and taking advantage of just like the little mistakes from the rotation on Queso. Obviously, they got a goal from a good demolition as well. The miscue from Vatira earlier, just kind of assuming his team was going to win that challenge and pushing out too far.
Yeah.
Dignitas have been able to take advantage of those, but I don't know how many of those mistakes are forced from Dignitas, right? And I think that's where Queso have to kind of clean it up, because I don't think Dignitas are forcing them to make those mistakes.
I mean, just think back to that previous game. If they were able to hold it down a bit more on defense, I think we would have walked away with the Team Queso win. But unfortunately, for those of you who are fans of Team Queso, you know, they're not looking the best in the rotations. We can say the same here for Dignitas, but Dig, they can still make those solo plays afterwards and make up for the mistakes. And I think apparently Jack is having a fantastic game here, going for the demos. He got involved more physically at the forefront of their offense, and since then, it has been lights out for their offense. Their defense, you can't say the same. It has been a bit awkward here and there, but at the end of the day, they're the ones getting the wins, which is all that matters.
For Dignitas, this has been a neck-breaking series when they come out and they've had whiplash getting back into it. But they've done a good job, and that's credit and a sign of a really good team from Dignitas. Being able to get back into the series like this against a team that you've beaten and I think are quite comfortable against Queso. I mean, there's been some game 5s, but they've been able to beat them every single time. To go down 2 games and then to battle back in the way that they have is really some fortitude from this Dignitas side.
For sure. And again, they're playing with nothing to lose at this point. They've already made the major. They're just here to play their game, to see what they can do. Obviously, for seeding that is on the line. Meanwhile, Queso, tournament life on the line, of course, but also Sweden major contention on the line. We'll see how that pressure unfolds here against them, and especially after the timeout. What do they have in store for us?
And maybe the timeout is what they needed. Maybe they just needed to take a second to take a deep breath, realize what they've come from here in this series, and what that peak play, that peak Team Queso play is, and trying to find that once again. Like I said, I think the offense is still there for them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, one thing that I've loved about Team Queso is the fact that they can continue putting on so many shots within a matter of seconds, Curly. They keep flowing that ball into the midfield, and in a matter of, 10 seconds, they can put 3 or 4 shots on your backboard and on your net. So if you're not in perfect spots for Dig, they're going to punish you.
Yeah, and if you don't have boost either, Queso really take advantage of that, keeping that ball high. Dignitas wanting to threaten first. Apparently Jack with full boost looking for 2. Joyo doesn't get the touch. Apparently Jack does. But still turned away. Scrub, a great clear off his own backboard. Joyo, no boost to work with, will give it up. Rise. They're just going back and forth in this corner. Something that they've done all series long.
Oh, yeah.
Scrub killer with no boost. Joyo, he's still jumping. He thought Scrub might have had boost.
Dorius. Ooh, maybe off the ceiling. Didn't have his flip, but he got the follow-up. Looked deadly. And some good creativity out of Dignitas. Nice interception there from Rise, but it's straight back into the hands of Dig.
Great passing play over to apparently Jack. Turned away by Joyo. No boost to work with. Dig. They've done a better job finding each other downfield in this game. That offense certainly working right now. Joyo having to stretch out, and a good help from him. Now Rise is downfield.
Here we go.
Can pick it up. He'll just put it on target. Nobody's home. The overcommit from Dignitas, and Team Queso on the board first.
And I don't believe we saw a demo. It was quite literally everybody moving forward. There wasn't any big play physically from Team Queso. It was Dignitas getting a bit too greedy and looking for that extra follow-up.
Scrub got bumped coming back, but I don't think he would have been able to get back anyways. I don't think the bump actually mattered. They
Well, that was
certainly
such a
pushed them
big
too
win
far.
there on their own
Yeah.
half from Team Queso. They just it was a monstrosity of a challenge. They literally destroyed whoever it was on Dignitas. But then
Darius.
all of a sudden the defense starts crumbling. Abjack can't get the angle, and they barely escape.
It was opened up by a bump there on the Dignitas side. The defense was set up from Queso, but they were pushed out of the way. Queso. You certainly don't want to be playing defense this entire time. You're going up against one of the best offenses, if not the best offense right now in Europe. Here's Vatira.
Backboard.
Joyo. Playing a little bit of offense now for Team Queso, and a clear will come out from Dig, but it's straight into the hands of Vatira. Scrub, no boost to work with, just getting as many touches on anything that can move in the corner there. And everyone gets out from Team Queso. Some physical play coming out to prevent the offense there from Queso on the Dig side. Uh-oh, that's not a good touch. This one coming out to Scrub off the crossbar. Scrub still trying to force it. Vatira somehow able to come out on top with it.
I don't think Rise had that red off the crossbar down, but I guess he got enough on the ball to at least slow the shot down and let Vatira recover. Team Queso, they're still alive here with the lead. But it looks terrifying because Dig keep ramping up this offense. That's a good interception, though, and that's going to waste some time off the clock.
That was dangerous. That was a much-needed demo there. Joyo had the backboard clean, and no one was in net, and he had the boost to chase after that ball. Joyo gets past 2. Here comes apparently Jack. What can he do with it? Looking for the pinch, but it's not on target.
Oh. And it doesn't look bad here from Team Queso, Corelli. They have solid opportunities on offense. They just need to hold on, in this final minute, which they haven't looked the best in. This is where things get tested for Team Queso.
8 saves so far for Queso with the 2 shots that they've been able to put up. But they're 1 for 2, and that's a pretty good percentage. Dignitas, though, threatening. Joyo needs to get this touch. Still apparently Jack looking for teammates inside the box. Here comes Scrub Killer.
But here's there.
Now Jorius, he'll get
what a demo!
A brilliant demo coming out from Vatira now. 30 seconds left here in Game 6. Queso trying to force a Game 7. Joyo is able to push it down the line and some more. Has some options. We'll go for net. Scrub on the big clear. Maybe Dignitas has one more opportunity. Joris
Final
with the
chance.
reset towards the net. Rise will clear it away. It's wide open, but Joyo comes through, and apparently Jack isn't facing the right way. 10 seconds left. Team Queso holding on here in Game 6.
Into the midfield. Just waste as much time as you can. A good win there from Vatira. Just get this ball to the ground, and we'll go into Game 7. But Dignitas, they want to end it right here.
Apparently Jack trying to keep it up, and it won't happen. Team Queso coming out of the timeout. We'll get a 1-0 victory against Dignitas, and we're going to Game 7.
We're going the distance, Corelli. Team Queso, they clutched it up in the final minute. We've been waiting for that. No buzzer beater, no 0-second goal. There were some opportunities given to Dignitas, but they still held on. And I think a big difference here is the accuracy from Team Queso. 1 goal, shooting on 3 shots. Coming into this game, I believe it was 52 shots out of Team Queso to Dignitas' 35. So you can tell Dignitas, they're much more accurate, but Team Queso fixed that up in this game.
Insane series so far, Turtle, and approaching this Game 7.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have picked Game 7. Just not even seeing the series, I don't think I would have picked Game 7. Obviously, chat, you guys at home weren't picking a Game 7 either, with 89% of you in favor of Dignitas. But I just want to say, you got to really hand it to Queso here. They have played so well today. They have looked a different level than what they've had even before. And I think some people had believed and had talked about Queso in a couple of the regionals before this, where they had some tough schedules. They couldn't break through. They lost to Dignitas in Game 5 to miss out on top 8. Now they're really showing what they're capable of, and Queso's here to play here in Europe.
Yeah, they just need that clutch factor, especially in the final minute. And we did see more demos out of Queso, which I think is a big reaction and response that we saw from the timeout from Team Queso to see what they needed to change. They were dealing with Abjack, who was just constantly harassing them in their own half. So the best way, in my opinion, always, whenever you're dealing with a lot of physical plays, is to fight fire with fire. They did exactly that. We saw that crucial demo play from, I believe it was Vatira, on the striker. and that's what kept them alive. Team Queso, they're fighting for so much, and they've just got one more game to go.
And we knew that this game was going to, well, we said this game was going to be a shootout. I'm not sure if we've exactly gotten that, but it has been a battle nonetheless on both sides. And you have seen the offense, at least in the shooting department, coming out. You mentioned that earlier. But they're still living up to that name of being huge, high-powered offenses, of putting on chances to the opposition. They're not maybe scoring them as high as a percentage as maybe they did previously coming into this top 8 reach, or to the quarterfinals here. But at the end of the day, you can see Dignitas have really turned around that offense since game 3. Queso, honestly, I think they've been quite consistent throughout this series, where the offense is still there. I think the defense has just picked up from Dignitas and has been able to turn away Queso more often than not.
Well, Team Queso, they just had to adapt a lot more than Dignitas, because initially it was just Dignitas playing against themselves. They couldn't find their own play style. The timing wasn't there with the demo plays. Overall mechanics, we weren't seeing too much, but then things started to amp up. We see Appjack in this replay package getting a demo, being physical, the mechanics connecting. But Team Queso, like you mentioned correctly, they were consistent. We have seen them go for those midfield passes and those shot after shot plays where they just keep putting the ball into the midfield, taking a shot at net, waiting for a mistake. That has stayed the same. All they needed to improve on was that clutch factor with that final minute, not panicking. They've done that, and they've made themselves and really got themselves into game 7.
Now, here's a fun stat for you. Rise has played 145 games in RLCS, 15 games from Joyo, 0 games coming into RLCS this season. Queso is getting better and better. 160 games between all of them. And they have gotten so good between 3 regionals here in Europe.
And that just explains the clutch factor that we were talking about, Corelli. Being able to maintain your emotions in the final minute and not get scored on in that last second, hold it down on the defensive side. If they keep getting better and better, who knows what the capabilities are of this team? But on defense in game 7, maybe the pressure's a little bit too much to handle.
And that will be the question. With the pressure on, Dignitas able to put away that first goal. That time, defense not holding up to it. And an early 1-goal lead for Dig.
An absolutely preventable moment there from Team Queso. Overextending, not the way you want to start game 7. They're back on offense, though.
Okay, so the accuracy hasn't been there for them in the last few games, but they're able to come out on top. Looking to break through the Dignitas defense, now find themselves down a goal. Opportunity here for Vatira. Just pops it over Joria. Still trying to fight for it. Apparently Jack will backflip. Now Joyo to the back wall. Another touch. That one's going to clear the net. First minute come and gone. And Dignitas, they're happy to sit on the 1 goal if they have to. They would love another one to get that cushion. This would be a major upset game if Dignitas were to fall.
Team Queso are looking for a little bit more demos, rotating in through the net of Team Dignitas. And speaking of demos, there's Scrub Killer to get one on Joyo. But what will it lead to? You've got Rise on the backboard, finds the touch and takes his time. A very patient clear, and it works out.
Apparently Jack, no boost to work with, but Vatira still thought he had something left in the tank, was trying to read a flip reset or another touch. Joyo in the midfield, down to Vatira. Will look towards the back wall, but Scrub's there to clear it downfield for Dignitas.
All across the field. There it is, the connection. Forcing 2 players out of Dignitas and the boost steal from Rise, but a team bump. And just like that, it's all ruined the play, the setup. It was there. Team Queso couldn't connect.
It was a pretty long-range shot there from Queso. And for Dignitas, they're better than to let that one in. Coming up on halftime, 1 goal is the difference in favor of Dignitas at the moment. Here comes Jorius, has some space.
Free shot.
Shot, but it's wide. Another comes through from apparently Jack, and Dignitas up by 2.
And you would prefer this here, moving on offense. The safest option here is to hit it off the sidewall. I think Jorius was still going for a shot on target, but you are very happy in this situation if you're Appjack, because that's a much easier shot to take on the back of the net, especially in game 7. You want to play it as safe as you can.
Remember what's at stake here for Queso. Oh, they need the win here just to be in contention for major.
Yeah.
Dignitas already clinching. Queso, they've played inspired throughout this series. They're going to need some real inspiration here in the final 2 minutes. As Dignitas, they've picked it up, and they're looking to hold on now. What a touch from apparently Jack. Jorius tried to get the read.
I mean, they're looking comfortable with the way they're positioning Jorius on the backboard. Scrub Killer's not rotating out right there and going for a bit more of an aggressive approach. The pass into the midfield. Dignitas, they are connecting everywhere on the pitch. Team Queso really have their work cut out for them.
Minute 40 left for Queso to get back into this one. It's been all Dignitas. Haven't really seen a lot out of Queso. Here's another one off the back wall. And my goodness, everyone going for it on the Dignitas side. They do come out with it and clear it downfield. Time is becoming the enemy for Queso. And this one lobbed towards the back post. Jorius wanted it. The defense holds strong. Only 4 shots for Queso to the 9 of Dignitas right now.
There's got to be an early interception here from the passing out of Dignitas. We saw it earlier on from Queso. They were getting in front of the passes, figuring out where Dignitas were trying to move the ball, but so far it's been all Dignitas working around Team Queso. That one slides across, still nothing, and then the own bump play attempt from Rise, but he hit the ball instead, and then the double tap from Dignitas. It looks too good, too much to handle. They do escape, but there's only 45 seconds, Corelli.
Oh, Joyo, he could have it there, but not enough boost to get back down, trying to bump people out of the way.
Here we go.
For Vatira to put something through. 30 seconds remain. Rise's shot is blocked by apparently Jack.
Demo, though.
Opens up some space. Boost for Joyo, looking for the backboard here. Jorius will deny. Queso need one here with some time left on the clock, and they're threatening. Here's Vatira with 40 boost. Finds the back wall, looking for follow-up. No one's there in time. Joyo with a weak shot towards the net. Dignitas was in shambles, but Queso couldn't convert. Still opportunity. Another pass play comes through, but Vatira can't get up. 7 seconds remain. Queso have thrown everything at Dignitas. Maybe one more, but they just can't get the touch. And Dignitas will come back in the series and win it in 7.
A disaster from Team Queso. Dignitas, they have done it. They went down 2 games in a row and almost lost the 3rd one, but battled back. Were persistent and ruthless to get this one back in their own control. Dignitas, game 7, they got the ice in their veins. There were cold-blooded killers there on the goal line, Corelli. It looked like Team Queso were surely going to score, but somehow Dig kept finding that rotation back into the save.
7 saves there from Dignitas, and I would assume a lot of those came right at the end of that series, at the end of that game. Queso, like we talked about, they've been out shooting Dignitas in almost every single one of these games in this series. But Dignitas, they got the freebie right off the rip. And then this counterattack play from Dignitas, and Queso just could never break through. And again, the offense is there for Queso. It was not bad from them, but they just couldn't break Dignitas when it mattered most.
I mean, I'm looking at the replay package, and I'm seeing the first 2 goals that were absolutely preventable. Even the defender in the second goal could have easily found the read off of the sidewall if he knew it wasn't going to go in. He instead just decided to wait in net. And then the freebie, of course, the first 30 seconds, you gave away a free goal to Dignitas in a game where it hasn't been as much of a shooting crazy game, you know, like we saw in the previous series. A shootout, that's the word I was looking for. I couldn't find it. It wasn't a shootout. So those goals, they're so valuable. You give up one early on in game 7.
Well, it was such a great point that Turtle disconnected. So we are going to go to a quick break. We've got 2 more European Rocket League games coming up here. Stay with us after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with the Rocket League Championship Series. You are watching day 2 of the European Grand Prix. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, Gibbs, Achieves, and we have Stacks hanging out over here as well as we watched our very long match. You know, quite different than the first quarterfinals that we got there, Stacks. This one really went the distance.
Yeah, this was kind of a roller coaster of emotions if you're a Dig fan. You know, the army of cheese marched upon the Dignitas domain, but the Young Kings Royal Guard, led by the glorious Jorius and Jack the Flipper, came to the rescue in the end. That goal out of Jorius was insane, and in the end, Dig win again.
That speech was insane. That, like, massive credit to you, Stacks. But Dignitas, now this was a test, and we knew it'd be a test because back in day 1, they played Queso round 2. It went the distance, 5 games. Now it's even longer series, goes all the way to the end. But Dignitas find a way to win. Another top 4 finish for them now. All 3 regionals of 4 split, at least top 4.
Well, to talk about that victory, apparently Jack himself is coming on here. Jack the Flipper, new nickname, I suppose here. Jack, how was the match? It seems like Queso might almost have your number here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna come on here and say like we're really happy about that match. Like, we're happy with the result. We're definitely disappointed with the performance, but Queso played great, and it actually turned out to be quite a good series. It's just that we know we can play a bit better than that, but the end result is what matters at the end of the day.
And I want to talk more about Team Queso as well. So going into winter split, like, these guys are a young team. Do you think that they have a chance at maybe a top 5 finish in winter, or do you think it'll still take some time?
100%. I mean, I think Europe is so stacked that I mean it when I say this. I think anyone in the top 16, if they just focus on cleaning up a few of their areas, can make top 5. I think EU's that stacked, and especially Queso, they've got incredible talent. In my opinion, they're one of the only few teams that can match us mechanically, and they really showed it. All 3 players are great, and they've got some amazing decision making to back it up as well. So yeah, they could definitely get top 5 in winter if they just start fixing a few things here and there.
There was nothing that was going to surprise you guys out of Team Queso. I mean, you saw them before. So what was the turning point here in this series? What did you guys talk about maybe during that timeout?
Well, in the timeout, we just said, like, look, we got to break their momentum here. They played incredible in the first 2 games. It was a mixture of them playing incredible, and for some reason we were just playing quite nervous, which shouldn't have happened. But it did, and those things happen. Sometimes you can't get away from that. So we just took a time out and said, look, we're going to be honest with each other. This is horrible. We need to clean this up, get your confidence up, get your plays up, and just play better solo. And we did that and started getting wins, and then the confidence built and built. And then they took a time out and broke it as well. So, it was a mixture of things we talked about at the time, but it was just mainly trying to get everyone's confidence up.
Well, and of course, you guys have Endpoint tomorrow now after getting through Queso, and I'm not sure if you got the chance to watch their game earlier, but they're also playing incredibly well right now. Relating Wave, excellent game earlier. So what are you guys thinking about how to tackle them tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I can't really give away too many strats, to be honest, but they're very solid. They're extremely good on defense, it seems, and they've just got quite a simple attack strategy, but it works very effectively. We've only played them once and we lost, so it's going to be a tough matchup for sure. They seem to be playing like way better whenever they get a chance to boot camp. So maybe that's something that maybe we just need to boot camp and match them there. But it should be a good series, hopefully.
Hey, hopefully, but that will be tomorrow. You got some time to think about it, so hopefully you can get that plan that you're thinking about together and all ready to go for that matchup. So thanks for giving us your time, Jack, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
There is apparently Jack from Dignitas as they get their win there in the quarterfinals and move on into the semi-finals. As the Chiefs said, they'll be facing off against Endpoint. That'll be another best of 7 tomorrow as they continue to fight towards that grand finals, the best of set, potentially 3 best of 7s there, Gibbs.
Yeah, but that's huge, though. Dignitas and Endpoint, the 2 regional winners battling out. Only one can make it to the finals. And then on the other side, there's still a BDS and Vitality, right? So they could easily make another final there as well. The 2 grand finalists that lost to those 2 teams, but they got a battle here. And what that matters is a lot of points on the line, obviously, for Sweden for top 5. So BDS and Vitality, so far we've seen good things for Vitality because the teams below them have lost. Like Carmine is done. Team Queso is done. They are out. This is a great sign for Vitality. All they need to do is beat BDS and they're through. Then we will lock all of our top 5 at that point. But I'm sorry, not all the top 5, but if they beat them, they move up to top 4 and we lock in top 4. So that is what Vitality wants. But look at that team in 4th right there, 450 points. Semper, they want Vitality to lose because then they clinch.
Yeah.
And that is what they want. So BDS, there's some fans of BDS, some fans of Vitality right now, but it all comes down to today. We will know all 5 teams now by the end of today who will go to Sweden.
It's coming down to the wire here. So let's get to our next match. It's Team Vitality versus Team BDS. This is quite the matchup. You know, we talk about those super matchups we see in North America. This is one of those ones in the European region. These two have constantly clashed against each other, generally in a semifinals or a grand finals area. And now they're doing it in the quarterfinals, and only one of them get to move forward. Stacks, this is quite the matchup we get here in the quarters.
Yeah, I kind of roll my eyes sometimes when, you know, a team wins a high-profile match against another team, and then, you know, we talk about, well, that team's going to try to get revenge. And it's like, well, yeah, the last one was the championship for RLCSX in Europe. But how sweet would the revenge be if Team BDS can keep Vitality out of Sweden? That is wild.
Yeah. Well, let's get the fan vote going now, because these are 2 highly popular teams in the European region. VIT or BDS in the chat right now. Hashtags while you're doing that. Let's quickly get our predictions out on the board. This is an interesting one. We've seen Vitality start to bounce back. Gibbs, I'm making you go first on this one. Team BDS and Vitality.
So I said it last week. I need BDS to lose a few more of these series before I start picking against them, and especially against a Vitality that hasn't looked that strong. I'm going BDS all the way.
All right, Stacks.
Na 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 na. Hey hey hey. Goodbye. I got BDS.
Oh, Vitality's not good. Okay.
Vitality is not done if they lose here. They still have a chance.
Pretty darn close. It's real close.
They're going. All right, Chiefs.
I feel like Vitality want to make sure that they lock in. I feel like Europe in general may have caught up to BDS. I think they come in with a chip on their shoulder and they play well and knock them down.
Vitality. Okay. We got the solo Vitality there. I agreed with basically everything Gibbs said. It doesn't happen often, but I do have to still go with BDS on this until they start losing a lot. Vitality's still a little bit shaky in my mind.
Wow.
Chat. Very, very indecisive on this one. A slight edge over to Vitality, but I think that means it's going to be a good one. Let's get our way over to the Skybox. Shogun and Gregan are waiting for you guys. The former Titans of EU, Vitality and BDS, may have started showing their cracks to other teams, but that doesn't matter here. Here, we just have legacy and focus, and I'm betting a great match too.
It is an opportunity for the ultimate revenge for BDS. After dominating last season, they lost the European Championships to an on-form Vitality. But after a poor first tournament from them, Gregan, it's Vitality who finally have got their own destiny back in their hands. Unfortunately, they are up against, well, their biggest rivals in the entire region.
Yeah, this is the rivalry we all wanted to see every single event in RLCS X, and it finished, like you said, with a bang. Vitality finally getting their revenge on BDS after so long being the team that would tend to lose. But today is a really important one for them. This is to try and clench that spot for LAN. Vitality need to win this to guarantee their spot at the full major, and I'm sure that will really fire them up today to get the best out of them.
Yep. For us over here, it's quite simple. If Vitality win, they are in. If they lose, then they're not out just yet, as that one's going to go off the post, and here comes Monkey Moon. 1-0. Not the start that Vitality would have wanted to see.
A little bit of scrappy defense here from Vitality, but Extra staying grounded there, playing the beater on the keeper, blocking their way towards the ball and opening up a space for Monkey Moon to clean up on the goal line. A great start for BDS here. Nice, simple Rocket League, and that's going to work.
Where I was as well is that if Vitality do end up losing this, they're not out yet. Semper would still be the only team above them, but if EG were to win the next round, then it would be them gone. Alpha looking to try and just play his way out. He's not going to get any challenge for quite some time. A lot of players knowing better than to instantly dive in on Alpha. Is Monkey Moon already up? He's got time, he's got space, he's got Fairy Peak trying to get over to him. It's a little bit of territory gained. Expect to see that a lot from BDS today.
Yeah, I think the one to watch out for really is Monkey Moon. When he gets given a bit of space, he has the ability to break down a full team. We always see Mark by 8 trying to get that ball back to his teammates through being a little bit of a nuisance upfield. But I think Vitality's biggest threat will be that mechanics from Monkey Moon.
Yeah, Mark Bay, very much the pace setter of every game that he's in. He will either dive in if he knows his team's got the boost advantage. He'll keep it slow if he knows that he needs his team to reset right now. Oh, off the crossbar, the follow-up from Monkey Moon just to try and set up one more time. No follow-up from BDS. An opportunity for Fairy Peak. He doesn't want to go straight there for it. Awkward bet between both teams, but so far it's going very well for BDS. None of the teams that have been up against qualification have really been able to perform today. We saw Carmine kind of roll over, knowing that they needed to get the win earlier on Gregan. BDS are a team that are happily not under pressure. Vitality, on the other hand, very much are. But you've been with these players before when they needed that one big result, where it was between relegation tournament and potential to go over to Madrid. And this is the sort of players that you would expect to see big things from.
Yeah, I mean, they've got so many years of experience. I mean, just on this pitch, we've got the players who've been in the most finals of any Rocket League team. I mean, what's about average of about 9 or 10 across the board here. These players are used to playing in high pressure environments. And so actually with this kind of quality, you expect them to step up in the pressure moments. You expect them to bring out their best performance when it really matters. And that's the big difference between a team like Vitality when they need to qualify and, you know, the teams like Queso, you know, that was a massive game for them, probably one of the biggest games they've ever played. As we see BDS putting a load of pressure on the goal line, they're extra hitting into the crossbar, tipping it back in the middle for Mark by 8. He's got a lot of space here and not a lot of threat from Vitality, but they do just wait patiently and start the counter-attack.
It's been a very hands-off midfield battle from both the teams. Happy just to allow the offense to happen, would rather have 3 players back. Now off the backboard, Alpha quite easily wins the race to it, but he doesn't win the block. Monkey Moon very dominant across the field at the moment. Off the wall. Again, far too quick. Monkey Moon really letting everyone on the server know that he will be the talisman across both teams. You see the boom and clear from Alpha. Monkey Moon back to his own teammate over in the corner. Great communication between them, and Extra's demo ruins the defensive rotation. Means midfield is no longer an option for Vitality. Minute and a half left here, and BDS have settled into a tempo, and Vitality still to really find their big first opportunity.
Yeah, the few times I've seen Vitality in space with good possession, they've needed to prioritize boost because they're just so low as a team. The amount of times we've seen them on 0, pressuring the ball and not able to do what they want to do. So I think they really need to think about conserving that boost for those moments, because that's when they're going to get counterattacks. That's when they're going to be able to take multiple players out of the game. And right now, BDS just look comfortable backing off and resetting the game back to neutral.
You can already see the multitude of demos attempted and succeeded with from BDS. They know that that boost advantage is theirs. They also know that nobody's back at the moment. Didn't quite set up for the shot.
Oh, this is a little bit
of a surprise, and this actually might be more of a surprise. BDS get themselves tangled up in the midfield, and they've given up the first goal-scoring opportunity that Vitality have had.
That fake from Monkey Moon was so genius, but too good. It faked out his teammate Extra as Extra was pushing in to clean up after that fake, and he took himself out of the game. Monkey Moon and Extra getting confused in the midfield opens up the free shot for Fairy Peak. That's the easiest goal he's going to get today, as we see a 1-1 scoreline, and that could be the kind of thing Vitality need to win this series. They're relying quite heavily on mistakes from BDS. BDS! They counter back as Mark Bay comes in, finds a small window, and takes the shot opportunity again. We've seen so much of this from Extra. The grounded nuisance play in the box clears out, cleaned up by a teammate.
BDS have fully looked towards Extra, just going forward and smashing any orange car that he gets a chance to find. K-Dop, though, gets a bit of time. Monkey Moon was playing a little bit of possum there, daring him to move on forward, at least get somebody out of the rotation. Here's Mark by 8, another great challenge. He's on 0 boost. It doesn't matter to him, and he's going to allow Monkey Moon to move on in. BDS playing the clock very well. They made one massive mistake. They also almost gifted a goal immediately after the fact. Nobody available to run onto that shot, so K-Dop just tries to keep it away from the pouring hands of Team BDS. Maybe the last chance here. Alpha tries to go low. Fairy Peak with K-Dot up in support. How's he going to get it over to him, though? It's off the backboard. Monkey Moon looks for it. Bounces to the far side. Ball cannot hit the floor any longer. Or this will be game number 1 for BDS. Off the backboard one more time. K-Dot can't run onto the shot. They're just desperately trying to find any way of setting themselves up for a goal-scoring chance. BDS, they got the 0-second goal yesterday. Will they concede one this time?
Alpha in space. Someone to clean up. Oh, K-Dot just a bit too deep there, but the way they're keeping this ball up is fantastic.
It's done. Oh,
it's done.
Wow.
When you saw Alpha in space there with 0 seconds and 100 boost, you know, there is every possibility that he can take every player out of the game. What he did is exactly that. K-Dot just wasn't quite able to beat Monkey Moon to that final touch, but superb work from Alpha at the end there, and we'll see him hot up as the series goes on, but a clinical performance from BDS, a very typical performance from BDS as we see them dominate the first game.
And BDS have always been the team that have kind of shut down Alpha the best. Every single time we've seen him come into this, I feel like we see like a different play style from Alpha every time because he's not quite figured them out. I remember midway through last season, it was maybe the most tame Alpha performance we've ever seen because he was just looking for the long ball. It was no individual brilliance from Alpha whatsoever. So we're going to need Alpha to kind of figure out his positioning here. This is a good start for him, but at the same time, a lot of the goals we saw getting scored here were a little bit sloppy from both sides. So they are going to need to get that sorted. They're going to need to clean it up. And most importantly here, if you're out there, if you caught Evil Geniuses, you caught Semper, you're pretty happy that BDS have got game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of mistakes in that first game led to the goal-scoring opportunities, but I think really Extra was the star player in that first one with 2 great goals set up by him on the ground, taking out one player, drawing in a second, and then following through with his car to bump the final opportunity. Alpha not quite clinical on that finish, but the pressure it forms, it's not just about the score opportunity that Alpha can have, it's about the taking players out of the game and potentially setting up a teammate to clean up, and that's the thing to watch out for him, but BDS just don't present many opportunities to come in and clean up after him.
So far side, Extra knows he's got time, but he also knows that he's not got any boost. That one not willing to pop up for him. Back into the midfield, Mark pops it back to Monkey Moon. Can't quite get it back to the net. BDS have been, if only slightly, the stronger team. They've seen more of the net. One goal that we did get from Vitality was from BDS. Well, faking themselves. Congratulations on that one, Monkey Moon. He's bored of 1v3ing. He decided to 1v5. Good challenge, far corner. A chance to boost up here for Vitality.
Yeah, you can see the boost meters of all of BDS. Just Extra there getting a boost, marked by 8 now, and they've got themselves out of that situation. And I think boost is such an important part of these two's battles because they're also strong in the challenge game. So if they've got the ability to fly up to a ball, they can pretty much always block any opportunity that comes their way. But the moment they are low on boost, their options are so limited. And that's when you start to see one team really control the field and keep the ball in the other team's half.
Oh, that's a very high up attempt for a double tap, but that's kind of where you got to go these days. Keep it anywhere near the net, and somebody will get contact. Monkey Moon for the backboard. See even more bump attempts. Expect Extra to keep that one going. It wasn't him on target this time around. But it's him tasked with taking the ball back to the midfield, and he's done that excellently. Monkey Moon takes back over with Extra still in support. Attempting a clear from Fairy Peak. That will go as far as the midfield. Alpha, what's he got? Just trying to force the challenge. He still does well with it. Monkey Moon with 0 boost. Couldn't quite get enough purchase on the shot. That's way over the head of Mark.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of neutral gameplay here. Neither team taking major risks, and it's often the way with BDS these days. They're very smart at not overcommitting, but it can be their detriment times because they leave the opportunity for the opposition to pounce on them. And right here, the tiniest of mistakes in the challenge there from Mark opened up a chance for Fairy Peak to beat Monkey Moon to the ball, and that's incredible speed there from Fairy Peak.
Yeah, Fairy's positioning aggressively. Usually, we've seen him sit quite a bit deeper against BDS. This time around, we've seen a more mechanical, a more aggressive Fairy Peak in this tournament than we have up to this point. Monkey Moon 0 boost, can't go and meet that ball. Vitality, all they got to do is hold on to this for another 2.5 minutes. And they will at least get us back to a tied up series. Firewall, Extra, looks to turn. He's misread it. Follow up from Alpha. He's, well, at least covered by Monkey Moon. Extra will certainly go him for at least making sure that mistake didn't result in anything extra. Back down, K-Dop looks for the set. Extra should be there just in time, but he's lost the challenge. Very peak. He's quite close, though. Going to buy a little bit of time. Didn't find a goal-scoring opportunity.
Yeah, that's a very fair point there. What we'll notice with Vitality is they do play very close to the play. And in certain situations, it means they're unbeatable to the ball, right? Like they are closer to the ball than any other player on the pitch. But it can mean they find themselves in those awkward positions underneath the ball, so they can't really get the touch they want. So it's a tough payoff.
It's one of those ones where you're either right or wrong. And when you get it wrong, it's very easy to sit and just go, oh, we'll just sit further back, be ready for the shot next time. And then you get the goal that we saw Fairy score. Oh, wait, off the bump! And somehow Alpha, through the smoke screen, I don't know what he's done to be able to see that one coming. I don't know if that was reflexes. I don't know if that was just excellent positioning. But now we go to the other side of the field. Monkey Moon this time does have enough boost, which has been at a premium for him. That's how quick this has been. And that sort of seems to be the theme of this match, Greg, and it's just a grinding battle across the field, followed up by one big moment either side.
Yeah, it's been a right grind of a game. Neither team making multiple opportunities in a row. But this could be the one. Oh, the bump again. They're trying to take Alpha out of the goal line, and Vitality play very deep on their goal line when they're defending, so that running bump is very important to open up opportunities. But both times there, Alpha's managed to avoid the bump and make the save. So the right ideas here from BDS, just not quite executing.
Maybe another opportunity. Mark by 8, second chance. He will not need a third. One each. And Vitality fans, I know when you looked at this matchup, you knew it wasn't going to be easy. There's your confirmation.
Just the counter-attack there from BDS. Mark by 8 with a fantastic catch and solo play. Alpha not quite ready for that one, positioned all wrong. And Mark by 8 had the guaranteed goal as long as he got the flick off, which he did. And I think this is something you've always got to be careful of when you start getting through these grindy games, that you don't start pushing the limits. And Vitality there caught very far up, leaving Alpha alone at the back. And BDS punished so fast on the counter-attack. And now we're going to be seeing what is a likely overtime game, as both these teams have not really shown many opportunities. So it's going to be the one that takes that big moment.
This is
can't tell who it's going to be, really. This is so close either way.
There's more pressure on Vitality. They lose this one. It's already 2-0. About how quickly Rocket League can go against you. So, overtime on the way. Vitality, they're already at the point where these are so important. A great challenge from K-Dop. He's got Fairy Peek up in support. Does not dive in on it. Realized the opportunity was getting away from him. Alpha still daring anybody to come forward. He just can't quite set up the 50 the way you would like to. Another big demo. Infield pass to Monkey Moon. And Alpha pre-jumps, keeps it away. Still pressure on. Looking for the backboard double tap. Mark by 8 will not get a chance to turn that one into the back of the net. So Vitality proved themselves defensively. Now they've got to find the offense, and they've got to find themselves a little bit of boost. Alpha ends up leaving it, but that's going to drop down dangerously. Ends up missing it. Up goes Extra. Up goes Monkey Moon. There was an attempt on the demo on the goalkeeper as well. BDS couldn't get the communication sorted out quick enough.
They seem so scared on their goal line right now. Vitality are leaving it to the final moments to try and predict their saves, which is always a risk, as we saw. Mark by 8 found a way around it. The bumps have almost found a way around it. They really need to be meeting these balls earlier to stop them getting onto the back line. BDS just dominating the midfield, getting into Vitality's box and having a few goes. We just need to see a little bit more aggression from Vitality in the midfield. I mean, just there, K-Dop tried to do it, but he's getting beaten to it by BDS.
It's a great play style, I think, for Vitality against almost anybody else. The only teams I wouldn't want to see them do this against is Dignitas and against BDS. Because I think these are both teams that have got stronger challenge games. When you're leaving it that late, when you're on the goal line, where a challenge loss is not, oh, we lose possession, it's, oh, that ball's in the back of my net. That's when it gets really dangerous. The first time, though, we do see the blue side of the field. Again, the challenge won, and immediately followed up by Monkey Moon, who tries to put the ball at least on target. Is slightly off. Mark Bay does not want to see the pinch happen whatsoever. But Alpha, he's put it underneath Monkey Moon. Look how quick he reads this game every single time. Whenever you get a slight hope for a Vitality to escape, Monkey Moon is right there controlling the pace of the game.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier on how Alpha's the kind of player who normally dominates in every game, but against BDS, he just struggles. And it's moments like that. That touch was fantastic. It took 2 players out the game, but the third from BDS able to clean it up and turn it right back into pressure. You can't outplay 3 players on BDS very easy, and that's where Alpha normally shines as the 1v3 master.
And the BDS are very good at is recognizing that the midfield is gone. And you see a lot of, I don't necessarily want to call it ego, but reluctance from teams to allow themselves to retreat into their own side of the field. BDS are very good at recognizing that the play is out, move some players forward just to get moving. Here's marked by 8, ends up missing it. Can't tell if he was bumped. Alpha now have a chance, 14 boost, and this is the horrid bit. Alpha would love it if Extra went and met him a little bit earlier on the challenge. But because Extra is so patient, it becomes so much more difficult. Oh, okay. Please tell me that was intentional. In fact, please don't tell me that was intentional. That was dangerous.
Yeah, doinked safety on the goal line. You don't often see those, but that was definitely off the back of an Extra mistake. Monkey Moon had to make a very tough decision there. He chose correctly there. But we were just complimenting Extra on his ability to take the pressure out of the game in defense. But little mistakes like that can really throw off your teammates. If they put a lot of pressure on you to make solo defensive plays and then you don't make them, that's the difference between a goal and not, you know? So that they really need to be aware that Extra, yes, he's great. Yes, he will solo defend, but he can't do it every time.
3.5 minutes of overtime played. The situation has not changed for Vitality. They will be desperate for this goal. Maybe an opportunity to get it 2 players, or pretty much in the exact same spot from BDS. Until if that's too much chemistry or not quite enough in that scenario. It's Fairy Peak. Takes his time, sees Extra coming for him. It was kind of half-hearted, actually, and Extra stopped moving for just a second. Thankfully, he is back up and running again. Monkey Moon to the wall. K-Lop got a chance just to put it as far away as possible. That was a very lame touch from him. Needed that to go much further than it did. This has put his team back under pressure. This is where mistakes like that cost your team boost, cost your team position, and might cost them overtime, but there's the opportunity now. Fairy Peak tests the boost of Extra, and Extra's got more than enough.
Yeah, we're seeing Fairy Peak be quite the dominant offensive force in this tournament so far. He's been the player they've needed. Something Vitality often struggle with is who's going to be the one who steps up if Alpha's not there, and that's been Fairy Peak this tournament. But they always look their best when all 3 of them are firing. You know, K-Dop's involved in the offense, Alpha's creating goals and opportunities, and they're all working together fantastically. This is a team that relies on teamwork, and right now I can only really see Fairy Peak being in with a chance of scoring. Otherwise, they're relying on mistakes, which is not sustainable in a best of 7.
5 minutes of overtime played. Still nobody with a goal just yet. Here's Fairy Peak with the chance. Coming in from the off angle, always going to be very difficult, not only to put the ball behind everybody. And I've got bad news, by the way. I don't know if I'm still live. My computer's just gone down. So, Greg, if you can still hear me, I've just caused the biggest nightmare for you ever.
Wow, I assume...
I cannot see a thing. I will be back as quickly as I can.
That's all right. I mean, right now we are seeing this overtime continue. Pretty neutral game. It's Fairy Peak trying to counterattack here. K-Dop up, a little bit of disruption on the goal line. Shot a bit too low from Alpha as marked by 8 saves it away without jumping. And that was a great opportunity for Vitality that I think Alpha really needs to be scoring those. That was an opportunity most top players would expect to hit. But in these pressure moments, you go for the safe option. In these high pressure moments in 5 minutes into an overtime, you just make sure it's on target. You don't think to put it top corner or just below the crossbar. Right now, Alpha wasting a bit of time. Giving it up to K-Dop. This ball is going to fall into the hands of Extra, being very patient there. Neither his teammates far back, so he needs them to retreat. We see a great challenge from Mutbait. He's going to put it back into the box. Alpha patiently on the goal line. Always risky to try and take it past Monkey Moon in front of your goal line. And right now, it does seem like BDS are keeping Vitality on the back foot, but nothing has resulted in a shot opportunity so far. It's in control for Vitality, but not in the right place in the pitch. You want this to be further upfield, because all it takes is one little touch, one little mistake, one missed boost grab, and that's an opportunity for BDS. As we venture further into overtime here, I think it's safe to say this game is going to be going a long way. We are going to be seeing a long best of 7 here, because both these teams evenly matched. The first game, it was a 2-1. We're now here in game 2. With over a game's length of overtime. I see K-Dop here, a little bit far up. No teammate behind him. Alpha comes across from the right side. He's now got a bit of control. A little bit rushed there. Not looking in control. Very Peak manages to put it middle. Again, BDS, very rarely threatened after the first man's beaten. Always someone there to cover. Ball middle. Very Peak up. Controlled for Mark by 8. Ball's going to go central, but Fairy Peak's not quite there on the right timing, so Monkey Moon clears away. But it does go straight back to Vitality possession. Strong challenge game from both teams here. Fairy Peak being extra to the ball. This is going to be a chance here. Alpha, shot, blocked by Monkey Moon. Chance to put it back in for K-Dot. Tie in the middle. Mark given far too much space there. Able to send it away, and not only send it away, but onto the nose of Extra, who tips it right into the far corner, Vitality's half. Scramble on the goal line. Fairy Peak getting it away, and now we're going to see a little bit of a lull as Vitality take control of the ball back into BDS half. BDS retreated all in the same corner. And we are... Hello. Right, we shall see the ball drop down to the right. Alpha waiting behind as K-Dot clears it away, but that's a 0 boost clear. Now K-Dot's going to take a long time to recover. Alpha is left alone. He gets bumped. Monkey Moon shoots, and they score at 8:45 in the overtime of Game 2. BDS now 2 games up in this best of 7 series, the quarterfinal of the EU Grand Prix. And we're going to be seeing a timeout, I believe, here from Vitality.
Man, I feel like you're the real winner here, Greg, and what a debut, right?
What a debut.
On your first cast. Good job there. I'm sitting waiting to join when this lobby finally finishes, but man, this is rough for Vitality. This is a must-win for them, like you've already mentioned, but this is going to be very, very difficult to come back from 2 down against BDS.
Yeah, 100%. And that whole series, we saw the ball stay in Vitality's half far longer than they really wanted it to. You can see the score line there. Only 1 goal either way. But the fact that Alpha has that many points, that many shots, and none of them were leading to quality goal score opportunities, I think that they're not trying the right things here. They're very much committing and then having to retreat. You know, they haven't got any kind of sustainability to their offense. They're not opening up those opportunities.
Yeah, and they've had some success with timeouts in the past, so they are, more than capable and I'm sure willing to make a playstyle change here. But from what I've seen this weekend, it might just come down to trying to bring the most out of Alpha 54, because K-Dot and Fairy Peak have had their good moments, but they've also had their moments where they just really don't look like they are performing at their best right now. So they might just let Alpha run riot here. I've seen them do it before. I don't know. It's a really tough one. Obviously, I'm sure everybody's thinking BDS are just going to run away with this now.
Yeah, I mean, we see their Vitality were at the Stade de France facilities. Last time we saw them there against BDS, it was a very different story. We're seeing a very different Vitality dominating BDS. And in the history of this matchup, it's gone in favor of BDS around 70% of the time. This is much more in favor of BDS. So that is the expected result. But it's in those higher pressure moments we expect Vitality to step up. And that's what they need to do right now, as they have got a very big disadvantage here.
Yeah, of course, the problem is we have seen BDS have their moments this season, and of course in the RLCS Championships where they didn't produce their very best, but that's when they were under pressure as well. Now the pressure's off them. They don't need this as much as Vitality do, so that's just another reason I think that BDS are probably going to be too consistent from this point on, but it's Vitality called the timeout. BDS are not often a team to call timeout, so I don't know if they're going to be the team to use that time effectively. But must-win game, though, for Vitality here if they're going to stay in the run.
Yeah, I think one thing we can always say about BDS's playstyle is it's reliable. They play the same way, they do it consistently, and when there's no pressure, that's something that you'd expect out of a reliable playstyle. What we said earlier, they find it very easy to break down those solo plays from a player like Alpha, because they line up 1, 2, 3, and they're so hard to beat one after the other. And we'll see if that happens here in Game 3. Vitality have their timeout. Will they bounce back and show a little bit more danger in offense and find a way to break down this BDS team?
Monkey Moon already threatening, and BDS are always going to be quick in that second man position near post. Every time the ball centers, they're not a team who are afraid to attack it, and with this advantage, they are just going to double down on this. So we've got to keep an eye on those near post attacks. There it is. Well intercepted by Kid Up.
Yeah, we've seen this goal line scramble for Vitality for the last 3-4 years. They've always defended very deep compared to most teams and frequently double and triple commit on the goal line. And there's times where that's the right thing to do. You know, you have to make that save, so you have to throw yourself at it, but it does grind down your resources. And that's why we see them often so low on boost in defense, as they have managed to pick up some boost. So they'll find their way out here. K-Dot, the only one low on boost, he'll get a chance to go grab some now, as they are on the counter, but there's just no real threat on it. As you see BDS reformulate in defense so well to find a way to cut out any kind of threat.
Yeah, the composure is there. We're seeing a few touches here from BDS that are not really aimed at anyone in particular, but Vitality sitting so far back, they're not able to pounce on any of them. And BDS do look comfortable in defense. Nice interception there by Extra. Alpha not able to get the beat to his man. It looks like Extra's just a little bit low on booster, so he couldn't get an effective touch forward. But on the transition, BDS look pretty scary at the moment. Vitality need to start intercepting these passes, intercepting these touches in the midfield, or they're just going to be on the back foot, much like we've seen them for much of this series already.
Yeah, I think one thing to note about Alpha is that star player compared to a lot of the other star players we're seeing come through, like your Seikos, like how Joriez works, and I guess how Monkey Moon, who's probably the star player we've all grown and loved over the RLCS X season. Alpha tends to be very rushed in his approach. He comes in very fast. He likes to do it before the opponent is ready. And when you're against a team like BDS, they're used to that. They take out the sting of that play very quickly. And so you see Alpha rushed, doing a load of play, and nobody's there to meet it.
Oh!
Great save from Alpha on the goal line. He's going to keep himself in defense, and that's been his main role in this team today, has been to make the saves. He's not been showing himself in offense, but he made 8 saves in the last game, and he continues to do more in this one.
Yeah, really crucial stop there. Kid Up didn't get the best clearing touch. Extra sent a shot on target from it. That's pretty much the first rule of a clear ball, is don't let an immediate shot follow up from the other team. Here's Kid Up again. He's going to be able to control this one. Marked by 8, landing flat on his wheels, as he always does after challenging in the back corners. He's so quick with the recoveries every single time, prioritizing that. That's why he's able to be so aggressive over and over again, constantly turning and surprising opponents by coming from the blind spot. And Monkey Moon needs to be challenged here. Alpha will get in his way, and that's a very good 50 by Alpha, sending it to the back corner. No danger for Vitality.
Yeah, not just sending it to the back corner, but maintaining a lot of boost, so he's able to get involved in the counter-attack, stay in a strong position in midfield, and retake that ball. But again, we see there the rushed attempts from Alpha. You see how he jumps off the wall there? That's going to put him in a vulnerable position as soon as the BDS players get a read on his play. And we need to see him take a bit more time up here, make a bit more of an effective play on the ball rather than rushing, because BDS are beating Vitality in the midfield frequently here, whether it be through fake challenges, just letting the ball fly, or coming up and meeting them early. I think that's going to be the main differentiator here for Vitality. They need to work on their challenge game. They need to work on their midfield game to gain control of this ball so they can start putting threatening opportunities on, because nothing yet is threatening this BDS defense.
Yeah, and to be fair to Vitality as well, they've only allowed one shot. It was that one shot where K-Dot didn't get a good clear into the corner, and it maybe should have been a better shot from Extra, but BDS haven't really had that many chances, despite the control that they've got in the midfield and how comfortable they look in this matchup. Vitality now, the big chance off the backboard, marked by 8, doesn't get a good contact. Alpha scores inside the final minute. Vitality have not had many chances, but they've taken one.
Fantastic challenge there from Alpha, popping the ball up middle, and Vitality placed so close together. So Fairy Peak was first to that next ball, sends it backboard, and BDS were caught low on boost. No one able to meet it, and a great punishment there from Vitality. And as we speak about it, that midfield game is so strong for BDS, but that one moment there, a good 50-50, can make a massive difference here. Now BDS, frequently once they go down, like to bounce back and find a way to score, but they've not shown any offensive presence in this game, so they're gonna have to really step it up here, find a new way of approaching Vitality's defense as Extra onto the side, not really in control of that ball there. Mark by 8, rush challenge in, spills it out for Monkey Moon, as they don't really seem to have much control of this ball as they're popping it around. Vitality playing a little bit of tennis, sending it straight back, making sure no one has time on the ball, as Monkey Moon again not able to take his time on that ball. But this is dangerous. Mark by 8 puts it in. Extra here with a good touch, could be threatening. Mark by 8 is there, met by K-Dot. 5 seconds left here as they're fighting for that goal. We saw yesterday they had an amazing 0-second play as they put the ball middle. Below the crossbar. They level it at 0 seconds. And we see it again. BDS at 0 seconds are unbeatable.
Wow, they've done it again. What a heartbreak for Vitality. They need to win this series if they're going to stay alive for the major. But this is not looking good for them right now. BDS tie it on 0. Momentum swings right back in their favor. And now a clear ball from Mark by 8. Alpha's in the back foot. Mark's got another free touch. You don't want to let Mark shoot from there. That's exactly how he scored in overtime. Monkey Moon misses the center ball. Finally, a breather for Vitality.
Yeah, they seem to have come into this overtime with a little bit more zip in them. They've got energy now. I think they got woken up by that goal from Vitality as they're looking threatening. Monkey Moon drops it middle, extra met by Fairy Peak. We're going to see Mark by 8 send it back in, and this ball has not left the Vitality half since overtime has started. Extra picks it up at the midline. Mark by 8 given a shot opportunity. Straight to Alpha, sent away. Gets a demo on the way out, and we see BDS threatening over and over again. Considering in regulation time, we had very few opportunities from BDS. They probably tripled that just in that little stint there in overtime, as they are looking dangerous. A good shot here could be an opportunity. Alpha alone in defense. Thankfully for him, Mark by 8 puts it away. But there is no breathing room here for Vitality. The ball just keeps getting sent straight back in.
Yeah, this is so tough. Vitality want to keep their run in their hands. They don't want to need to rely on another team to send them to the major later on today. But we're right back into BDS, out pressuring them. And it's all about boost efficiency right now. Vitality having to use so much as they need to accelerate in every single play, whereas BDS are just moving around so much more fluidly. They're able to consistently get 50-50s and then be the quicker player out of that 50-50 and into the play. Oh, interesting position here for Mark by 8. He will actually take control of this quite well. Very nice deflection into the corner wall. Not a disaster for Vitality by any means, but it might be about to... it might be a disaster momentarily. Boost running out again, and there's the infield pass. Extra off the backboard. He's going to go
middle
again for himself. Alpha is able to block it. BDS not done. Here comes another one. Marked by 8 blocks. The clear is going to stay in the danger area, but Extra unable to center.
Yeah, you see the goal line defense scramble there from Vitality. They did cover the angle in the end, but K-Dot was very close to missing that block. I think it had the shot not come off, then he wouldn't have been able to get a touch on that ball. It was one of those I'm blocking the shot, not hitting the ball moments. And those can be very dangerous if a informed BDS decision comes out. They could get outplayed, as I'm seeing a lot of opportunities here where if instead of shooting they dropped it middle, that Vitality team has got nobody covering the ball as it's leaving the defense.
Oh, that's a really nice fake challenge there by Extra. Fairy Peak thought he was diving in, went for the touch past him, and of course ends up conceding possession. Very composed as third man, Extra. And Monkey Moon likewise, but he's been pre-jumped by Kid up here, who's now saving his 9 boost for another day. Big block almost in, actually defended by the crossbar for BDS. And Alpha's got time for the bounce. He's going to send a shot high. BDS have got all angles covered here. Vitality know that. Nobody moving in to follow up on these touches. They are waiting for the countering touch from BDS. BDS, meanwhile, they're so much more ready to attack with Mark by 8 constantly turning aggressively in the midfield.
Just looks so much more confident from BDS. Every time that ball goes, they're at the very least matching it with a 50-50. And that's the key to being snappy, being efficient with your movement in the pitch. And that's something we can all describe BDS with. The way they manage their boost and their aerials are always the most efficient possible. You always see them at the very worst meeting their opponent at the ball. As we see another long overtime forming here, last one. A little bit longer now, probably a whole game's length more. But we're seeing us venture into that 5-minute mark. As these teams, if this goes the distance, is going to be a very long series. So I'm sure BDS want to get this done as soon as possible. Vitality, however, like you said before, this is vital for Vitality, right? They need to win this to clinch the major. And I think we're all sitting here expecting a team like Vitality to make the major. K-Dot, Fairy Peak were present at the last LAN we had in Rocket League, in the finals, in fact. And we want to see them back performing on stage as we see BDS, their biggest rivals in the online era, trying to deny that opportunity.
Yeah, it's not over for Vitality if they lose, of course, but they don't want to need to rely on Semper later on. Of course, they're thinking bigger. They want to win these events. They're not here to just finish 5th place and qualify for majors. They want to win these regionals. Get up with a big opportunity, shoots low. He didn't catch Extra pre-jumping too high. That's a great save from Extra. Many a goalkeeper would have jumped too high to get back down to save that ball. Extra's not one of them.
Phenomenal save there from Extra. Meeting it downwards, like you said, it's a hard angle to match. You know, coming off those walls, you're kind of limited to where you can cover.
Oh
the
my
pre-jump was
goodness.
fantastic. Ball just bouncing out to safety pretty much every time. Very rare we're seeing sustained pressure here from Vitality. The ball going straight back into the half most times, whereas BDS have managed to string multiple shots together. We're going to need to see a one and done from Vitality, I think, at this point, as BDS are able to remove that pressure straight away. Is this going to be at the bump? Marked by 8 into the crossbar. It's sent away. Monkey Moon meets the follow-up touch. BDS take control. Extra here, cleaning up after that Fairy Peak touch. A little bit of a whiff there from Alpha, very far off, and this could be an opportunity here. Extra with the flip reset. Fairy Peak comes in behind and cleans it up. A little bit of a flurry of goal-scoring opportunities here. Some fantastic saves from BDS to send it away, but it's not over yet. The play is very spread out now, very fast-moving ball, as we see the reaction speeds tested of every player. And I think this is the moment right now. This is the moment. We see Extra puts it on target. Fairy Peak almost sends it in himself. And they're just about keeping it out of the goal. This is incredibly close from both sides. I don't know at what point one of these is not going to get saved, but it is putting a lot of pressure on the reactions and the read of the defense on both sides.
Yeah, that touch from Fairy Peak was so cheeky, just deflecting the ball into his own post as it rolled past him. 6 minutes overtime. Vitality absolutely need this one, I feel, to come back. Extra is trying to end it, but Fairy Peak blocks the double tap off the backboard. He's not going to get back to the second ball, though. Monkey Moon takes it from him. Not a flip available for him at the moment, but he's got the demo. And another save by Fairy. Mark denied. Not for the first time in OT.
What a save from Fairy Peak. The saves coming out are going to be the difference maker right here. You see them over and over again, just when you think a team scored, and Fairy Peak comes sliding in and sends it away. The shooting quality does need to improve. We need to see that top corner being met a little bit more. Right now, there's a lot of low shots coming in. But either way, you think the breakdown play there from Monkey Moon with the bump on the follow-through would have been enough. But this is a shot here.
Oh!
K-Dop,
Another one.
the post.
Extra!
Sends it home, and we see 3-0 in the series for BDS as a second lengthy overtime is won, with Extra being the final scorer.
That is so unfortunate for Vitality and K-Dop. The ball hitting off the inside of the post and coming right back out to Extra, who is perfectly positioned to attack the ball early, coming in as third man. BDS, of course, never afraid to commit the whole squad to an attack. Vitality, they could not stop Mark by 8. He kept finding opportunities. He kept finding these positions where he can move in and start to cause problems with his shooting. Of course, with Mark's legendary shooting ability, every time he does take a shot, he manages to get 1 or 2 defenders to jump, anticipating a top corner. And that just allows his teammates to come in and clean up behind him. And Vitality, remember, they conceded the 0-second goal. It's a while ago now, but Mark by 8, really a headache for them in this game.
Yeah, a while ago, you say that overtime passing 7 minutes, and then the last 2 games alone, we've had 15 minutes and 47 seconds of overtime. We all joke about that 1 game extra of overtime when it passes that 5 minutes and how that's another game's length, but we've had 3 games worth of overtimes and 3 games worth in the series, all of which going to BDS, and we'll see here whether they'll 4-0 sweep Vitality, taking away the guaranteed spot for Vitality, or whether Vitality can pull off the reverse sweep, the unthinkable reverse sweep against BDS as we go into game 4 here. I really can't see a world in which BDS get reverse swept here with the way they're playing right now.
No, it's just, it's unthinkable. BDS, I don't think they've ever been reverse swept in a best of 7 since the RLCS open circuit system started. They're getting early revenge here in Vitality after losing to them twice in a row in the championships. This is the first RLCS matchup they've had since then. They really want to take down Vitality, just for their own good as much as for the points total. What a mental victory this will be. Big chance early for BDS, marked by 8 once again. So quick to the ball as it gets sent down the middle of the field. Vitality they've done quite well in defense, but I think they've just given Mark a bit too much space. They've given him too many chances to hit the ball uncontested.
Yeah, I think that really comes through with the shot totals from these 2 teams. Over double the shots from BDS in that last game against Vitality, and Yes, shots don't necessarily lead to goal scoring opportunities, but they do lead to a lot of pressure, especially with the way Vitality are defending very deep on the back wall, on their goal line, as you see all three behind the ball there. And they need to be having people meeting these passing opportunities, meeting these high aerial plays. There we go, a little bit more forward thinking there from K-Dot. But I think they feel a little bit threatened by BDS. It's something that, as a coach, we always used to feel on our bad days. You know, BDS just feel like they beat you to everything. And so you start thinking, do I just not go? Is it not worth it? and I think that's what's going on with Vitality right now. They're getting beaten, so is it even worth going? But realistically, you have to just be ahead of the game, right? You have to be reading it that little bit better.
Well, yeah, I think you've basically summed up the thoughts of all the North American players who are watching EU Rocket League these days. You're thinking, do we even bother going to Sweden? And it's just such an inevitability that we're going to get clapped. Oh, marked by 8. Oh, he's actually managed to knock that clear, but K-Dot's going to be there to put it in the bottom corner. 1-0 Vitality again, but they've got a long way to go in game 4.
Yeah, Alpha putting the shot wide, I think really threw off Mark by 8. He put it right at Mark, who was covering the net beautifully. And off the back of that, a little bit of a goal line scramble. And Vitality win a few challenges, leaving the ball there for K-Dot to send home. And sometimes that's what you got to do, right? When you see someone covering the net well, as BDS often do, just hit the ball right at them. See what they can do, reactionary.
Oh!
And this could be an open net here for Monkey Moon.
Oh,
the lead taken away straight away. Alpha just sat too far forward as Fairy Peak gets hard dunked there.
Obviously, he's thinking that he needs to be close in case the ball 50-50s into the middle, because that's obviously what Fairy Peak's trying to do. Fairy Peak, a legendary 50-50 player, but even he can get the bad end of some of these, especially in 3v3, where it's so much more random which way the ball's going to go, and players really do take their 50s differently in pro play. And you probably got to think a bit more safely there, Alpha. Did he think he had coverage? Did he think someone else was rotating in behind him? Either way, Vitality's lead is gone. Just one more for BDS and a regulation hold to send them into the semi-finals. That was a double commit from Vitality, but they have recovered. BDS continue to attack.
Now, something Vitality is so good at when they're playing well is that challenge game, because they do play very tight together. They do often push up quite far, trusting their teammate won't get hard dunked. But the days where it's not happening, just like there for Fairy Peak, it completely throws off their strategy. They play tight together with full trust. It's a dangerous, unreliable way to play, where BDS are a lot more spread out, a lot more arcing in their movement, and it does allow them to cover for each other's mistakes when they do happen. Even though they are quite rare and very small, those mistakes are part of Rocket League. You know, we're all human. We all make mistakes. And a good rotation is one that has that plan in place when it can happen. As we see, solid counter-attack opportunity here for Monkey Moon. He's going to follow that one up. Flip reset. Fakes the flip reset. Allows Mark by 8 to send it low. And that completely threw off the Vitality defense. Normally, when you see Monkey Moon in the air going for a flip reset, you think it's going to be flung out.
Oh, my.
But Mark by 8 cleans it up. Oh, heartbreak for Vitality.
Yeah, you can't read that, and that's really why you need to go in those positions. 2 defenders at the back for Vitality, neither one of them attacking the ball, neither one of them just throwing themselves at it and forcing a play earlier, and BDS will always just take those opportunities. They're always happy to commit that second man, especially if his name ends in the number 8. 2-1 lead for BDS, and looking like a 4-0 lead. Vitality fans about to become Semper fans if this continues.
Yeah, all the faith will be with Semper to get that win over EG. I think as the day started, I predicted the 2 teams to make the full major to be Vitality and Semper. I did not expect it to be in the hands of Semper. I thought Vitality had the ability to step up in this moment, but I was proven wrong again, as I'm sure many people would call me silly to vote against BDS. I think that's a little bit of high pressure bias there from the RLCS X finals, which was, like we said earlier, the last time that these guys played. Despite having 3 regionals, we haven't seen these guys play just because of the variation in Vitality's performance has meant they've just avoided them, right? They've
bracket draw as well
in the final.
Yeah, and Dignitas just always running into BDS in the semis. Not going to happen this time. They're on opposite sides of the bracket. Here we go, 25 seconds left. Vitality, I've got to do it now if they're going to continue in this series, if they're going to continue in regional number 3, if they're going to just guarantee that they're still on the run for the major. 15 seconds now to go. BDS quite happy to sit on the 1-goal lead.
Yeah, BDS so hard to score on when they know they don't need to push for a goal, but this is looking dangerous. Vitality got BDS on the back foot here. Low boost for BDS. If Vitality can keep this pressure on, as we just see BDS all cleaning up and getting their boost. They're also high on boost. Mark Monkey Moon, and Extra will be pushing Vitality into the heart of Semper fans as they hope Semper can beat EG as their final chance. But BDS, the 4-row sweep over Vitality.
Yeah, BDS will await the winner of that EG Semper matchup that is finishing off today's show. And that'll be the last semi-final tomorrow. That's the end of Vitality's run. They need Semper to win against EG to stay in the top 5. It's quite simple now. Usually these, or sometimes these tiebreaker scenarios can be quite complicated, but it is just EG and Vitality fighting for that last spot now. Semper are in no matter what. Semper are ahead of Vitality, and all the other teams are out of the competition. If EG beats Semper, it's EG and Semper going to Sweden. If Semper beat EG, it's Semper and Vitality. So lots of Semper fans, I'm sure, in the French community now.
Yeah, for sure. And what a game there. And I think the big moment, the big turning point was that 0-second goal from BDS.
Yeah.
So important for taking the momentum out of Vitality because it gave them that long overtime, which they did end up winning. Vitality just couldn't quite find enough goals there to take the series. And it's that simple in Rocket League. You can't rely on mistakes, especially with BDS, because they don't give space through mistakes. They don't give space through double commits often. We saw that one big mistake at the beginning of the series, Monkey Moon faking out Extra. And outside of that, they always had someone covering behind them, where Vitality making too many double commits, triple commits, fighting themselves, giving up too much space as well.
Well, that's it for Vitality's Regional 3 run. It's not it for the Major. That's the big story now, but we're not going to find out just yet. Tune in after the break to see EG against Semper.
I do need you. I love you, love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you, I do need you.
And we're back to the RLCS. You're watching day 2 of the European Grand Prix. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, Gibbs. And you know, we got Greg joining us on the desk, and Corelli as well, as we break down that last match. That was quite the matchup, and it didn't go the distance like chat thought. We thought that was it was a 50-50 in the fan vote, Greg, and it did not turn out that way in practicality.
No, the games were quite close, though. We did see 2 overtimes amassed to over 15 minutes of overtime. You know, we got a 7-game series in theory with the overtimes, but it was that overtime goal, the 0-second goal, sorry, from BDS that really put that series in their favor. Vitality looked so strong at times, but they just couldn't maintain it against the BDS onslaught that kept coming at them.
2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. This was a close competition despite the overtimes, despite the 4-0. Vitality, they put up one heck of a fight, but, you know, BDS, they got the ice, guys. They still have it going top 4 again. They're trying to, you know, make that claim for the crown once again.
Yes, they are. And to talk about it, Extra is joining us on the line. Extra, congratulations and welcome back for the 100 millionth time to the desk.
Thank you, Leaf. Thank you, guys.
All right, Extra. We have to talk about Vitality. You might have just knocked them out of Sweden. Now, there's obviously a few cases where they will actually make it. Do you want Vitality at Sweden, or would you rather EG?
Vitality.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's easy.
All right, great.
Gibbs, you just 4-0'd them.
I love the guys like at DG, but I prefer like the Vitality team to be at the major.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so let me, you know, you guys qualified for major. Let's talk about the other side here, the across the pond. What do you think about NA for your chances against them? And for BDS, how do you feel like BDS is going to stack up against the top of NA?
I think if we play like today, we have like good chances to beat some of them. I'm not saying like we're gonna beat them, but we have chances to like put a good fight against them.
Fair enough.
So from a point of view of a previous opposition as well, I'm interested to know, you guys have got a knack of scoring goals just after conceding. So you're very good at finding a way to score within 30 seconds of just conceding or going down. Is that a very conscious decision from you guys that you try and bounce back and try and use that 30-second period afterwards to fight back for it? Or does it just seem to happen?
It's just happening, Gregan.
What's happening? Oh.
I love these answers. I love it. He's like, I'm on here too much. All right, let's speed it up.
I feel like he knows the segment needs to move on. He's keeping his answer short and concise. Now, I feel like that's the vibe we get. Is he just keeps winning. He's just here for the ride the whole way through. I want you to make a prediction though, since you're on the desk here with us. Next matchup, EG Semper. Who's taking it?
If EG plays like yesterday, I think they are winning, which I think won't happen again. So I think Semper is winning.
All right.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, we got the expert opinion in. We're gonna let you bounce out here. You got the dub. You're in the semifinals. You'll be playing again tomorrow. Extra. Thank you for once again joining us.
Yeah, give me my title, please.
Yeah, RLCS analyst title income. Thank you, Extra.
We really need.
At this point, he deserves it.
To get him a title. We do. That'd be hilarious.
He's concise. I like it.
I would not. I think we'll sign a petition to get him out there. He deserves it at this point. Let's take a look at the bracket because they do move on to the semifinals here.
Yeah.
Another best of 7 awaits them tomorrow, Gibbs, but they got to wait to find out who their opponent's going to be.
Yeah, dominant display on defense against Vitality. Again, Vitality scored 1 goal per game in those 4 games, but there's 15 minutes of overtime, so pretty good defense on the BDS side. Another top 4 finish for them. They tied Dignitas with 3 top 4 finishes throughout fall, but BDS doesn't have that regional title just yet. They would love to get that before Sweden and get that #1 seed locked up. As we look at the points, Vitality, you're in 5th. You're done for the day. EG's right below you. 50-point matchup right here. If EG wins, they knock Vitality out of Sweden. But Semper, if they win, well, they knock Vitality into the major, I guess. So EG will be out at that point. There's a lot of scenarios going on. We're down to 1, and that's it. It comes down to this 1 match.
So it's just whoever wins gets to be in.
Well, they're already in. We already got that. So it's all about EG. So
That's
if they
true.
win,
That's true. EG
they're
has to
in.
get it.
But if they lose, Vitality is in. So it's up to EG. But EG has looked so strong through Swiss. 9-1 record. Absolutely dominant. Didn't even give up 1 goal per game. #1 in all of Swiss. But going up against Archie, he's sitting at 3rd in goals per game. 1.1 through Swiss. He's looking hot. When he's hot, then that team is one of the best in Europe. So we'll see which one breaks.
We will. Time to get chat involved. It's time for the fan vote. You guys know what to do. EG Semper. There's a lot on the line here for that major spot. You know, EG is looking to secure that for themselves and knock Vitality out there. #EG or #SMPR in the chat right now. While you do that, let's get our predictions rolling. Let's get some thoughts on the match here, Greg. And I'm gonna put you in the hot seat. You already been in one. I'm gonna do it again though. You get to go first on the prediction here.
This is a tough one because Evil Geniuses were that team. We were all waiting to see whether they could perform in RLCS. They had a fantastic offseason. They looked unbeatable there. But when they come up against these top teams, I think that's where they really find their match. And yes, in the Swiss, they look solid. But I think it's really in those knockout games, the best of 7s, that teams with the experience come through. And that's why I think Semper are going to be taking this. They are way more experienced in this kind of setting. They're very good with the pressure. They've been here before. And I think we're going to see a phenomenal performance from Archie.
So I'm going to go next because I'm going to counteract that because every time we see this team of Semper, they go 3-0 in Swiss. They have lost 3 times in the bracket to a 3-2 team. And that doesn't happen very often. EG, though, now is that 3-0 team while sitting at 3-2. But I'm going EG. I'm going with the hot hand. They just beat them in Swiss. And EG looked so good yesterday. I think they make it to Sweden and knock Vitality out.
Crowley, you got to smirk it. I don't know why. I'm kind of worried.
I have a smirk because Gibbs said exactly what I was going to say. I'm impressed with Semper in the quarterfinals. I agree with. I think Greg is actually spot on. There's a lot of experience behind the Semper squad, but I feel like they've been lackluster coming into their quarterfinal matchups. They feel like Space Station though on the NA side. They get there and it's like, yeah, that's the bar for them, but I expect more. And I think EG, they're hungry. There's some inspired Rocket League that happened for them in their Swiss stage, and I think they're going to come out and do it again.
Yeah, I guess as well, Semper have also qualified off the back of that last series, so there's probably a little bit of
just coasting,
coasting through.
True. Yeah.
I've stuck with Semper. I've got to go with it now, but you convinced me. EG's winning.
I like this.
No.
He's picking both. I love it.
He's done both.
I am here for chaos, and if that means Vitality's not there, I'm down for it. EG takes this. I think they're going to push him out.
Wow. Maybe we cursed
now, it's okay though because Semper was still on the screen. We haven't cursed them. They're still fine because we kept it up. 61% here in favor of EG. Yeah, that about makes sense after the brilliant, flawless arguments that were made here on the desk. This is a big one. Semper already in. Vitality watching closely now as evil geniuses are fighting in this best of 7 to find their way into that Swedish land. Let's see if it happens.
The setup couldn't be any better for evil geniuses. Win, and you're into the major. Lose to a team that already qualified, and Vitality are going to make it, Johnny. The setup for evil geniuses is primed for them to take this best of 7 and make the most of it.
Yeah, not just that, win against the team that you already beat yesterday, and that win helped EG qualify as first seed to today's. Recent form, you'd have to go EG here. It's all about how they can handle the pressure, because this is going to be very, very tough on them. Oh, already though, Rizix is up 1-0 for EG. That was a very nice air dribble play, but it started off with a huge challenge and shot set. Great control by Rizix 45.
It didn't take long at all for evil geniuses to get it started. And talking about that matchup in Swiss, all 4 of those games, despite evil geniuses taking it, 2-1. Very close. Maybe not so much unlike the BDS Vitality series that we just got done watching. But a great start for evil geniuses. Kicking the ball downfield. Ivan just going to let that one go as Rizek's playing it back over to the corner. Semper trying to get set up in the blue half.
This is going to be a huge chance as well for EG to really introduce themselves to the world stage, because if you followed the last season of RLCS, if you caught the spring split, you'll know who these guys are. But if you haven't been paying attention, these guys might be pretty new to you, and they've been on an upward trajectory at the end of RLCS Season X and the off-season, and now really getting in the mix in the new RLCS season as well. They've had consistent results, and I love the way these guys play. I think that they are going to be here to stay, but can they get past their biggest challenge yet in Semper?
It's especially difficult, especially considering Europe's teams. They tend to, it's a carousel in Europe is essentially how it happens. The fact that you make top 8 as often as you do in the fall is a testament to your ability as a team. And I mean, not even just making top 8, but the way that they did it. 3-0ing BDS, 3-1 on Semper as well, and a 3-0 Swiss. I don't think, I'm with you, Johnny. I think you have to look at evil geniuses in this match, but that's a good pop-up. Caught by Catalysm, and it's going to be taken away.
Yeah, great touch there from Catalysm, denying the save, well, denying the goal, but also popping the ball high enough that no one from Semper is ready to get up and shoot it. I am surprised by that, though. Oh my goodness, almost another goal here. What is going on for Semper? First, they don't have any follow-up on an easy goal. Now they're almost on-goaling. Shot set. It's the other way, my friend. Somebody get him a map.
Well, Archie was in a fortunate spot for that bounce, too. But not exactly how you draw it up if you're Semper. This one overshots his head, but he gets under it. It's still a chance for evil geniuses. Rizek punches it hard off the backboard, and he's missed it. Catalysm next up, but he's dunked by Archie in a breakaway for Semper. Cassio behind the ball, and it's good for Semper.
Well, Semper getting away with murder on a few plays there, but big dunk from Archie. That's so greedy by Catalysm to try and hit it past him. He should definitely be going to the side with that touch. Pretty obvious dunk coming in from Archie, although it's executed to perfection. Cassio's finish too good for Ivan, who held his pre-jump just a bit too late.
And now Evil Genius is already having to defend on the kickoff. Catalysm picks up the first save, but he's not done. The ball right back onto his bumper in front of the goal line. And a good flick to boot. Ivan already in the air. Ivan, does he have a shot? Actually didn't get a touch, but the rebound for Rizek is good. And Evil Geniuses get it right back.
Yeah, big bump on the goal line as well from Ivan after he's done with his shot. He could rotate out. He thinks better of it. Bumps Archie away from a probable save. EG right back in front. I love that aggression from Ivan, not just blindly rotating away from the play. He sees an opportunity. You keep it on ball, Cam. He's not in the boost hunt. It's the kind of aggression that I think is just going to pay off for EG in these high-pressure situations.
And they're already keeping that aggression up. Ivan catching this one in the third off the wall. Pre-flip to keep control. Ivan underneath, and Cassio can come in on the rotation. Keep things clean for Semper, clearing it back down to the blue half.
Much better play that time from Catalysm, just making sure to get the first touch past the challenging player, not hitting it straight into them. Even if you're not as directly counter-attacking. It's just a much safer way to clear the ball, and Ivan actually going for it. Infield 50-50, that's, you know, usually the opposite of what you try to do, and it's gone it's Semper's way. Great save, though, by Ivan. Will he get to this one? Not quite. Archie blocks him in the near post.
Oh, and Ivan, risky pass in front. It was just far back enough. The Chaussette couldn't punish him for it on the 50. Ivan, he gets the 50 in front, and Evil Geniuses have looked solid on their rotation. Even getting another pass in front to Ivan is taken away by Chaussette, and the ball bounced right back to his bumper. Well, Semper able to stabilize on defense. They're not spending a ton of time stopping Evil Genius's shots, but they still need that second goal, and Catalysm just stole this ball away. Over another one, and he's given a free goal. Catalysm picking up the third.
Great play by Catalysm. First touch off the wall to pass it to himself. Second touch pops it over Archie, and then Chaussette's backflipped on the goal line. It's a disaster for Semper. And I'm starting to wonder, are they maybe just feeling a bit too easy in this matchup? Obviously having Sweden confirmed already for them. Did they celebrate just a bit too hard and lose sight of the task immediately in front of them? Another shot. This time the crossbar denies Rizix.
And that's got to be terrifying for Vitality fans watching this game right now, because they want anything but an Evil Geniuses win for their team to make it to the major. Tough watching for Semper so far, but that's a good carry from Archie. Got away from him at the end, but it could be a setup for Semper. Chaussette keeping that ball into safety. Ivan taking away that midfield boost, but he gets deleted on the play. That doesn't really matter. Evil Geniuses have been able to clear it again.
Yeah, EG just outplaying Semper right now with the control of this game. The only goal that Semper have scored came from a Catalysm misplay, and since then, every single touch he's made has been a safe one. He's learned his lesson. Semper playing the long ball late in game number one. That's a clean infield pass, though. Great shot by Castillo, top corner. 17 seconds left and a 1-goal difference.
Like you said, a clean pass from Chaussette right in front of the box. Catalysm, no chance at that ball. Ivan tried to screen across to make the save, but you're not saving that one. And Semper have given themselves a chance here at the end of the game. Let's see how they approach the kickoff. That's a good win from Ivan in front. Now a race towards the ball in the corner. And that's Archie behind the ball. That might work out for Semper. Chaussette has to wait for this. Only 36 in the tank, losing to Ivan. Still Archie's ball. And that one probably going to die. Oh no, it bounced with under a second. Castillo, right in front of Chaussette. No way. Oh, it's off the crossbar. Evil Geniuses get away with game one.
Well, I guess that confirms that they're not just trying to bring EG to Sweden with them. They really went for it at the end there, but wow. That was not easy for EG, despite such a comfortable middle of the game. I felt like when they collected the ball with 20 seconds to go off a hard clear from Semper, that would just be it, game over, but Semper exploding in the final 20 seconds and creating a whole bunch of chances. Before then, though, it was pretty much all EG. They conceded 1 goal, but it was off a pretty big mistake from Catalysm that I don't expect him to make again. This guy is usually very, very safe with his clears and dribbles. Semper gonna need to just calm down a bit, you know, just get their heads in the game. Yes, you're going to Sweden, but you could also win this tournament as well. A lot of money on the line, and seeding is also something you're still playing for, and Vitality as well. You know, that's got to be something, right? There's 2 French players in Semper. That's got to be, I think, another reason for them to be really playing their hearts out here.
I'm definitely not going to speak for any of the Semper boys, but just extra in his post-game interview when asked, would you rather have EG or Vitality at land? He said Vitality instantly.
Yeah. Why'd you go 4-0 them then? What's extra doing? He wanted them at land, now he swept them.
So he could stop them.
conflicting situation there. Oh, wait a minute. That's going to be open for Rizix. What a turnaround. It looked like it's going to be an open net for Semper at the other end. Look at this bump. Taking away Archie from the play. And then Rizix presented with his open net at the other end. Great stuff.
A lot of these plays really being developed off of, we saw the physical play from Ivan as well.
Yeah.
To give EG their second goal. And I don't want, looking back at their Swiss match, I don't know if EG were going for bumps or demos. That's a nasty double tap Catalysm.
Oh, this is getting spicy for EG. Catalysm gets the back wall read. Chaussette does not. And they're up by 2 once again, this time with no big mistakes to worry about.
Not at all. But Semper, where you felt like they were having struggles setting things up offensively. Looking back to that Chaussette pass,
he really didn't have many opportunities like that where they had space in front of the net that could collect on infield passes. Evil Geniuses on defense, like you were saying earlier, Johnny, great soft touches on the ball, good control, and it's kept Evil Geniuses out of a lot of tough situations.
Control for Casio. Oh, he's actually he's faked out there by Ivan. Ivan pre-jumped so early that it actually sent Casio straight back down. If he was thinking about air dribbling, pre-jump convinced him not to. Likewise, at the other end, lots of early pre-jumps on these air dribbling plays, but not a lot of boost being used. The players are always focusing on saving as much as they can, recovering quickly. Great touch by Catalysm to the back corner. EG making Semper work for every single possession.
Catalysm staying behind the ball, and he connects with Ivan, and that's a free ball back in the corner for Semper. But they're forced to just play more defense. Here's Catalysm getting a free look in front. Almost got the double. Ivan rebound saved by Chalset. Casio keeping that ball close. Did not want to give that right back to Rizex. Chalset wins a good 50 and shakes the ball off Catalysm, but Ivan's in the way. And again, Semper playing more defense. Good clear from Archie. Casio's got the follow-up. And let's see if Semper can get something set up for a little longer than a shot or two. Rizex sends it right back to beyond the midfield line.
This is a strategy we've seen from the Semper since last season when they were top blokes. They do like to just clear the ball and then follow it. They were, had the fastest stats in all of EU, and it's because of this reason. They didn't really dribble as much as other teams, and I think that's something EG have figured out very early in this series. Well, that's a big chance for Chalset, though. Rizik's going to clear it, and he's saved 35 boost while doing so. That's very disciplined by him. EG know that they're being boost starved at the moment, but they're not wasting the little amounts that they do have. Really well done.
It's really just kind of the exclamation point for Evil Geniuses with their defensive stands, their poise. I mean, in this tournament, they really lead in a lot of what I would say are important defensive categories. One being their teams of shot percentage against them. A measly 12% of team shots against Evil Geniuses go into the net. That was good for first in the entire tournament. They have been lights out the whole way through, and it's really not a whole lot different except for another pass, but look at that cutoff in front by Rizex.
That's such a good play by Rizex, like you said. He couldn't defend the net, he couldn't pressure the ball, but he can cut the pass off, and that's just another way that he can keep himself relevant in a play while he's recovering, while he's getting back into position. EG defending brilliantly in game 2.
Rizex, pot shot, forces 2 up from Semper. Catalysm has a little bit of time against Chalset, but not a ton. He's forced off the ball. But every touch by an orange bumper is met by a blue car. Rizex in front. Finally, Semper connect on something. Catalysm coming back, though. You got to beat more than one EG player to get to the net. Chalset forced out to the corner by Ivan. Archie keeping that ball close. He missed the double, but Chalset grabs the rebound off the crossbar. Ivan there quickly. Chalset blocking the corner off. Do they have another one in front? Archie hops quickly up in front of the box. Rizex gets bumped out of the way, but there was no way Casio was going to commit to that ball, and he's got to buy some time for Chalset, and he gets that and a little bit more.
Yeah, there just wasn't enough space there for the third man to get involved in the play. Third man for Semper, always looking for a heavy hit off the backboard so he can attack the ball and really just guarantee that he's beating the goalkeeper to it. Those kind of soft touches that are just bouncing around the box are not ideal for Semper. They need a bit more volatility in offense. They are clearing the ball hard when they can, when they're in their own half. Now it's time to start hitting it hard into that backboard of EG, who are sitting in net on this 2 goalie.
Semper have retained possession for a little bit, but can they convert one of these opportunities? They forced 2 from Evil Geniuses to commit, but the shot was too weak. The rebound not good enough either, and Semper are forced back to the orange half.
Yeah, more offense for Semper, but they are not getting anything out of this, and that's a really good touch by Catalysm. Baits a 50-50, keeps control of the ball so he can then take a 50-50 with the second player. They're getting 2-for-1s on every single play here. I thought Black Friday was yesterday.
The best deal Evil Geniuses can get, because they're somehow walking away with a victory in Forbidden Temple. They're on the orange half of the field. Not a lot of time left for Semper. Catalysm cuts them off in midfield. Evil Geniuses have rocketed out to a 2-game lead at the start of the series.
Yeah, they really are just too good right now at neutralizing the Semper offense. Semper are waiting for a bad clear, they're waiting for a bad save, they're waiting for a chance to just get a free shot from close range. And they've just played 5 minutes and they didn't get any. They always had to go through at least one defender. And EG just landing with 12 boosts, 20 boosts every time they're making these saves, never leaving themselves completely starved. Enables them to just keep on recovering and keep on staying relevant in every single play. great 50-50s as well. I think EG they've controlled Semper's aggression brilliantly and completely neutralized them. Semper need to start being a bit more smart with it. They have to come up with a more technical game plan. They've called a timeout to try and come up with something. EG is right now heavy favorites to steal that last spot for the LAN in Sweden. Who knows, maybe even move up the rankings in seeding if they can continue this tournament run.
And thinking about what could happen on the opposite end if Semper do turn this around, Vitality, no doubt watching this series, or who knows, maybe they're not. Maybe the nerves might. Yeah, that's fair. Semper, right now, I don't know. EG are outplaying them. It's like you said on defense. Like they've never been actually losing the boost battle in the blue half. They've always had enough to collect some small pads, and the efficiency has been excellent. Semper, something isn't working. I definitely think the timeout's needed here after game 2. The best time to call a timeout.
Absolutely. I mean, that wasn't really a game that was lost because of a mechanical flurry from the opposition, although we did see a very nice double tap goal from Catalysm in this game. They're just not coming in here with the right strategy. The bumps from EG have been great in offense. That's given them a pretty consistent way of creating chances to score. And Semper haven't found their way to score against this EG lineup today. I think it really is just as simple as blasting the ball. Make sure that last touch on net is a boomer. Make sure that those passes off the back wall, off the corner walls are boomers. Because if they just keep chipping the ball softly at EG, hoping that EG are going to fly up and use all their boost and then not be able to be a relevant player in the next play, not going to happen. EG they're recovering every single time. They always seem to have little bits of boost left over. And when they don't, they're controlling the game with 50-50s to keep Semper at bay.
Evil Geniuses, Johnny, they're one of those stories that I love that's happening in Europe right now. A lot of these new faces of these new teams, grinders in Europe for a very long time, but with the new openness of the format, Evil Geniuses are one of those teams who have benefited from it, and they've posted consistently solid results so far. Part of that new generation of players in Europe coming and taking on a lot of these players that have been around for a while. Cassio, Chaussette, we saw them, BDS are more of their generation, not really them, but like they're taking series against longtime European teams or ones that we expect to be top teams. Is great to see out of teams like Evil Geniuses and even Team Queso.
Yeah, they've just kept on improving every single event, just like G2 in North America, just like Envy. Every result that they posted was better than the previous regional. I think that, although they've just been a quarterfinal and done team before now, I was more impressed with the regional 2 than the regional 1, despite that fact. Looking between the results. And this has easily been their best regional so far. They're on that upward trajectory. They're clearly putting the work in. Every single one of their players showing up in the critical moments. And this will prove to everybody that they can perform under pressure as well, fighting for your LAN spot against a team who have already made it and a team who are RLCSX veterans.
Couldn't have much more to play for if you're Evil Geniuses, and they've responded to that call to great effect, winning the first two games in this series. But moving forward, Semper looking for a way out on defense. Archie gets the clear. Looking for some of those booming touches for Semper to break through this Evil Geniuses defense. They do get to this rebound on the 50 in the corner, but they're going to be left waiting around midfield. Actually, Archie in the third. It's going to be a setup. Actually, Chaussette gets the whip. And I didn't think that one was coming through, but Chaussette collects the first goal.
Yeah, great pass there from Archie, making sure to just slam it off that side wall so it comes back into the middle as quickly as possible. Gives Chaussette as easy of a chance to redirect it on target with power. Razik's there just not reading the sidewall bounce, and he didn't have the boost to get back to the ball after jumping in the wrong direction. Early mistake for EG. Those have not happened very often. Let's see if Semper can force something here. Great touch there by Catalysm, but Chaussette's already onto it. Now Ivan under a bit of pressure. Pre-flip clear. Semper. When they've had tight games with EG, have not looked comfortable in defense. I wonder if they're going to handle the bumps and demos more easily this time. Oh, it's in off the bar. Archie, surely! Double bounce, and finally, in it goes. The placement for Archie has just been something else this weekend.
I thought for sure, when I saw Ivan recover, I'm like, oh, he's going to get back to that ball somehow. But no, he landed awkwardly, and Archie would be able to punch that in. Got scary for a moment, though. Great start for Semper after what has really been fairly dominant performance overall by Evil Geniuses. And still plenty of time for him. Ivan lets that ball drop. And Catalysm able to force the next 50. Another setup for Evil Geniuses. Rizek's big dunk. Ivan diving for it, and Chaussette will get to the ball first.
Yeah, good positioning by Chaussette sitting inside the net. Now Cassio's actually whiffed it. It's going to be at the center. All three EG players there. Double mind game by Ivan, but the recoveries are just there for Semper. That was almost huge by Ivan. They're still actually piling up pressure on. No boost for Cassio. Archie's going to have to come and help him out. Right to Catalysm. Archie making a good little ball chase challenge there as he rotates out. Smart to stay on the ball there instead of leaving it and just conceding possession to EG.
50. Ivan not going to be able to get to that challenge. Cassio, first look at the ball in front. Catalysm scoops the ball from under him. Chaussette immediately forced up, but he makes the touch out to Archie. Archie, a little bit of space in front of the box. Archie, second touch. Catalysm locked the ball and put it back into the corner.
Yeah, what a touch by Catalysm. Ball's behind him and he has to read it as it's bouncing slightly off screen, but he gets the read perfectly. And again, EG playing that back corner defense well. The problem now, though, is that they don't have a 2-goal lead. They've got a 2-goal deficit, so they need to get the ball moving forward. And although the bumps and the physical plays keep on being consistent for them, they don't have that much else going on. That's a big chance, but Catalysm not able to get up before Archie for it. Ivan looking to get the ball past Chaussette, no such luck. Rizek's not able to find anyone in the middle. It's mostly just EG getting one touch and then Semper coming in and taking it from them. I mean, the passing is non-existent at the moment for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, just another lob downfield from Rizek's. He's not even going to be able to get a boost steal out of it. He is trying to bump, but Catalysm's left all by himself now. Chaussette backing it up in reverse. Semper slowing it down, but they don't need to press the issue too much with the 2-goal lead. Ivan flicking it over Chaussette, trying to start something for Evil Geniuses, but they race over to Semper's corner. Catalysm, hard pinch, and it's cut out. Rizek's was ready for that, and had an orange car not touched that one, maybe it could have been a chance, but 2 commit, and Ivan left all by himself. More time shoot off the clock by Semper.
There's a good pass from Catalysm, Ivan, and Catalysm actually deciding to team pinch this. It goes back in the center. EG are starting to panic now as another offensive double commit. It's going to bounce in the middle for Catalysm, though. They get the goal. Even though the setup isn't clean, they still make it work. EG within 1 in the final minute here. Chaussette getting denied with the clear. What a block by Rizek.
Ivan even got a little chip onto Cassio, and it slowed down his approach to get to that. Cassio's pretty close to making that save. So those little chips coming in for EG. Ivan misses the ball, and Archie gets it right back. Putting cold ice there on the hot comeback.
Yeah, tough position there for Ivan. He's just played for the kickoff. He was the EG's kickoff man, so he did not have a lot of boost there. He needs a very precise touch so as not to just immediately set up Archie for an open net. But he misses that touch, and Archie scores an open net anyway. But yeah, really, that's not entirely Ivan's fault. It's a tough position to be in right after a kickoff. His teammates both ran away to make offensive plays. Here's one for EG. Rizek's denied by Chaussette, who's had several good saves in this third game for Semper. They're holding on to that 2-goal lead throughout.
Another good clear for Semper. Archie popping it up in front of the box. And really, the longer it just stays in the air, more likely Semper take game 3. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Archie putting in the final dagger in the last 8 seconds.
Yeah, surely Semper can't possibly throw this. That's all I'm thinking here.
I've never
all
seen
the
it in my life.
fans are thinking, please don't throw this one. Come on, that's got to be at least 1 on the board for Semper.
We love firsts in Rocket League, but not this time.
And it will be confirmed. Semper put their first game win on the score sheet, and EG just get a bit more nervous and things get a bit more tense for them on their run to qualifying for Sweden through the final event of the fall split online. Will Semper be able to keep this up, though? I like the power and offense a lot more in this game. Archie in particular really just nailing his shooting and nailing his passing as well. That's what Semper need to be doing, because if they slow things down, EG are not bothered. It's when they get those bursts of speed in the final third, I think they can really do some damage to Evil Geniuses.
I think Evil Geniuses, if they can find a way to continue being physical in the orange half, I truly think that's their key to success. They have gotten into Semper's net almost every time through a bump or a demo. Problem is when Semper controlled midfield as well as they did, anytime they did get a clear, they didn't really have the boost to be that aggressive. So if Evil Geniuses can find a way to keep being productive in the physical game, and I think they get themselves right back in the series for sure.
Yeah, Semper in defense did not look too comfortable again, even though they took a 4-1 win there. It was mostly because they just weren't in defense all that much. But when they are in defense, they're having to rely on some great clutch defense and saves from Chaussette. But Archie now showing us the rookie striker training as another kickoff just goes terribly for Evil Geniuses. That 50-50 from Rizix is just too greedy. He should be trying to deflect the ball into the wall or behind himself there, instead of forcing it middle where Archie is waiting. Well, Semper and Vitality say thank you for that one. 1-0. And EG going to have to do it from behind again.
Ooh, Archie wanted to get that touch in front. Cassio will keep the push up. Archie's got shots set. And Semper were positioned quite aggressively there. They could smell that second goal coming. Quick pass. Catalysm there for free. And the shot right in to Cassio. He's going to flick this out. Ivan. A little late there on the 50. Semper back to the blue half.
Yeah, per shot there from Catalysm, uncontested. You know, lots of power coming at him as well. Did have the option to go backboard with it, just send it high for Ivan. As EG have looked pretty good when the aerials are coming in offense. You know, a couple of misses in defense, but they're good at reading that backboard, just like most of the top teams these days. Ivan now on the transition. I don't think Cassio's going to give him a 50-50 here. He wisely backs away from it. It does end up conceding possession anyway. Archie gets it right back. Will Catalysm find a way through? He's taking the scenic route off the ceiling, and there is Rizix, denied by Cassio. Really well done by the Frenchman to block what would have been a shot on target.
Ivan in front of the box, and he's got the goal. And they just kept shooting. Eventually one was going to go in. It took 3, but they find the back of the net. Nice pass here from Catalysm. Too light. Archie can't commit. He's got to wait for the shot. Ivan puts it on the backside. Well placed.
Yeah, great fast recycling of the play there by Catalysm. Not giving Semper time to position and intercept that infield pass. Perfect placement by Ivan. EG putting the pressure back on now. That's well done. Catalysm intercepting another pass attempt from Semper. They cover those infields and they cover those passes in the final third pretty well, EG. Great reading of what Semper have got planned. Semper is so mechanical and so fast that sometimes it doesn't matter.
You've rarely seen EG out of position. They're always ready for those infield passing plays, but they weren't ready for Archie to pop it right over their hoods. Second goal for Semper.
Yeah, just as you say it, it's inevitable that Ivan will be completely out of position for the next 50-50. As always, as soon as you give credit, there is a blunder. It looked like there might have been a communication issue there from EG, as Ivan wanted to fake that he was trying to get goal side of that and then actually leave it for Catalysm as third man to just come in and take a 50-50 or clean it up. But it was far too dangerous, I think, to leave in that range, and an easy finish for Semper. EG getting punished for, I think, over-reliance on communication very, very close to their net.
And Catalysm able to clear this out. It looks like they're going to be playing more defense. Here's Chaussette from midfield. Archie won't get any chance at the ball, but he will collect that boost. Force Evil Geniuses to go laterally. Archie cutting off the approach again. There isn't a real clearance angle for Evil Geniuses. They need soft touches like this from Catalysm to move down the field. Catalysm does it himself with no boost, but then it's killed back into the corner. Ivan now working on no boost, trying to find another 50. Evil Geniuses really trying to make the corner strat work, Johnny. I don't think it is.
Yeah, they're all going for mind games here because there's no other way to get an outplay when you've got no boost. You just have to hope that the defender pre-jumps too high in the challenge game. Now they got some boost to work with, but so do Semper, who have, always got that at least one player ready to cover the net with 100. EG pinning them back nonetheless. Chaussette does not get a 50 with Catalysm. That will give Ivan an uncontested touch, but it's far too simple. Archie on the bounce, slams it clear. Inside the final 2 minutes now. EG's physical game has fizzled in game 4.
Semper Hanging on to that lead. Here's Chaussette. A little bit of boost is all he needs for a double tap, but it's put down in front of the box.
Oh.
Ivan quickly gets to that one. It was surely headed into the net. Now Cassio, last man back. Big dunk from Ivan, but no one set up. Actually, a big miss, but it actually benefits Semper. They get the clear to midfield, but Evil Genius has retained possession. Ivan booms it. Chaussette misses the ball, and Cassio safely carries that ball to the third. Not quite over. Cassio backs it right back up to Archie, and now Semper are in clear territory.
Well, thank goodness for Semper. And of course, as we keep saying, Vitality, that it was Cassio who was first to that loose ball in the middle. Chance for Archie. He's got to get past Rizix, and he does. Rizix had no boost. He just floated off the crossbar trying to get a pre-jump save. Archie's shooting has been far too good this weekend for that to work out.
3 for 3 in this game. Nice little hat trick for Semper, and we do keep talking about Vitality, Johnny. They're seeing this now and thinking, well, Semper, they might win game 4, and there's a possibility we might still go to Sweden. Ivan shot denied right in front of the box. Rizix crashes, but can't get there in time. Chaussette turns that ball right back around, keeps Semper with a 2-goal lead.
Well, I think if not the entire lineup, at least Archie's getting a Christmas card from Vitality right now, because the work he's put in this game is unbelievable. Another save by Archie, and it's bounced very favorably for Semper as well. Catalysm waits patiently for it, but Castillo's able to get back and deny the shot. Not a lot of time left in game number 4 here. Rizik's shot leaves a lot to be desired. Time getting away from them as Semper seek to tie the series.
It's a good 50 from Catalysm and Ivan in front of the box, but the backboard clears have been clutch from Semper. They haven't had any room to work with in the orange half. No rebounds have gone their way. And Evil Genius's offense completely stagnant. Down the field one last time. With time left, they could have a chance. It's Rizix from midfield. Catalysm in the corner. Not a good enough touch. That's right to a Semper defender. Catalysm, try as he may, cannot win the 50 to put that ball in the net. And the ball touches the ground. Semper have done it after that timeout, winning 2 straight games.
And I would not be surprised to see a timeout from Evil Geniuses now, because momentum's absolutely swung against them here.
There it is.
Timeout is confirmed. Semper and the plans they're able to come up with after game 2 has been too much for EG to handle. Have they gone away maybe too much from the physical plays that I think were working out well for them? Even in that loss in game 3, EG still looked effective in offense. It was just Semper's offensive game plan had started to counter their defense, which is very much about saving the little bits of boost that they did have and controlling the 50-50s that were coming towards them, trying to just slow down the game. Semper found a way to get it moving fast again. That's what they want. That's what they've always been more comfortable with. So are EG just going to double down? Are they going to, is the coach coming in here saying, guys, the game plan's fine. It was working. Let's just make sure that we execute on it. Tough to do that under pressure, of course. Always scary to just sit behind the ball and wait for somebody else to come charging into it from the other side.
I do think Evil Geniuses had a couple of quality shooting opportunities. There were 2, namely Ivan, that was behind the ball. He had really weak shots where, yes, the net's defended. You got 2 defenders there, but you don't get a clean look at the third in front of the box that often. And when you can generate those chances, you have to make the most of it with a solid shot. And I don't feel like Evil Genius's shooting was good at all in that. They didn't really put any pressure on Semper. In fact, their shots just gave Semper free clears down the field. So the bumps, the demos, maybe getting away from that because the shooting confidence is down. I don't know. It's hard for me to say, but they got to figure it out because Semper, they're in a solid position right now. They've got the momentum, and Vitality, they're not sweating as much anymore. They, everything, they've dried off a little bit because it's all tied up. But Evil Geniuses, I think the beads of sweat are starting to form there. I would be able, at least.
It's a tough thing to just hit the ball cleanly sometimes, even for these pro players and even for very mechanical players. The simple mechanics are often the first ones to go out the window under the high pressure situations. That's why we very often see players prefer to just go for a 50-50 on the ground instead of a flick when the pressure climaxes, because if you miss a flick, it's often devastating unless you're Turbo Pulsar, and that always works in your favor when you miss a flick. But it is, like you said, it's that shooting for EG. Not got the sting that it did earlier on in the series. They really have to just work on that accuracy. I think a good way to get back into that might be to just hard clear the ball a couple times. Just feel like, okay, I remember now how to hit the ball hard. Let's wait until that chance comes into offense now, and we can start to actually convert on our opportunities. Best of 3 from here on to decide who makes the LAN in a few weeks' time. Will it be Vitality or will it be Evil Geniuses? Semper involved. Really, they just have the best position. They get to decide and help maybe the 2/3 countrymen of Shawset and Casio along the way.
Catalysm does get the first look at the ball, and he kept it close, but couldn't force anything in front of the box, and instead it's a 2-on-1. Archie barely gets bumped off the play, but Casio collects, and Semper continue to roll through the series.
Yeah, the worst possible start for EG. Archie getting a big outplay on Ivan, and Rizix just finds himself in no man's land. He'd love a bit more distance to the ball there so he can jump up and read it more easily. He's right underneath it. Casio sticking it over his head from point blank range. Just, I think, really emphasizing the fact that Rizix would rather be somewhere else.
Good touch from Catalysm. But nobody there to immediately follow up. They have to wait on Shawset and Archie's just giving Rizix a good look back over to Catalysm on the side wall. Another 50 for Casio. Shawset can fall back down. Evil Genius is waiting on those Semper touches to see what gap they'll get. Another pinch for Semper. I actually think it was Evil Genius's last time who got the team pinch pass out to the other side of the field. Doesn't matter. What a save from Rizix off the crossbar. Archie popping this one in the corner, but Semper still pushing. Good save for Evil Geniuses.
You know, it's often the big offensive plays that swing the momentum in a series back and forth, but that save from Rizix is absolutely gigantic for EG. Keeping the scoreline at 1 in a low-scoring series can be key. Archie lunges in the way of Ivan's shot. Semper quite comfortable now. This is the pace of the game that they wanted to play at, and once again they find themselves in front, forcing EG's hand. It's EG who have to play Semper's game at the moment. Can they make it work?
Archie gets another booming clear towards the box. In fact, he got the double, but somehow Rizix picks up the save. Doesn't matter. Casio got another rebound for his efforts. 2 goals for him.
What a save by Rizix. He just ended up floating in the middle of the box, and he somehow got a pre-jump save. Obviously, the clear wasn't as effective, but that's what happens when you don't know a lot about the shot you're saving. It might just bounce straight towards another Semper player, and credit to Semper, their second man position has been aggressive enough to just pounce on these opportunities. That's something they were not doing in the Swiss stage yesterday. They have figured out how to be more ready for these chances that sometimes come, and they go in as quickly as they come in the blink of an eye if you're not close enough.
Catalysm got a big 50. Ivan wins another challenge. Rizix barrels towards, but Casio cut him off. Ivan got a ground down, and he just has not had the same accuracy. That's 2 shots now. One, well defended by Archie, but that one definitely tough on the angle. Ivan has not had the best looks at the net so far, but Evil Genius is not without those couple of chances in the first half of Game 6. Or Game 5, excuse me. Archie getting back over from that save from Shawset. Catalysm is touched right back into Semper players, and Rizix safely carrying that ball back out to the corner. EG, that's dangerous in front of the box. What happened here? Archie has no clue, but he's happy to collect the goal. 3 goals for Semper.
Oh, it's a repeat of last game. This time Catalysm is the one letting it roll through to his third man, but Ivan did not expect it. He thought Catalysm was going to take this, and he did not react in time to the ball rolling at him, and it just chips middle for Archie to easily convert. EG have got to just make proactive plays in defense. They've got to start reading the position as well. What a save by Casio, making EG's life an absolute misery at the moment. It's a long way back 3-0 when you're this defensive of a team and this reliant on opportunistic bump plays to get most of your goals. What can EG do to come back here?
I feel like we just got done talking and praising Evil Genius's defense and their ability to cut off passes in the third and prevent a lot of those rebounds from coming out into Semper bumpers. And all of a sudden, it's completely flipped, and their defense has been... Semper have poked holes through it easily.
I think it's obvious we have to just point to the high-pressure situation that they're under here. It proved to be too much. They are starting to crumble under it. It's a good read there by Ivan, or just probably a call of a fake, more likely, as the ball fell down. But again, you see such a poor shot from EG. They just are not striking the ball cleanly right now. They're not communicating in defense early enough to make the third man comfortable. Again, Catalysm not able to get a touch. Ivan's got him covered. We approach the final minute, and EG have not had many looks at the Semper goal. Semper absolutely cruising in Game 5.
Even that one right there, Rizix's touch just kind of died. And Catalysm or Ivan didn't really have an angle to go for it. Here's a good look. Pass in front of Catalysm, and he nailed the shot. Evil Genius to start the clock, but they don't got a lot of time.
And finally, EG connects with a big strike. Perfect pass by Rizix. Catalysm can aim that anywhere he wants. He sees that the back post is the more open of the two angles, and he puts it in with enough pace to deny Semper any recovering saves. You have to keep this up, though. Kickoff's gone against him a few times in the series. That one's decent. Chaussette with a good sideball read. Sends it right into midfield play.
Good cutoff from Cassio. Catalysm left flat on his ramp, able to get the first touch, and Chaussette forces Ivan back over to the side wall. Oh, Ivan got to pass the Catalysm again, but Archie just crashes into him. Oh, Cassio cut off by Ivan on the play. Semper able to collect their own boost, not letting Evil Geniuses get really a quality look on offense. They need something. They need to create some opportunity on their own. I don't think Semper are going to give it to him here in the last 10 seconds. Ivan trying to square up again. He might have a chance, one-on-one. Underneath, and Ivan finally finds the back of the net. There's a chance for Evil Geniuses.
Oh, what a play by Ivan. Great control. Little wave dash to get back into play. Side flip shot past Cassio to the bottom corner. 6 seconds left. They need to pull a kickoff strategy out of the bag here. They've got a few options. It plays for something volatile. Standard approach from EG. Ivan is going to get there, but not a lot of boost to center the ball with. That's going to be a tough one to keep up. Well, let's see what EG can do.
Catalysm, immediately challenged by Cassio. That's headed straight to the net, onto the ground, almost collecting that one. Archie collecting MVP honors, putting Evil Geniuses on match point. And Johnny, you've talked about Archie and how he's played excellently in this entire tournament, but namely today, in this match, he has been lights out. 8 for 9 in goal participation. He's only been a part of, the entire offense, so he's absolutely clutching it up here for Semper.
Yeah, Archie, the talisman for Semper, just like he was last season. It's going to be fantastic to see him play and to see Semper play on a LAN setting in Sweden. Can EG join them? They had a late flurry there. They actually created some pretty good chances. First the passing goal, then the dribbling from Ivan. Let's see more of that from Evil Geniuses. Let's see more of that ground game, and let's see more of that team play. Because when they just go head-to-head with Semper in a war of pace and power, I don't think that they can compete. That's Semper's bread and butter. Semper are very fast. They're very mechanical. And for EG to beat them, I think it's all about the pace changes like we saw earlier in the series. And it's all about the execution of the finesse moments. They did use a lot of mind games in that game. Would have loved to see one on the kickoff or something. Maybe a demo kickoff with only 6 seconds left instead of just another standard one. But maybe they've just not practiced that in preparation for moments like these.
Now, Evil Geniuses, if they could turn the match into a straight brawl, and I'm trying to think of a hockey equivalent, Johnny, but what's the equivalent of dropping the gloves for a fight in hockey? You dropping the wheels? I don't think that would work too well. But,
hockey, is that the one with the hoop?
Right, the hoop and the golf ball. We use a golf ball in hockey. Cassio puts that one in. And Semper on Neo Tokyo are looking to take down Evil Geniuses.
Oh, wow. What a play by Archie again. Centers the ball and then smashes the defender off the back wall. Rizix had a routine clear, and he's sent right back to respawn while his team concedes. Another early deficit for Evil Geniuses. Make that 4 in a row here. Flip reset for Ivan. Nobody waiting in the middle for the pass.
In the corner, Rizix got a little bit of time to approach that. He can win the 50, but that follow-up man from Semper has consistently been a nuisance for Evil Geniuses to deal with. They'll get another scoop from Catalysm. He does have Ivan on the wing, but it's cut off again. Cassio back over to Chaussette. He's got a free look. Back in front. What a goal from Archie. He continues to deliver pain to the Evil Geniuses net.
That goal participation continues. 9 out of 10 Semper goals. Rizix had no chance here. Well, without pre-jumping, you're not going to make a save there. And he doesn't want to pre-jump because he's not sure if Archie's going to hit that first time or if he's going to just send it towards him slowly. And a pre-jump is just making yourself a sitting duck for the player running ahead to demo you. So really not a lot Rizix can do there. And Archie's placement continues to be absolutely pristine in offense.
Vitality sitting and watching this game. If they are, I'll be feeling a lot more comfortable. Catalysm around the corner. Evil Geniuses, I really think the setup is as good as it gets. You get a team that already qualified. You might be able to take advantage of them, maybe not giving it their all. They're not playing for as much as Evil Geniuses are at this point. There is a lot on the line for Semper, but maybe that extra push, whatever they need, they're starting, like we've been saying, starting to feel that pressure, but that's a good 50 from Rizex. Catalysm can keep that going. Rizex continuing the pressure. Got the 50 against Chalset. Ivan, 65 in the tank. He's got Catalysm next to him. Can he connect? No, Archie all over it on the backboard and wins the second 50 on top of it. It's going to create an opportunity for Chalset, and Semper just don't give Evil Geniuses a chance.
It's just an unbelievable series from Archie at the moment. He's really putting in a clinic, beating players to the ball, and striking with such confidence. You know, when he's not there in defense to make clutch saves, someone else has been. Chalset and Casio have been incredibly consistent after these first two games, which went in EUG's favor. Almost half the game gone, and it is all Semper at the moment. Vitality got the celebration ready to go, I'm sure.
Archie popping that one up. With half the game to go, you really feel like time is just sped up a little bit. Evil Geniuses have still been unable to break through the 3-point defensive line of Semper. Doesn't matter if you get by Archie. Chalset's been clutch. Casio's been clutch. There hasn't been any route for Evil Geniuses. We're almost 3 minutes into the game, and they've only put 2 shots on net. They don't even get one there. Casio stole it out from under them.
Yeah, it's high time EG started attacking the near post. That was great work to try and center the ball, but no one was there to get in there early before the last defender. Now here's Archie going for a third, and he puts it in. Mind game from Archie, and once again places the shot past the goalkeeper.
Love the finesse from Archie on this play. Flips it right by Catalysm. Look at that fake underneath from Rizex. He thought it was going hard into the center, but Archie fakes him out, goes near side post. That's an exclamation point on Archie's tournament weekend so far.
He's just been unbelievable, and Semper have brought the best out of him as well. Often we see these star players unable to compete at the highest level. Now, not over yet for EG. Rizex puts one in. There's no one at the back for Semper on that play. Archie accidentally sending it towards them, and Catalysm somehow got another touch on it. They need to stay focused here if they're going to get the job done with 4 straight wins.
Well, if there's any way to clear the mental, you have to let that goal do it for Evil Geniuses. Catalysm bumped off the play, but he gets back down to it. Casio getting bumped out. Ivan going to keep things locked in midfield. Evil Geniuses have a good set. Catalysm keeps it close, and that's always good enough to get by one player, but beat the first defender with mechanics. You better hope that your follow-up man is ready for wherever that ball goes, because if he's not, Semper get an easy clear and they waste more time off the clock.
Oh, back
Here comes another
Archie.
one. Oh, what a save from Archie in front of the box. Another one's not done. Catalysm, 2 goals, and have put Evil Geniuses in striking distance.
Now, Archie accidentally backflipped there. Not sure if he would have beaten Rizzo to the ball, or Rizex to the ball anyway. But that was a great finish from Catalysm. Just all about the power there, sending it straight into the net. And EG are not yet out of Sweden contention, not yet out of this tournament. Already getting another chance on it as well. Ivan's got an option on the far side here. Mind game actually works, incidentally. Casio should have this under control.
Ivan waits in the corner. Can't win that 50. Rizex next up. Keeps it close with only 20 in the tank, and his teammate gets demoed on the play. Catalysm, who's been able to find the back of the net. A key demo for Semper late. 50 seconds left. That is a lot of time for Evil Geniuses to get set up. Here's Rizex.
Oh, hang on.
He's got a one-on-one. Set, got the save. Ivan on the wing, takes it in front. Good pop-up in front of the box. Ivan, double touch it, somehow stays down. Just missed the ball, but nobody touched it from Evil Geniuses. Rizex gets it back in front of the box, and Semper have kept Evil Geniuses out of the net, but they can't get by the midfield line. Ivan's just giving the ball. Ivan, big thing underneath, saved by Archie. Back over to the corner, not done. Catalysm, back in front, taken away again. Semper's defense will not break. Archie, a massive 50 off the ramp, plays it back to the opposite side. That's tons of time off the clock for Evil Geniuses. One more push for them. Can they do it? Chalset back again against Catalysm. Ivan's there, puts it over to the corner. A bump from Rizex to generate something, any kind of space, but Casio makes it difficult. Rizex up for this ball again, and there's none other than Archie to kill the ball. Ivan gets a solid clear, but nobody's there. Semper move to the semifinals.
Wow, well, EG did have their chances late in the game. They just could not put the ball in the net. So many mind games, so many 50-50s, so many moments where the ball's just achingly close to a 3-3 scoreline, but it just was not meant to be. Semper send Vitality to Sweden. And of course, they were already earlier confirmed here and continue their run in this weekend's event. They're just playing for seeding now, and that is going to be immensely important with how stacked not just NA and EU, but all the regions look going into this event. But congratulations, Vitality. Didn't get in off their own result from BDS, but Semper have sent them. They had a spare ticket.
No question. Sweden is going to be insane. And, you know, Evil Geniuses, they don't get a crack at the major this time, but I don't think anybody is going to be looking the other way when Evil Geniuses comes around. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on this team come winter and spring split to see if they can continue this upwards trajectory. So they might be eliminated, but they have posted consistent results, and I'm excited to see more of them in the future.
Oh yeah, EG right there. They're just, on the outside looking in. Of course, it's going to be tough to make up that gap. You really have to be making majors, or well, at least one, to have any chance to be in a top 5 team. But they're close. They're very, very close to getting it. And the pressure got to them today. You can see at the end, they started to find their stride again. They were creating chances. They were hitting the ball cleanly. Even in the previous game to this one, a couple of late goals. It did look impressive, but the pressure was just too much. Semper didn't have to worry about that, which is lucky for them, because they didn't look all that consistent early on in this game either, and throughout this weekend, I've got to say. But congrats to them. Sweden is booked, and they're going to, I'm sure, represent EU well.
Well, a few more teams clinch their spot in Sweden, but there are 4 teams left in this regional to duke it out to determine who wins the European Grand Prix. We'll go back to Leaf and the boys to close out the day.
Thanks, Johnny and Jarby. And yeah, we have Vitality watching from the sidelines, happy about the result of this match.
Wow.
And also a Gregan that was very happy production didn't change the tag under his name.
Yeah, I got quite lucky there because I was convinced. I thought
you were almost over.
To be fair, he picked both. He picked both.
Yeah. I saw the fence smartly.
Playing the Gibbs matchup here. But Corelli,
I approve.
That was it was a good game though to end us off on our day here. Thankfully, we didn't get a 4-0. We had a nice competition there, but Evil Geniuses do fall short of that land spot.
Yeah, it's funny because after our death segment, I was like, well, when we saw EG come out so hot, I was like, are they going to do what Queso did earlier today? And maybe not exactly the same way, but Semper really started to get a hold of this game, and Archie came alive. This shot, I remember going in off the crossbar and just barely sneaking it in there. And for Semper, again, it's not that pretty here in the quarterfinals, but they get the job done. They finish top 4, they get to top 4 rather, and now they have to go up against a very tough BDS squad.
Yeah, we mentioned that Archie was going to need to play in a phenomenal series, and unprecedented stats from him. 93% goal participation, 14 of the 15 goals he was a part of, 9 of which he scored, the other 5 were assists. And not even that, but the shooting percentage, right? It wasn't that he was just shooting loads and always in offense. It was how many he was converting into goals. Over 50% on the shooting percentage. That's the kind of difference maker a world-class player can have on a team, is someone who makes goals happen. Because at the end of the day, if you don't score those really important shots at the right moments, that can be the difference between a series.
And then EG, the #1 defense through all of Swiss. Well, the last 4 games, they give up 3.25 goals per game. So hats off to Archie and that offense, because they look strong.
They absolutely do. Let's take a look at where this leaves us into tomorrow, day 3 of the European Grand Prix. As we take a look, 4 teams left. There'll be 4 best of 7s here. And Gregan, Semper, BDS, Dignitas, Endpoint are the representatives for this last regional here in the fall split for Europe.
Yeah, at the beginning of the day, I looked at these quarterfinals and I thought there is a clear favorite in each game based off of the ranking from the full split, and all 4 of those teams who performed well across the season came through. And I think the key message with those 4 teams is reliability. They've got very reproducible play styles. They seem to play at a high floor when they're not playing well and still get wins, like Dignitas today. They said they didn't play very well. Jack came out and he said, I wasn't happy with the way we played, but we got the result. And that's the key at the top level of Rocket League, raising that floor to make sure you beat teams on your worst days.
Now Gibbs is out of work. We look at the points and there's nothing else to do.
Everyone's locked. What happened? Well, let's look at the points anyway. Sweden will matter a lot going into Sweden. We'll talk about those matchups later, but Vitality locked in at number 5. Then we see there's only 101 points left in this tournament. So number 4 also locked. Then Endpoint, they're guaranteed the top 3 seed, but they can move up. They can take down a Dignitas and beat a BDS possibly. They can move up all the way to number 1. And then Dignitas, all they need is one more win. And then they need BDS to not win the final, and they will be the number 1 seed. So there's still a lot to be played for here. And obviously, there's $30,000 for first place. So I think these players want that as well.
That's pretty straightforward. You know what? Why don't you take a vacation, Gibbs?
All right. Hey, I'm good. I'm done.
You're out. But yeah, that's it for the end of day 2 here for the European Grand Prix. We have tomorrow where we do crown a champion and figure out the rest of those things Gibbs just mentioned. And, find out who wins that extra little pocket money before we head off to our Sweden land. So for now, let's get some final thoughts to end the day off so we can get ready and hyped up for tomorrow. We'll start off like we usually do at the other end. Reagan, you start us off. We'll go down the line, Corelli and Gibbs.
Well, this split has really been the split to see what boot camp was made of. We've seen the teams on boot camp performing amazingly well. I think that's great signs for what we're about to see at the full major. Which teams can perform in person where they can fist bump their teammates and celebrate together, and which ones will struggle under that pressure. So that's the thing I'm most excited about going next. And I'm sure we'll be happy to see their faces a little bit more on stage on the performance side of things.
My biggest takeaway is Vitality, I think. The fact that it's kind of two sides of the same coin. The fact that they played so poorly to finish last in a regional, but then to also recover and qualify for LAN, even if it wasn't on their own doing, I think is amazing for Vitality and really shows, A, that it can be done, number 1, and number 2, that a team like Vitality is still the real deal, still could be at the top of Europe, and very, very excited to see how they do at LAN.
And then on my side, I'm going to talk about Endpoint a little bit because those guys, no one expected them to be top 5 in Europe. They were, the 13th or 14th seed going into the first regional way back then. But now they have 2 top 4 performances at the very least. With 1 win through a regional, they might get 2 regional wins. It's going to be really exciting to see who comes out on top, who is hot going into Sweden. You won't want to miss it.
And on my side, I'm going to say Gregan. It was wonderful having you here today, Gregan, and I'm looking forward to having you with us more. It's glad to have you on the team here. But everyone else, fantastic today. Players, casters, chatters, you guys, you all been doing a good job out there. I see you. Memes and all that stuff. Make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, no matter what platform you're looking on. We love to have you here. Twitch.tv/Rocket League is the place to be, and we hope to have you here tomorrow. So thanks for watching. We'll see you then.
Ooh.